Spencer and S.M. La Violette. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Prologue. London. 4-ish years earlier. Allow me to introduce you to Viscount Clayton's daughter, Miss Eustasia Martin, Lady Crowley said, beaming at the Marquis of Shelton. Lord Shelton smiled at Stacia, took her hand and bowed over it. "It is an honour to meet you," he said, smiling down at her, the skin crinkling delightfully at the corners of his unearthly blue eyes. The air left Stacia's lungs in such a rush that she felt as if he'd punched her. She was vaguely aware that her mouth was agape, but could not shut it. An elbow in her side reminded her to drop a shaky curtsy. She said in a voice that was all but inaudible, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord." But the glorious golden god had already released her hand and moved on. "And this is Lady Louisa, the Earl of Cumberland's daughter," Lady Crowley continued, introducing yet another of the 4 wallflowers the poor woman had been engaged to chaperone that season. The loss of Shelton's attention, brief as it had been, left Stacia with a chill, as if clouds had covered the sun. The Marquis of Shelton had arrived at the ball so late that Stacia and her friends had given up hope that he would make an appearance. He had scarcely entered the ballroom when a clutch of chaperones and marriage-minded mammas had fallen upon him like crows flapping around a corpse, although the simile was a poor one. The chaperones actually looked more like tropical birds, and there was nothing whatsoever corpse-like about the Marquis of Shelton. He was without a doubt the most beautiful man Stacia had ever seen. He towered above her, although that was not so unusual, given that she was barely over 5 feet, and possessed hair that really did look like spun gold. His face was classical perfection with a chiseled jaw, lips that were firm and shapely, and eyes that defied description. And then there was his figure. Stacia swallowed as she yanked her hungry gaze from his face and stole a quick but thorough look at his broad chest and shoulders before moving down to his skin-tight pantaloons, which displayed his muscled thighs and calves in a way that should have been illegal. Not only was he physically stunning, but whenever she saw him socializing, usually from afar, unfortunately, he was always smiling and laughing, emanating warmth even beyond the fortunate female he might be speaking to. As if that was not enough, he was also a highly decorated officer and heir to the Duke of Chatham. It hardly seemed fair for one man to be so blessed. Stacia was still ogling his magnificent body when it moved on to the next clutch of debutantes awaiting an introduction. "He is even more perfect up close," Lady Louisa said in a breathless voice. "A personal thing cannot be more perfect, Louisa," Miss Edith Barclay chided. "If anyone could be more perfect, it would most certainly be Lord Shelton," Stacia felt compelled to say. "He is so perfect that he does not look real," Miss Sarah Creighton said. All of them nodded at the truth of her statement. Lord Shelton did not dance with any of them that night. Indeed, he didn't dance at all. After he'd been introduced to upwards of 40 young women, a collective sigh of disappointment went up in the ballroom when he disappeared into the card room and was not seen again. A week later, at yet another ball, Stacia happened to be standing with 2 different girls and their chaperone when the older woman introduced her charges to Lord Shelton. Stacia opened her mouth to say they had already met, but Shelton graced her with the same glowing smile and crinkled eyes, bowed over her hand and said, "It is an honour to meet you," before moving on to the next girl. Stacia could scarcely manage a curtsy and mumble a response in such a quiet voice that even she could not hear the words. He had forgotten her. She was forgettable. Did she cry a little that night when she was in her bed and reliving the night? Yes, just a little. Fine, more than a little. 4 nights later Lord Shelton did something even worse. He looked through Stacia yet again, and most of her other friends, but this time His brilliant gaze snagged on one of them. Sarah Creighton. "Will you do me the honour of dancing this waltz with me, Miss Creighton?" Sarah's cheeks pinkened, and she stammered, "Yes, my lord. I have permission to waltz." His full lips twisted in gentle amusement. "It is my lucky night." Sarah cast a stunned, almost apologetic glance at Stacia as she was borne off on the golden god's arm to join the other dancers. She knew that Sarah's hasty glance had been meant kindly. After all, Sarah knew just how terribly infatuated Stacia was. Rather than soothe her, however, her friend's pity was like a knife in her breast. Stacia turned to see if the other wallflowers had witnessed the exchange, but they were staring in open-mouthed bafflement at Sarah and Lord Shelton. Sarah, the daughter of a country baronet, was neither gorgeous nor an heiress, and yet Shelton had not only singled her out and remembered her name, he had asked her to dance. This from a man infamous for appearing at a ball and departing half an hour later without leading even a single partner onto the floor. Stacia and Sarah had been schoolmates, and she had always liked the other girl, who was sweet and unassuming. Sarah was passably pretty, but utterly unlike the sort of beauty who usually attracted the attention of England's most eligible, handsome war hero. Lord Shelton's choice of Sarah was the ultimate irony, as she had never seemed as slavishly smitten by the gorgeous Marquis as the rest of them. Indeed, of all the girls who languished together at every ball, she would have said that Sarah was the one who was least interested in finding a husband. She would have gone so far to say that Sarah pined for her home and family. And yet, Sarah had somehow managed to do the impossible and attract Lord Shelton's interest. What had she done to make him notice her? "What you really mean is, why can't it be you?" Yes, that is exactly what she meant. "Have some pride. He doesn't even remember who you are. How many times does he need to forget you before you stop yearning for him?" The voice of self-preservation was right, and Stacia debased herself daily, hourly, by worshipping at Shelton's altar, even if he never learned of her adoration. But she could not make herself stop. Watching him bestow his attention on Sarah, dancing and laughing with her, was like quaffing acid, and she felt something very close to hatred for the mild, inoffensive woman. Stacia took comfort, albeit slight, in the fact that she was not the only woman unable to control her unwanted reaction. By the time Shelton asked Sarah to dance with him a third time, scarcely a week later, the small clique of wallflowers, who had once been Sarah's friends, were so bitter toward her that she no longer sat with them. Stacia couldn't blame her. Neither could she stop herself from hating her. The fourth time Stacia was introduced to Shelton and he didn't recognize her, she was no longer breathless with awe in his presence. Instead, she felt an almost irresistible urge to do something he would remember, like club him over the head with her reticule. "It is an honour to meet you," he murmured after Lady Crowley had made the introduction, his beautiful eyes aimed at somebody over Stacier's shoulder. Irked beyond bearing, Stacia said, "We have been introduced before, my lord." Lady Crowley gasped, and Lord Shelton's gaze finally snapped to Stacier's face. A slight notch formed between his jewel-like eyes. "I beg your pardon?" "I said, we have been introduced before." Stacia gave him a tight smile. 4 times, she might have added, which doesn't include the dozens of times you've stood as close to me as we are now and flirted with some other woman. His gaze sharpened, like a man who'd just been stung by an insect he'd heretofore believed benign. His befuddlement gradually shifted into amusement. "I see. I beg your pardon. Miss, It is Miss Martin," Stacia said, after letting the silence drag out a few extra seconds. "However, I've learned to answer to Miss, The golden god barked a laugh. If Stacia hadn't already girded herself against it, she would have been reduced to a quivering blancmange by the sheer splendour of such a sight. Fortunately, she had been subjected to his male beauty several nights a week at that point, although the full force of his attention had never been focused on her as it was at that moment. While her exposure to him had not inoculated her against his devastating looks, it had mitigated the severity of the symptoms, and she no longer gawked and trembled. "My dear Miss Martin," Lady Crowley murmured in a chiding voice, giving a nervous laugh, "whatever has come over you?" Stacia did not respond, her gaze locked with Lord Shelton's. "You look away first," she silently challenged. "I apologize, my lord," Lady Crowley said. "I do not know what has gotten into—" "I am the one who should apologize," Lord Shelton countered, still holding her gaze. The ice around her heart began to melt, slightly, and her lips began to form a smile. And then the cad's eyes flitted back to wherever he'd been looking at before. "You obnoxious, vile, insufferable—" "Miss Martin?" The Earl of Townsend's diffident voice interrupted her internal diatribe. "What?" Stacia snapped, still staring at Shelton, willing him to notice her. I believe this is my set." "My dear?" Lady Crowley's hand settled on Stacya's shoulder and gave a slight squeeze. "Lord Townsend is here to claim his dance." The older woman barely lowered her voice, and, when Stacia did not respond quickly enough, hissed, "Your only dance." Shelton's eyes slid back to hers. Naturally, the odious heel had heard that. His perfect lips quivered faintly, and his eyes glinted with amusement. It was mortifying. But at least he was looking at her. Lady Crowley's fingers tightened painfully on her shoulder. "Stacia!" Stacia gritted her teeth against the interruption. "You are a detestable cad," she silently flung at Lord Shelton. But his attention had already drifted away. This time Stacia could not help but follow it. He was smiling across the room at Miss Sarah Creighton, who was fluttering and blushing, and why shouldn't she? Stacia's foot twitched to kick him in the shin. "Am I mistaken, Miss Martin?" the Earl of Townsend asked. "You are not mistaken," Stacia said, her words so clipped that the timorous peer flinched. She took the Earl's arm, cut a last withering look at Shelton, not that he noticed, and loudly said to the underside of his chin, "I beg you will excuse me, my lord," and then she all but dragged the Earl onto the dance floor. Townsend led her into a waltz, his jerky motions bringing to mind an automation. "I'm sorry, Miss Martin, but did I interrupt something?" Townsend asked after they'd waltzed, badly, for a moment. She dragged her attention from the man behind her to the one in front of her, and smiled, because the gentle Earl did not deserve a scowling dance partner. "Not at all. I apologize if I appeared distracted." Townsend didn't look entirely convinced, but the subject held little interest for him, so he raised another topic, this one dear to his heart. "Have you seen Lord Buckley's newest acquisition?" It was all Stacia could do not to run screaming from the ballroom. But Townsend was a kind young man, if boring and pedantic, and she needed to remember that, even though his obsession with illuminated manuscripts, an interest he shared with Stacya's father, was not a subject she cared to discuss in the middle of a ballroom. "I have not yet seen it, but my father has." That sounded too abrupt, so she added, "He believes it may be the work of Gerard Horambout." Lord Townsend became as illuminated as one of the manuscripts he loved so much. "It is the most beautiful work I have ever seen. 140 pages. Just imagine that, Miss Martin." Stacia didn't have to imagine it. Her father had spoken of the newly discovered prayer book until she felt sure she'd start bleeding out of her ears. As always when the subject of illuminated manuscripts was raised, Lord Townsend nattered on quite happily without any contribution from her, leaving Stacia to her own thoughts. Thoughts which were, unfortunately, still fixated on Lord Shelton. She had no right to mock Townsend's mania for ancient manuscripts when she was so obsessed with the Marquis of Shelton. It was always easy to spot the Marquis, no matter how crowded the function. All one had to do was follow the yearning gazes of at least half the young ladies in attendance. Tonight was no exception, and Stacia easily located her quarry in the tightly packed sea of humanity. Predictable, corrosive jealousy churned in her belly at the sight of Shelton dancing with Miss Sarah Creighton. Stacia was heartily sick, not to mention ashamed, of how badly she wanted to be in Sarah's slippers, but she could not make herself stop. The only thing that kept her from going mad was the fact that so many of her peers were watching the pair dance and suffering from the same affliction. Misery was not the only thing to love company. Jealousy appeared to be fond of it as well. "The scrolling alone is unparalleled." Townsend's joyous voice broke into her jealous musings. Stacia nodded and smiled vaguely, which was enough to keep her dance partner chattering happily. Bitterness churned in her belly. Sarah is not that much prettier than I am. Why can't he laugh and smile at me? Why doesn't he seek me out to honor with a dance? Why? Infatuation, Stacia decided unhappily, was exhausting. 5 weeks later, after Lord Shelton had destroyed Sarah's reputation and future by spending an entire evening with her alone and then refusing to marry her, Stacia tried to convince herself that she had been fortunate to have avoided such a scoundrel's attention. But jealousy and envy far outpaced any relief she experienced. Sarah, for all that she could never show her face in public again, would at least have some pleasant memories to reflect on when she was old and grey. That was more than Stacia would ever have. A month later, when the Ton gossip-mongers discovered that Sarah Creighton was with child, Stacia felt certain that no vestige of adoration for Shelton could survive such damning news. And yet her yearning for a man she barely knew, and which the intellectual part of her despised, was in no way attenuated by his atrocious behaviour. So, who really was the greater fool? Sarah for capitulating to Lord Shelton's wiles, or Stacia for wishing it had been her? How could infatuation be so tenacious? How could she want him so desperately, even though he was, in every way that mattered, so unworthy? The thought obsessed her for weeks, ruining any chance of enjoyment for what remained of what would be her first and only season. Ultimately, the only thing that managed to put a stop to Stacia's obsessing was the unexpected and devastating death of her father. Her grief at the loss of her kindly, absent-minded parent was compounded by the horrible discovery that she'd been left with a legacy that was scarcely enough to keep body and soul together. Her cousin Geoffrey, the new Viscount Clayton, made it clear that there would be no home, at least nothing long-term, for her under his roof. Stacia would have to work for a living, and her choices were simple: companion or governess. And then, 2 weeks after her father's death, a third choice presented itself. The Earl of Townsend called on her, and the shy, tongue-tied lord haltingly proposed marriage. Here was a chance to escape a life of servitude. Townsend was a kindly man, and wealthy besides. He possessed more than enough money to pursue his only passion, illuminated manuscripts, and also support a wife in luxury. He believed, erroneously, that Stacia shared his passion. If she accepted him, she would need to continue lying for the rest of her life. If she accepted him, she might have children to satisfy her need for love. After all, what was romantic love when compared with that of a child? If she accepted him, she would continue to move in society, to socialize with the only people she knew. If she accepted him, she could continue to see Lord Shelton, who had already returned to London after destroying Sarah Creighton's life, unabashed and unashamed of his infamy. It was that last thought that tipped the scales and cut short her one avenue of escape. How could she marry a man when her mind, and perhaps even her heart, was always on another? It would not be fair to the Earl, and it would not be fair to herself. And so Stacia politely declined Lord Townsend's offer. A week later, she accepted a position far away from London, somewhere a man like Shelton would never be caught dead. Bath. 2 years ago. Stacia smiled and nodded to numerous people as she navigated the crowded pump room, a glass of the famous healing water in her hands. In the months that she'd worked as a companion for the very elderly Lady Hamilton, Stacia had come to the pump room 5 days a week, rain or shine, excepting the few days earlier in the year when her employer had been bedbound with a head cold. Her employer was a kind lady who was easy to work for, certainly when compared to some of the other employers she'd seen. And if Stacia's days were boring and all blurred together with daily visits to the pump room, cards at Lady Lydia's on Monday and Mrs. Markham's on Thursday, and a half-dozen other routinized activities, well, boredom was better than the alternative, which was serving as a governess to an unruly brood of brats. That's what she was telling herself that morning, as she performed the same ritual for what she calculated to be either the 199th or 200th time. And then, in the midst of the predictable tedium, a face she had only seen in her dreams for almost 2 years appeared before her. Time seemed to slow, and the glass began to slide between her limp fingers as she stared, gaping, at what surely had to be an apparition. A hand closed around hers, and a familiar jocular voice boomed in her ear. "Careful, Miss Martin. You almost lost your precious burden." She wrenched her gaze away from the Marquis of Shelton and turned to Colonel Kelly, who grinned down at her. "Oh, thank you, sir," she murmured, taking the glass back. He clucked his tongue. "What is this sir business?" "I am sorry, Richard." Colonel Kelly smiled, the genuine expression making his handsome, weathered face even more attractive. "That's better, my girl." But no matter how attractive the Colonel was, her eyes slid toward where Lord Shelton stood, talking to Lady Hamilton and her friend, Lady Lydia Gregg, who seemed to be leaning on Shelton's arm, almost as if she had some claim to him. Were they related? Stacia's employer visited Lady Lydia every week, sometimes twice, so why hadn't Stacia heard of this connection? What was Shelton doing in Bath at this time of year? What? Colonel Kelly leaned close and tried to whisper, something that wasn't possible for a man who'd spent 30 years barking orders at subordinates. "Shelton will have all the doves in a flutter, the rascal!" He gave an indulgent chuckle. "You sound as if you admire the man." The Colonel had the grace to appear sheepish. "Oh, I know he has done some things of late that do not reflect well on him, but—" "That is certainly one way of putting it. A mild way, I must say." The Colonel looked pained. "What you need to understand, my dear, is that Shelton is one of Britain's most highly decorated soldiers." "Are you saying that excuses his reprehensible behaviour?" "No, of course not. However, it does not erase his heroism either. He—" The Colonel shook his head, visibly conflicted. "Shelton did things for this country that not many men would or could make themselves do. I cannot think of a braver man." Stacia frowned and turned back to find Lady Hamilton gesturing for her to come closer. The Colonel offered his arm, and for once Stacia was glad of her elderly admirer's presence. "My dear Miss Martin, you must come and meet Lady Lydia's nephew. And you too, Colonel." Stacia had a moment to collect her wits as Colonel Kelly pushed forward, as eager as any debutante to meet one of England's foremost war heroes. "A pleasure to meet you, my lord." he gushed. Shelton smiled politely. "Colonel Robert Kelly? You were with Fletcher, weren't you?" The colonel's ruddy face darkened with pleasure. "By Jove! You've heard of me, have you?" "That is a treat, sir. Yes, I did serve under Fletcher." He nodded enthusiastically and opened his mouth, no doubt to continue gushing, but Lady Hamilton had other plans. "Then this is my companion, Miss Stacia Martin, Viscount Clayton's daughter," she said, thrusting her way into the conversation. Lord Shelton turned away from Kelly, took Stacya's reluctantly proffered hand, and bowed over it. "It is an honour to meet you, Miss Martin." Stacia stared up into his eyes, disbelief and fury breeding like rabbits, when she realized that, yet again, the blasted man did not remember meeting her. It felt as though she stared into the blue depths for at least a minute, but it couldn't have been longer than a few seconds. Shelton, obviously accustomed to women gazing at him fatuously, gave her a faint smile, nothing that could be misconstrued as encouragement, of course, released her hand, and then turned to answer something his aunt was asking. All the way home from the pump room, her employer chattered happily about Lord Shelton's unexpected visit to his great-aunt, and what treats Lady Lydia was planning for his visit. Over the following 2 weeks and 4 days that Lord Shelton remained in Bath, fêted by all and sundry, his deplorable treatment of Sarah Creighton completely forgotten, as if the denizens of Bath had collectively suffered amnesia, Stacy was at no fewer than 9 functions with the man. Not once at any of those dinners, parties, assemblies, and yes, one picnic, had Lord Andrew Shelton exhibited any indication that he recalled meeting Stacia in London. She hated him. When he finally left town, she breathed a sigh of relief, her muscles unclenched for the first time in weeks. Good riddance to bad rubbish. That is what Stacia told herself. And yet when Colonel Kelly offered Stacia marriage and a life of leisure with a man who, if she did not love, at least she liked and respected, Lord Andrew Shelton's beautiful face rose up in her mind like a spectre. For the second time in her short life, Stacia found that she could not accept an offer of marriage, and at least part of the reason could be laid at the feet of Lord Shelton. Oh, not because she loved him. She did not even like the man, and certainly not because she held out even the faintest hope that he would ever notice her. No, the reason she could not tie herself to one man while so mindlessly infatuated with another was because she would not be able to bear it if somebody did the same thing to her. 6-ish months earlier, somewhere on the Great North Road. Andrew Derrick, the Marquis of Shelton, looked from his cousin the Duke of Chatham to Baron Angus Fowler, the man who had just blackened Andrew's eye, to Lady Hyacinth Bellamy, who was apparently the brand-new Duchess of Chatham. All 3 were regarding him as if he were an especially noxious toadstool that had sprung up in their midst. "Where is my sister?" her Grace demanded through clenched teeth. Andrew dabbed some blood off his lower lip and winced. There would be a swelling in addition to his black eye, and then looked up at the new Duchess and smirked in a way he knew made people want to hit him. "Congratulations on your nuptials, Your Grace. No hard feelings, I hope?" "You tried to blackmail me," she seethed. "If we are being precise, it was Chatham I blackmailed," Andrew smirked. "And I didn't just try. I succeeded." The Duchess took a step toward him. Chatham hastily placed his body between Andrew and his tall, skinny wife, a woman currently, and convincingly, garbed in men's clothing. The Duchess was not a pretty woman, nor even a handsome one, but she was distinctive-looking with her bright orange hair, pale as milk skin, and gaunt, tall body. Her most attractive feature by far was her eyes, which were not only a striking pale green, but also broadcast her keen intelligence to anyone who bothered to look. Andrew met his cousin's gaze. Sylvester, the Duke of Chatham, was a man he'd known since Chatham's father, the old Duke, had taken Andrew into his home when he'd been orphaned at the tender age of 4. For a good chunk of his life, Andrew and Chatham had been as close as brothers. Andrew had idolized and worshipped the older man up until the day Sylvester had married Maria, the woman Andrew loved. That had been 11 years ago, and Andrew had hated his cousin with a passion every day since. "Married, Andrew met the older man's gaze and sneered. "Congratulations, Sly." An explosion of white sparks and a crack of pain were Chatham's answer. Andrew, suddenly flat on his back, blinked up at his cousin through stars. "I told you not to call me Sly," the Duke said in a cool voice. Lord Fowler gave a hoot of laughter. "I have been waiting for you to plant him a facer for years, Chatham." The Duke ignored his friend's cheering and held Andrew's gaze. Andrew shifted his jaw from side to side to make sure it still worked before saying, "You wouldn't have got in that hit if both my eyes were working." "Where is Lady Selina?" Chatham asked, extending a hand to help Andrew up. Andrew considered stringing his cousin along for a bit. He'd not gotten under Chatham's skin so effectively in years, and it wasn't for a lack of trying either. But he was bloody exhausted, and quite frankly, the jig was up. He disregarded his cousin's hand and pushed to his feet without any assistance. The room tilted, but he managed not to embarrass himself by falling onto his arse for a second time. "I don't know where she is," he admitted. "But wherever she went, she emptied my pockets first." Fowler sneered. "She wouldn't have got far if she'd been forced to rely on that. But she emptied mine too, and I had enough money in my purse to get her to Moscow and back." Fowler was a bloody mountain of a man, outweighing Andrew by at least 3 stone, and Andrew felt a burst of pride when he noticed the giant baron had swelling over one eye and a nasty cut on his cheek from their little set-to. Any pride he felt, however, was dashed when he recalled just why they had been fighting. Andrew was used to being viewed as a villain. Hell, he cultivated it. But this time he was truly ashamed of his behaviour. He had abducted Lady Selina Bellamy, and would have ruined the woman, maybe he already had, if Fowler hadn't stumbled onto the two of them at this inn and commenced to thrash Andrew for the woman's honour. While they had been fighting like a pair of street curs, Lady Selina had rescued herself by robbing them both and absconding, leaving Andrew to face the wrath of his cousin and Selina's sister. Was he ashamed? Yes, but not because of what he'd tried to do, elope with Lady Selina, but because of why. If he had loved Lady Selina as he had pretended all season, then abducting her would have still been scandalous, but not cruel. Instead, Andrew had absconded with her to get back at Chatham, because he had mistakenly believed the Duke was in love with Lady Selina. The moment Andrew had been scheming towards for years, depriving his cousin of a woman he loved, had finally presented itself, and Andrew had seized the opportunity with both hands. It turned out he'd been right about Chatham being in love, but he'd mistaken which Bellamy's sister his cousin had lost his heart to. Somewhere between sitting in the carriage with Lady Selina and listening to her disparage his character, and getting knocked unconscious, briefly, by one of Fowler's Christmas ham-sized fists, Andrew had accepted what a complete and utter arsehole he was for using Lady Selina in his ongoing war against Sylvester. Selina had done nothing but behave with kindness toward him, and Andrew had abused her trust and friendship horribly. Why he suddenly understood that now was beyond him. Perhaps he had needed to be struck in the face repeatedly by a massive fist before coming to his senses. In any event, Andrew was ashamed, deeply. But he had no intention of allowing Chatham or Fowler to see that. "If she took our money, "It is a fair bet that she left on the stage that stopped here," he said when it was obvious the other three were not finished glaring. "Have you asked any of the ostlers if she bought passage? She is not exactly easy to forget." Fowler's scowl deepened. "I'm not a fool. That is the first thing I thought about. Unfortunately, none of them recall anything about who got on or off the stage." "Let me guess. They were too busy watching us fight?" Fowler's hands flexed at his sides, and Andrew readied himself for another punch. The Duke turned to his friend. "Go to the next stop, Fowler, and the one after that. Keep going until you find out where she is bound." Fowler wrenched his glare from Andrew, nodded. "Aye." He hesitated and gave the Duke a sheepish look. But I'll need some blunt since—" "Yes, of course," Chatham said. He reached into his coat, pulled out his note-case, and took what looked to be half the money and handed it to his friend. Fowler took the notes and shoved them into his pocket. "I'll send word. You'll be in London?" The Duke looked at his wife. "I want to help search for Selina," the Duchess said. Sylvester hesitated only a few seconds before nodding at his wife and turning to Fowler. "Send any news to Chatham House. They will know how to find me." "Aye," Fowler said, clearly eager to get on his way. But then he paused, a look of anguish on his face as he turned to the Duchess. "It is my fault that she left. She didn't want me to fight. If only I had listened to her and taken her back to your aunt, then—" "Just find her, Fowler," the Duchess said quietly. Her pale green eyes slid to Andrew. "We can assess blame later." Once Fowler had gone, the Duke turned to Andrew and held out his hand. "This should get you back to London." Andrew looked at the money in his cousin's palm. "I'm going to help you look for—" "I don't want him with us, Chatham," the Duchess said. Andrew's face heated at her scorn. "I thought the aim was to find your sister. Or is venting your spleen more important than her well-being, Your Grace?" "Do not speak to my wife in that tone," the Duke said, taking a step toward him. Andrew closed the gap between them until they were chest to chest. "Do not think to hit me again, Chatham," he said, every bit as coldly as his cousin. "I will not be caught unaware a second time." Chatham opened his mouth, but the Duchess spoke first. "You are right, Shelton. Finding Selina is the goal, and we should accept all the help we can get." She left the words, "even yours," unspoken. "I will be in the carriage, Chatham." The Duchess pivoted on her heel and headed for the door, moving too quickly for either the Duke or Andrew to open it for her. When she had gone, Chatham sighed, his shoulders slumping. "This needs to stop, Drew. How many more people need to get hurt? Enough is enough." The Duke had not used Andrew's pet name in over a decade. If he thought that would endear Andrew to him, he was sorely mistaken. Fury crackled through him at the other man's words. "I will decide when and how much is—" "I am sorry, Drew," the Duke said quietly. "For what?" Andrew demanded through clenched teeth. "I am sorry about Maria. I am sorry I was selfish and cruel. I am sorry that you both paid the price for my behavior. I am sorry I did not do the right thing all those years ago and set her free. I am sorry it has taken me so long to admit just how awful I was to you both. I am sorry for all of it, everything, and I am even sorrier that I cannot go back and do the right thing. But I cannot, Drew. I can never fix the damage I caused, not only to you and Maria, but to Sarah Creighton and Lady Selina and anyone else who has been caught between us. How many more people need to get hurt?" Andrew stared into the eyes of the man who had once been a brother, best friend, mentor, and idol to him. The man who had married the woman Andrew loved, and then allowed her to die in childbed. "With your child." The quiet accusation sent a shudder through his body, and Andrew's vision turned blurry. "Maria and your son. You were the one who got her pregnant, not Sylvester. It was because of you that she was weak and sick with worry and brought to bed a month early. You, who are the one who killed her." A hand landed on his shoulder, and Andrew jolted at the touch. He tore himself away from grief that was old, ancient, and yet as sharp as the day the blade first cut. He met Sylvester's anguished gaze. "I am so sorry, Andrew, and I will never stop regretting what I did. But I don't want to spend another decade hating you, or being hated. Is there no way we can salvage something? You are closer to me than my own brother. We might never be able to rebuild that bond, but must we go on hating?" The words were like the first cracks in a dam. The anger and despair behind the crumbling edifice took so much effort to keep in place. Andrew was tired, exhausted, so bloody sick and tired that he ached from it, body, mind, and soul. Chatham's hand tightened on his shoulder. "Andrew." His cousin leaned closer, concern in his eyes. "Are you—" "I'm fine," he said, sounding less than convincing to his own ears. He gave a small shrug, and the Duke removed his hand. He swallowed several times and then spoke before he could stop himself. "What you just said. What you admitted about Mariah." "Yes," Chatham prodded. "Your apology means something to me. Christ," he muttered, shoving a hand through his hair, and then wincing when he encountered a goose egg from his fight with Fowler. He cleared his throat. "I am mindful of what it took to say those words, Chatham. And I agree with you." Andrew was momentarily stunned by his own admission. Had those words really come out of his mouth? He swallowed down his amazement and then said, "It will take time. Time to—" He stopped, not sure how to phrase what he meant. The enormity of this sudden shift in his world overwhelming. "I agree," the Duke said. "You will come stay with me at Chatham Park, after this?" Andrew hesitated and then nodded. "I will come." "Good. We will need time to repair this breach." Andrew nodded again. "We will take the time. All the time we need, Drew. But that is for later." Andrew was almost weak with relief that the time wasn't now. He jerked his chin toward the door the Duchess had just used. "Let us go and find Lady Selina. I have some apologizing of my own to do." Chapter 1. Witch House, Little Sissingdon. Early December. Phoebe, Viscountess Needham, hurried through the portrait gallery, her hand beneath the swell of her belly. At 7 months pregnant, her hurried pace was no longer very fast. If Nanny Fletcher could see her, she would shout down the roof. Her childhood nurse believed that expecting mothers nearing their 8th month should do no more than sip fortifying cordials while reclining on a chaise longue. That would drive Phoebe mad within a week. She was thrilled to have this family Christmas party to plan, even though her husband, Paul, chided her daily about overexerting herself. "Hire somebody to do all this for you, darling. You know Dixon would be happy to help. He has more time than he needs now that Dennehy has taken over most of his burdens." Phoebe knew that was true. Her husband's longtime secretary, Mr. Dixon, was a wizard. Although Dixon would be leaving shortly after the new year to take up residence in an estate he'd inherited from a great-uncle, he had an apt pupil in Paul's new secretary, Colbert Dennehy. Phoebe did not know Mr. Dennehy very well, but her husband's long-term protégé was clever, dedicated, and had readily soaked up Dixon's instruction over the last few months. So, yes, the two men could have managed the preparations far better than Phoebe. But how did one explain to one's husband that some things, like overseeing the preparation of her sisters' and brothers' chambers for their return to their ancestral home, after an absence of more than 6 years, was not something she wanted to delegate. Nor could Phoebe delegate the errand that was bringing her to the South Wing, the part of which house that was home to Ellen Kettering, a woman all and sundry believed to be her husband's former mistress and mother of his illegitimate child, Lucy. Ellen, against all odds, had become Phoebe's dear friend over the past months. Their friendship had begun even before she had learned that Ellen and Paul had never been lovers, and Lucy was not his child. In the months since learning the truth about Ellen and Lucy, Phoebe had come to love both of them. It pained her greatly that Ellen, who had been ill for years, was dying, and dying soon. Every day the other woman looked weaker and weaker. Phoebe suspected Ellen was only clinging to life because she didn't want to die before Lucy's birthday, which was Christmas Day. Phoebe visited Ellen every day, right after Lucy went up to the schoolroom to have her lessons with her governess. They would enjoy a cup of tea, chat, and Phoebe would read bits of the newspaper aloud, as Ellen could no longer see well enough to focus for long. Afterward, Phoebe went about her day, and Ellen returned to her bed. She slept a great deal in order to be awake for those hours when Lucy would join her. But lately, Ellen had slept through Phoebe's visits. Rather than leave her friend, Phoebe stayed and sat beside her while she slept, because Ellen had once confessed that Phoebe's presence was a comfort to her. Phoebe also stayed because she worried the fragile woman would go to sleep and not wake again. Something hot slid down her cheek, and Phoebe dashed away the tear with the heel of her hand, disgusted with herself. The last thing Ellen needed to see was her weepy face. She stopped in front of an ancient looking-glass that hung just outside Ellen's spacious apartment and made sure her eyes weren't red. And then she practiced a smile, not stopping until it looked natural, and knocked softly before entering. An almost crippling wave of relief rolled over her when she saw the other woman was awake and, for a change, sitting upright rather than reclining on her chaise longue. She smiled. "Good morning, Phoebe." If a person did not look too closely, it was easy to believe Ellen's flushed cheeks were a sign of health rather than feverishness. "You are just in time to help me go through all this." All this was the jumble of jewellery boxes, wrapping paper, and spools of ribbon on her secretaire desk. Phoebe grinned, and this time she did not have to force it. "Ooh, wrapping gifts? My favourite. What is all this?" she asked, pulling a chair close to the desk. "Nothing especially valuable, just some treasured trinkets." Ellen opened a pretty blue lacquer box. Inside was a delicate gold chain with a lovely filigree cross. "Beautiful," Phoebe said. "I gave Paul the more valuable pieces to keep in his safe. I hope you will help him choose what to give to Lucy on her birthdays and other special occasions in the years to come." Phoebe nodded, her eyes prickling. "Of course." Ellen set her hand over Phoebe's, her fingers like frozen twigs for all that her colour was so high. "Thank you so much for agreeing to have a special Christmas with just the 4 of us, Phoebe. I promise I will not keep you and Paul away from your family for long." Phoebe gently squeezed Ellen's hand. "I am delighted to have an intimate celebration, but remember that you are more than welcome to join the larger gathering too." "Thank you. If I feel well enough, I will." But Phoebe knew that would not happen, and not just because of Ellen's illness, but because the rest of the Bellamy family still believed that Ellen was Paul's former mistress. Paul, Phoebe, and Ellen had agreed to maintain the fiction until Lucy turned 18, when Paul would tell her the truth about her parentage. Only then would Phoebe tell her sisters the truth. It was for the best, although it did make matters awkward in the meanwhile. Unfortunately, Phoebe thought with a painful stab, as her friend chatted happily about the small gifts littering the table, Ellen herself would not be around for long to suffer that awkwardness. Suddenly the mound of paper and ribbons moved, and a furry head emerged. "There you are, Silas," Ellen said, the words scolding, but her tone affectionate, as the little rodent yawned, strutted across the desk, and then strolled up Ellen's arm, giving Phoebe a daring look as he snuggled against the sick woman's neck. Her brother Dauntry's squirrel was a furry bundle of mischief that had plagued Phoebe for years. Lucy had begged to care for the pet while Doddy was away at school, and Phoebe had, reluctantly, agreed. Although the little beast often caused havoc when he escaped Ellen's apartment and ran amok in the huge house, Phoebe could not regret his presence for how much joy he gave not only Lucy, but, unexpectedly, Ellen too. Whenever Silas was near, it seemed to Phoebe that the ill woman looked less fragile. If the squirrel helped keep Ellen alive longer, then Phoebe could almost like the animal. But as she watched Ellen's pale, shaky hand stroke Silas's thick winter fur, she feared even the squirrel might not be enough to keep her with them until Christmas. Several days later, Phoebe stared across the massive desk at her husband Paul and bit her lip to keep from speaking because she was too angry to trust herself. Not angry at Paul, but what her parents were constantly forcing him to do. "Don't be angry, darling." He smiled at her, his rugged features irresistible and charming. It still astounded her that they had been married less than a year. In fact, she had not even known him last Christmas time, and yet now she could not imagine life without him. "I am not angry at you, Paul. I just wonder when it will all stop." She did not mention how ashamed she was of her parents. She had admitted that to him times beyond counting, because she knew it distressed him. Any person who looked at Paul Needham's massive body and harsh-featured face would not believe he could be so sensitive. But he lived and breathed for her, and Phoebe would never stop thanking God that she had been fortunate enough to meet him in a dusty lane last spring. The source of her chagrin was a letter Paul had received from Phoebe's father, the Earl of Addiscombe, just that morning. Not only had the Earl cancelled his plans to spend Christmas with them, the letter arriving the very day he was supposed to arrive, but included with the brief missive was a sheaf of bills. Paul removed his spectacles and tossed them onto the desk before pushing his chair out from his desk and striding toward the door. Phoebe twisted in her chair and watched as he locked the door. Her lips parted and her heart began to beat faster as he strode back to his chair and sat. "Come here," he said. "Paul, we can't. It is too—" "Come here, Phoebe." He patted his massive buckskin-clad thigh with an equally massive hand. Phoebe bit her lip, barely hesitating before heaving herself to her feet. Even before she'd become pregnant, she had not been a petite woman. Now that she was eating for two, she felt like a lumbering cow. Or at least she would have felt that way, if not for the adoring, lustful gaze of her husband's eyes as she lowered herself onto his lap. He wrapped one muscular arm around her hips to draw her closer to the hard wall of his chest, while the other hand came to rest on her swollen belly. Phoebe loved the look of masculine pride that stole over his face. "Mine," he murmured, stroking from her bulging midriff up to her ridiculously swollen breasts. His lids lowered over his penetrating grey eyes as he palmed her, his huge hand actually making her look small. "How long did the midwife say we could keep?" "As long as it does not hurt," Phoebe hastily interrupted, before he could say something vulgar and wildly arousing. After all, they were expecting the first of their Christmas guests within the next few hours. It would not do to give in to her body's relentless demands for him in the middle of the day, no matter how much she might like to do so. She glanced at the long case clock, calculating the hours before she could feel his bare skin and huge body pressed against her own. Paul grinned at her, fully aware of the thoughts running through her mind. "Well?" he taunted. "We don't have time," she said, unable to keep the whiny disappointment from her tone. "By the time we make our way up, We don't need to go up to your chambers. We don't even need to get undressed. I could just slide my hand beneath this pretty gown." He demonstrated exactly that, his warm fingers caressing up her stocking-clad calf to her bare thigh. "Open for me, Phoebe," he said in his gruff voice with desire. Her gaze slid to the clock. "Are you sure we—" "Spread your thighs for me," he said, giving her the stern look that turned her knees to jelly, his dark eyes capturing hers. She swallowed and slowly spread her knees. His nostrils flared as his hand stroked up her thigh until one big finger encountered the lips of her sex. His eyelids fluttered when he felt how swollen and wet she was. "Good God, you are drenched," he accused, dipping his finger into her slick heat as he looked up to meet her gaze. "You poor needy darling," he said, circling the source of her pleasure with just the perfect amount of pressure. "You need to come, don't you?" She widened her eyes at him. "Paul!" He grinned smugly at her outraged reaction. Even though they had been married for 9 months, his vulgar words still made her face heat. And she loved it. "Can you feel how hard you make me, Phoebe?" he asked, shifting beneath her. "As if anyone could miss that," she muttered, as a thick iron-hard ridge dug into her fleshy bottom. He laughed, and then, before she knew what he was doing, his hand slid out from beneath her skirt, and he took her by the hips and lifted her onto his desk as if she weighed no more than a book, making Phoebe fall even more in love with him. "You should not lift me like that. You are going to hurt yourself." He made a scoffing sound and shoved up her skirt and petticoat, bearing her to the hips. "Where are Dixon and Dennehy?" she asked nervously. "They aren't going to—" "Open for me," he barked. Her knees instantly jerked apart. Irked at her body's reaction, she began to close them again. I don't think so, darling." He easily pushed her thighs apart. "Lie back for your lord and master." "I am serious, Paul. They have keys, do they not? Are they going to—" His eyes, now a dark, hungry slate grey, snapped from her sex to her eyes. "Lie back, or I will summon them both here to watch while I strip you naked and pleasure you right here on my desk." Phoebe's jaw sagged at the vulgar suggestion, and not only with surprise, either. "Why, you naughty thing," he teased, reading her fiery blush and guilty look with an ease that both disconcerted and aroused her. "That made your tight little pussy clench, didn't it? You would like to be watched while I licked and fingered and "I would not," she insisted, mortified. His grin disappeared, and the dangerous look that replaced it made her shiver. "Good, because I won't share you, ever, and I will kill any man before allowing him to look at what belongs to me." Was it wrong that his violent, primitive words made her sex clench and throb even harder? "Now," he said, his voice silky, "I'm going to say this one more time. Lie down." She swallowed and then carefully complied, feeling incredibly exposed as he pulled her to the edge of the desk and proceeded to drape one leg over each of his shoulders. "Paul!" "Hush!" he ordered. Phoebe bit her lip to keep from making embarrassing noises when he spread her lower lips and his hot, wet mouth closed over her sex. "Oh, God," she muttered. How could something so naughty feel so very, very, very good? He groaned, noisily licking and sucking, as if he would consume her. "Your juicy, delicious cunt is going to be the death of me one of these days." "Paul!" He ignored her exclamation and clamped her legs tighter with his arms to stop her squirming, burying his tongue deep inside her, the warm pad of his thumb rhythmically stroking her engorged nub in exactly the right place. All plans to remain silent flew out the window the moment the coiled bliss inside her exploded. She was vaguely aware of loud, animalistic cries, hers, and the feel of his hair between her fingers as she first ground against him and then, after her climax began to ebb, tried and failed to pull his head away. "Paul, it's too much," she whimpered. "Just once more." He lightly sucked her throbbing peak between his lips. Phoebe had thought she was too sensitive, painfully so, to climax again, but he proved yet again that he knew her body far better than she ever would. When she was quivering and limp from her second orgasm, she tried to close her thighs, but he easily held her open. "I won't touch anything sensitive," he promised between licks. "I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything." He was as good as his word as he carefully and thoroughly laved and kissed every part of her. "So good," he murmured, his tongue lightly probing the entrance to her body. And then he groaned and plunged deeper. Phoebe's face was on fire as he feasted on her. She considered trying to get up, but she knew he would not release her until he was good and ready. In fact, any sign of resistance only made him dig in. Besides, she loved this part. When he worshipped her body, which he, inexplicably, continued to be obsessed with. Indeed, he seemed to want her more, despite how horribly ungainly she'd become. Her lips curved into what she was sure was a fatuous smile, and she gave herself up to the bliss of the moment. An indeterminate time later, he heaved a reluctant sigh, gave the source of her pleasure one last lingering, sucking kiss, and then gently lowered her legs before standing. "I would do this all day, if not for the fact that I have a blasted meeting with Bixby, and I've not read over his report yet." Bixby was his man of business, who'd come all the way from London. Otherwise, she suspected Paul would have made the poor man wait. He smiled down at her, his lips red and swollen from his labours. "Did I hurt your hips?" he asked, when she brought her knees together and winced. "It was worth it," she said, as she straightened her skirts. He laughed and then strode to the door and unlocked it, before returning and slipping his arms beneath her and returning to his chair, holding her cradled in his lap. "There, you see. You have pleased your husband greatly, and nobody is the wiser." He lifted her close enough to kiss her, a faint musky scent lingering on his lips. "You like tasting yourself on me, don't you?" Predictably, she blushed. He chuckled smugly, kissed her hard, and then leaned back in his chair, wincing as he adjusted the long, hard ridge that was jammed into her hip. Phoebe slid a hand between their bodies and lightly squeezed the thick bulge. "May I help you with this, my lord?" His eyes kindled, and she could see he was seriously considering it. But, after a moment, he sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, there is no time, but rest assured that I will save it for you." "Save it?" she asked with a wide-eyed look, continuing her stroking, purposefully goading him because she loved it when he was filthy, no matter how much it shocked her. "I am saving it for tonight, when you will beg for every inch." His gaze flickered to her mouth, and his eyes narrowed. "In fact, I think you will take me twice." "Paul!" He raised a black velvet eyebrow, one of his big hands suggestively stroking the crease between her buttocks, a thick finger pressing against that most taboo part of her. "Perhaps even 3 times." Phoebe gasped. They had done that on only 2 occasions, and she had, to her intense astonishment and mortification, enjoyed it. "My wicked wife," he said, chuckling at whatever he saw on her scarlet face, probably her unladylike eagerness, and kissed her hard, taking her hand by the wrist and firmly removing it from his manhood. "Behave." "I thought I was behaving," she said, pouting. He kissed her again. "What a little monster I've created." "Ah, not so little," She shifted uncomfortably and glared at her bulging midsection. He took her chin and tilted her face to him, his expression unexpectedly stern and even more domineering than usual. "As it happens, I love your body." Phoebe's breathing quickened beneath his piercing gaze, and she couldn't look away. His eyelids lowered slightly, and he set his free hand on her belly and caressed her, a slow, sensual smile spreading across his face. "I intend to put you in this condition as often as is safe for you." "Paul!" He kissed her lingeringly. "You don't know that you are perfect, do you?" She gave a scoffing laugh. "You are the only one who thinks so." "I am the only one who matters." "Yes, you are," she agreed, caressing his jaw. The love she felt for him so overwhelming, it sometimes scared her. He was leaning down to kiss her again when the library door banged open. Both their heads whipped up. "Papa?" Phoebe clambered off her husband's lap, or at least tried to, but Paul kept her in place easily with one arm. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you weren't alone," Lucy said. "I can come back later and—" "You did not interrupt anything," Phoebe lied. "Come and sit." Paul gestured to the chair that Phoebe had briefly occupied. Phoebe tried to get up, but Paul continued to hold her. Lucy did not appear to find it odd that Phoebe was sitting on Paul's lap. As usual, Silas's glittering black eyes peeked out from the curtain of Lucy's curly blonde hair. "Did you need something, sweetheart?" Paul asked his daughter. "Miss Capshaw wants me to go into the village with her, but—" She broke off and slid Phoebe a shy look. "But I didn't want to miss Doddy's arrival, because Silas is so excited and misses him," she added, blushing fierily. "Do you know what time he might get here?" "Not until much later, sweetheart," Paul assured her. "You can go with your governess and still be home in time to meet his carriage." "Oh, good. Miss Capshaw is taking me for my last fitting." She turned to Phoebe. "It is the pale pink gown, Phoebe, the one you suggested, and it will be ready just in time for the Christmas fete." "Excellent. It is perfect for your first dance," Phoebe said. Although Lucy was not yet 14, she would not be the only one her age at the dance, which was part of the annual village Christmas celebration, and occurred early enough in the day to be more of a family gathering than a traditional assembly. "Miss Capshaw said that I must ask you whether I could purchase proper gloves, Papa." Lucy's huge blue eyes, so much like Ellen's, fixed on Paul. "Please," she added softly. "Proper gloves?" Paul repeated, obviously confused. "Yes, long ones, the sort ladies wear to balls." "Oh," he frowned. "I'm not sure." "Please, Papa," she wheedled. Paul turned to Phoebe. "What do you think?" "It is true that she is young, but you will be there. I think under the circumstances it would be unexceptional." Paul nodded. "You may have them." "Huzzah!" Lucy leapt to her feet. "I'd better go and find Miss Capshaw. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return." She darted from the room in such haste that the two of them chuckled. Paul sighed. "One minute she is wanting gloves like a young lady, the next she is still a child." He raised his eyebrows. "I trust you know that it is not reuniting your brother with his squirrel that is making her blush and smile so much. I am relieved Doddy is bringing friends. Perhaps she can become fixated on one of them rather than your brother." "It is just a childhood crush, Paul. She will have dozens before she finally falls in love." "I certainly hope so, darling. Or I shall have to strangle your mother and hide her body in a barrel. You know she would make your life hell if her heir fell in love with a Cit's illegitimate daughter." Phoebe cupped her husband's face with both her hands and kissed him hard before releasing him. "That is years and years from now. Lucy is only 13, and Doddy might be a few years older, but he's still a boy." She paused. "But as for your idea about my mother and the barrel—" Paul laughed and caught her up in his arms, kissing her soundly. What did I do to deserve such a ruthless, beautiful wife?" "You are just lucky, I suppose," she murmured, sinking her fingers into his hair, claiming his mouth, and giving as good as she got. Another knock interrupted their play. Paul sighed. "Yes?" Davis, their butler, opened the door. "I beg your pardon, my lord, my lady," he said, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond their shoulders, "but a carriage has just arrived." Phoebe frowned. "Already? Is it Lord Needham's post-chaise with my brother, or is it one of my sisters?" "No, my lady," he hesitated. "It is your mother, the Countess of Addiscombe," he added, just in case Phoebe didn't know who he meant. Phoebe and Davis made their way toward the entry hall a short time later. Paul had offered to accompany her, but Phoebe wanted a few minutes alone with her mother before releasing the Countess on her poor husband. "I'm terribly sorry that I was not ready for her, my lady. I'm afraid I thought the Countess would not arrive until Friday." Phoebe bit back a bitter snort. Davis didn't deserve a moody response from her after all. It was her mother who deserved the ire. What sort of guest showed up a full 4 days before they were expected? "It is not your fault, Davis. My mother is early." "I have sent Becky and Dora up to give her chambers a quick refreshing and light fires in all the rooms." "Thank you." "She is bringing a companion with her, a Miss—" Phoebe chewed her lip. What was the woman's— "Miss Eustasia Martin, my lady. A guest suite not far from your mother's is ready for her, as you instructed." "Thank you, Davis. I can see you are already well prepared." It was the first time in years that all the Bellamy siblings would be celebrating Christmas in their ancestral home. Even Aurelia would be making the long journey south with her new husband, stepdaughter, and other interesting guests. Phoebe had kept that information to herself, other than sharing it with Paul, of course. She had wanted to surprise her other siblings, who all believed that Aurelia wouldn't be able to join them this year. And now her mother had arrived early and would spoil their reunion. Phoebe had specifically given the Countess an arrival date that was 4 days after that of her brother and sisters. It had pained her to do so, but she'd consulted Hyacinth, Aurelia, and Selina, the 3 oldest, and they had all agreed they should carve out some time without either of their parents in attendance, because once the Earl and Countess arrived— well, suffice to say there would be little chance for any of them to relax. Her father's careless cancellation was insulting, but she could not help being glad. Her parents hated each other, and usually did very little to hide their animosity. In addition to her immediate family, there would be 24 other guests, and the last thing she wanted was to provide them all with entertainment in the form of her bickering parents. Phoebe felt a pang of guilt at the resentment she felt toward the Countess. It was true that Lady Addiscombe could be difficult, but she was still her mother and deserved her respect. "Difficult?" a voice in her head scoffed. "In the animal kingdom, the Countess is the sort of mother who routinely eats her own young." Phoebe snorted, and then tried to hide it with a cough. When they reached the great hall, Phoebe was amused to see one of the footmen holding a heavy fur-lined cloak at the ready in case her mother might be cold. She turned to Davis. "Do you think of everything?" "I aspire to, my lady." Phoebe laughed. But her laughter dried up faster than a drop of water on a hot stove when Arnold, one of her favourite footmen, opened the massive metal-strapped door, and her mother's voice pierced the chill December air like a cutlass through flesh. "What could you have been thinking to leave behind that bag, Martin?" "I'm so sorry, my lady. I thought—" "I am sure that I do not care about your addled mental processes. Just fetch the bag. Right now!" Phoebe took a deep breath, fixed a smile on her face, and stepped out into the frosty air to greet the first of her guests. "Mamma," she said, hurrying through the chill afternoon to embrace her mother. "I'm so sorry nobody was out here to meet you. We thought—" "Phoebe!" her mother shrieked. "What in the world are you doing outside, looking like that?" You are as big as a house." The Countess's gaze slewed left and then right. "What if somebody were to see you in such a condition? Get inside immediate—" "Mamma!" Phoebe spoke the word quietly but firmly. "I am not hiding myself away because I am pregnant." Her mother hissed at the word, as if it were a vile curse, but Phoebe ignored it. "You had best become accustomed to my presence in public over the coming days." The Countess blinked, for once at a loss for words. "You must be chilled to the bone, Mamma." Phoebe gestured for the footman to bring the fur cloak. The servant hurried over and draped the luxurious garment over her mother's shoulders. The Countess eyed the costly cloak as if it were a live animal. For a moment Phoebe thought her mother would reject the thoughtful gesture. Instead, she pursed her lips into a sour scowl, and then strode toward the foyer without a word of thanks. Phoebe turned and saw a slight figure hurrying toward them, laden with baggage. At first she thought her mother had brought a girl, the person was so small. But as she came closer, Phoebe realized she was a full-grown woman. She was even shorter than she first appeared, given that her head was piled with masses and masses of dark brown hair. "Welcome, Miss Martin," Phoebe said, having to look down, albeit not by much, to smile at the other woman. "Thank you," she said in a breathy voice. Arnold reached for the bags in her hands. "Let me take those, miss." Miss Martin opened her mouth, but before she could speak the Countess barked, "Do not touch that!" She jabbed a finger at the smaller of the two valises. "It contains delicate items, and I don't want a clumsy oaf dropping it. You carry that one, Martin. Come along now, quit dawdling." "Yes, my lady," Miss Martin said, giving Phoebe a shy smile and deep curtsy before hurrying after her mistress. "I will show you to your rooms," Phoebe murmured, her face hot with shame at the way her mother had spoken to the obviously genteel young woman. The Countess's head swiveled from side to side as Phoebe led her through the massive entry hall. "Humph!" she muttered as they ascended the main staircase, which had been built in the late 1300s. "I see that something has been done about the wood rot." Her words might have been taken as a compliment if her tone had not been so reproachful. "Needham found woodworkers who'd done work on the great cathedral in York, and they recreated several new sections," Phoebe said. The amount of money her husband had spent on Witch House continued to flabbergast her, especially considering they were only leasing the house while their own was being constructed a few miles away. As if her mother had read her thoughts, she said, "I saw the monstrosity Needham is having built." "Stay calm," Phoebe counselled herself. "But your route from Bath should not have taken you past Needham Park." "Needham Park," her mother repeated with a snide huff. "It looked to have at least 50 rooms." "There are 71, Phoebe corrected. The Countess scowled. "You are determined to make spectacles of yourselves." Phoebe smiled serenely, refusing to be drawn. "I see you are taking me to the East Wing," her mother said, when Phoebe did not respond. "I do hope Needham has had the sense to fix that wretched draught that howls down the corridor." "Indeed he has. I think he will be pleased," although Phoebe doubted it. Had she ever seen her mother pleased about anything? If she had, she could not remember it. "Humph," the Countess muttered. Phoebe's smile frayed around the edges. It was going to be a long day. Stacia smiled as she looked around the luxurious suite of rooms. "This is lovely, my lady." "I am pleased you like it," Lady Needham replied, her good-humoured smile so different from any expression that Stacia had ever seen on the Countess's face that she might not have believed the two women were related, if not for the physical resemblance. "Blue is my favourite colour," Stacia blurted like a fool. "It is my husband's too," the Viscountess admitted. Whenever I was at a standstill when it came to the decoration of yet another suite of rooms and consulted him, His suggestion was invariably, "Make it blue," she chuckled. "So there are at least 10 blue bedchambers, which makes it difficult to decide which one of them is the real blue suite." Stacia felt her face creasing into an expression that hadn't happened very often of late. A genuine smile. "I have assigned a maid to you. Dora is her name, so please do feel free to call on her services." "Thank you, my lady. That is most generous." "If you need anything, please don't hesitate to—" She stopped when Miss Ackers, the Countess's maid, appeared in the doorway. The older woman curtsied to the Viscountess. "I beg your pardon, my lady, but Lady Addiscombe wants Miss Martin." She cleared her throat and added, "Immediately." "Oh." Lady Needham looked nonplussed. "Thank you, Miss Ackers. I will be right there," Stacia murmured, and then turned to her hostess. "I'm sorry to run off, but it is wise not to keep my mother waiting. We shall all assemble in the drawing-room a half-hour before dinner. I shall see you there, if not before." Stacia waited until the other woman had left the room before untying her cloak, stripping off her gloves and bonnet, and then hurrying toward the suite where they had left her ladyship a mere 5 minutes earlier. Just because her hostess had put Stacia into a guest room and was treating her like a guest did not mean she was a guest. Stacia was there to serve Lady Addiscombe, and she would do well not to forget that. Chapter 2. The same day, on the road to Wych House, inside the Duke of Chatham's coach. Hyacinth Derrick, Duchess of Chatham, sighed. Her younger sister was currently pulling faces at the man riding beside the coach, behaving more like a child of 12 than a woman of 17. "Please leave Shelton be, Katie." Katie turned her attention from the handsome lord with obvious reluctance and slumped back against the luxurious leather. "I'm sorry, Hi. I just can't resist teasing him, because he makes it so very easy." It was true. Hi had seen as much for herself. Katie was able to achieve what hundreds of young women had found it impossible to do for over a decade. Disconcert the ridiculously gorgeous, even Hi, who did not like him, could admit that, Andrew Derrick, Marquis of Shelton. Hi had worried when her husband Sylvester had invited his cousin to stay with them. Mainly, she had feared for her younger sister's safety, heart, and reputation around the heartless rake. After all, the man had abducted another of Hi's sisters, Selina. But Hi loved her husband and knew that Sylvester loved and needed his cousin in his life. The two men had been estranged for more than a decade, and, in order to heal that breach, they needed to spend time together. She had to admit that Shelton seemed like a changed man since the day Selina had disappeared. Whatever Sylvester had said to his cousin on that afternoon, all those months ago, had left its mark. The man had been a careless, abrasive cad every single time Hi had encountered him last season, and now he was muted and reserved and quiet. Whether that would prove to be a change for the better or worse, she did not know. Shelton had not been the only one who had changed. Katie, her tomboy youngest sister, had come back from their Aunt Agnes's house so altered that Hi would have suspected somebody had swapped her with another girl, if not for Katie's familiar face. Gone was the grubby hellion who had preferred climbing trees and fighting with their younger brother to dancing and flirtation. There was no trace of the young woman their mother had relentlessly chided and nagged and deplored as beyond the pale when it came to proper decorum and behaviour. Katie was now a polished sophisticate who was, unless she was teasing Shelton or Fowler, far older than her 10 and 7 years. No longer did she arrive at meals dishevelled with dirt under her nails. Instead, her sister had grown into her long-promised beauty. Her hair was the red gold of a mythical dragon's hoard, and her eyes were a sparkling feline green, and even tilted like a cat's. She was tall, although far below Hi's own towering 5 feet and 11 inches. Unlike Hi's figure, which could generously be described as plank-like, Katy was all lithe, sensual curves. I wasn't sure she approved of all the changes in her little sister. Sometimes she caught a glimpse of darker emotions roiling beneath Katy's sophisticated, almost jaded facade. Something had happened to her at Aunt Agnes's, something other than the usual spit and polish used to prepare girls for their first London season. But I was the last person who could think of a subtle way to ferret out such information. No doubt Phoebe or Selina, both far more adept at sensing their siblings' emotions, would quickly and easily get to the root of Katy's changed behaviour. As clueless as Hi was, however, even she could see that Shelton posed no threat to her little sister. Indeed, if anything, Hi had begun to pity the man who'd kidnapped Selina. Almost. Hi had not always been so sanguine about her little sister's interest in the too handsome Marquis. When Katy had appeared to develop a fascination not just for Shelton, but also for her husband's closest friend, Baron Fowler, Hi had feared the worst. Almost from the day of her arrival at Chatham Park, the younger woman had followed the two men around the vast home and grounds, haunting their steps in a way that had been more than a little concerning. Hi had eventually decided to confront her sister on her behaviour, a decision that had not come easily to her. "I am only pretending, Hi." Hi had heard the words, but could make no sense of them. "You are pretending that you are in love with them?" Katy had laughed. "Yes." She had given Hi a sly look that would have been more at home on the face of a 30-year-old demi-monde than a girl before her first season. "I cannot resist teasing them. Shelton is so accustomed to being feted and worshipped everywhere he goes that he cannot see that he is being tweaked. As for Fowler," Katy rolled her eyes, "I think Dotty probably knows more about the opposite sex than poor Angus." I suspected that Katy was right on both counts. Still, it had unnerved her that her sister's assessment had been so succinct and mature, certainly more astute than anything Hi could have come up with. Even though she'd not understood Katy's motivations, she'd been relieved by her answer and had passed it along to Sylvester. "Oh, poor Drew," he'd said once he had stopped laughing. "I almost feel sorry for him." Hi had begun to agree with her husband as the weeks had passed. Her little sister was devious and made the two men suffer in endlessly ingenious ways. She seemed to know exactly what taunts would entice them to behave like idiots. The three squabbled, fought, and wagered like a trio of adolescents. Even Hi, who did not possess much of a sense of humour, could not help being diverted by some of Katy's antics. She felt a twisted sort of pride in how easily her 17-year-old sister consistently bested the two seasoned ton veterans. One of the main reasons she had agreed with Sylvester when he had suggested bringing Shelton to Witch House for the Christmas holiday was because she didn't think the man deserved weeks of peace and quiet away from Katy. She still didn't trust Shelton, but he was Sylvester's only close family, aside from his horrid mother, and the men had once been as close as brothers. Sylvester believed with all his heart that Shelton could still be salvaged. I was not sure she agreed, but she loved her husband fiercely, and if having Shelton along made Sylvester happy, then tolerating the handsome rake's presence was a small enough price to pay. Outside the Duke of Chatham's coach. Andrew shivered as a chill wind cut through his heavy layers of clothing. The journey had been a frigid one, the weather uncharacteristically cold even for December. The sky was a relentless slate grey, and the sun burned sullenly, unable to penetrate the leaden clouds and offer any warmth. Their ducal cavalcade of 3 coaches and 6 outriders, including Andrew and his cousin, was drawing ever closer to the ancestral home of the Bellamy family. With every mile that passed, the unease in his belly grew stronger. He had been a fool to accompany Sylvester, his Duchess, a woman who hated Andrew, and rightfully so, and the Duchess's pestersome little sister to their family's country house to spend Christmas. But Sylvester, who appeared to be so mellowed by marriage as to have gone soft in the head, had engaged in underhanded dealing to force Andrew's compliance. "You are my only close family, Drew, and I would like to spend Christmas with you. We have not done so in years, and I have greatly missed you. Surely you yearn for those long-ago celebrations when we were lads as much as I do." Andrew had been alternately shamed, embarrassed, and pleased by his cousin's candid affection, and also nearly reduced to tears. He had attempted to conceal his emotional response by quipping, "Your mother is family, and she is not going." When Sylvester had merely raised an eyebrow, Andrew had felt a genuine stab of alarm. "Good God, Sylvester! The Dowager is not accompanying us, is she?" The Duke had laughed. "How easily you snapped at my bait, Drew. No wonder Catherine enjoys teasing you so much. I think you have forgotten that my mother despises me even more than she does you." Andrew hadn't forgotten, because the Dowager Duchess of Chatham had given them all, Sylvester, Andrew, the new Duchess, Catherine, and that fool Fowler, as well as all the servants and neighbours, daily proof of what a disappointment her son was to her. It was bloody irksome to sit by and watch the Dowager insult Sylvester in every imaginable way. But it had been amusing to see how Sylvester had not permitted his mother to engage in the same belittling behaviour toward his new wife. Indeed, it was the first time Andrew had seen actual anger flare in his cousin's eyes, and that was an emotion he had been trying to goad out of Sylvester for 11 years. "Not only will it be good to spend time together, but it will give you an opportunity to begin mending the breach between you and Lady Shaftesbury." Ha! A breach! More like a canyon. And yet here Andrew was, quickly approaching the ancestral home of a woman he'd wronged terribly. Even though his abduction of Selina Bellamy had led to her meeting her husband, a marriage that was evidently a love match, that still didn't excuse his cruel behaviour. Andrew felt the telltale prickle of somebody watching him and turned toward the coach. He immediately regretted the impulse when he met the malicious green gaze of the Duchess's fiendish sister. Catherine smirked, puckered her lips as if she were blowing him a kiss, and then winked. Andrew was annoyed when his face heated. He scowled at the little monster and swiftly looked away. Christ, how could he constantly be unmanned by a 17-year-old country chit? He was nearing 35 years of age, and yet he found himself incessantly lured into arguments and wagers and competitions with the little viper. Even worse was the fact that he had lost almost every single argument or verbal joust with the maddening hellion, who possessed the olfactory senses of a bloodhound, tracking him down no matter where he had hidden on his cousin's vast estate. The only consolation, and it was slight, was that she tormented Sylvester's block-headed best friend, Baron Angus Fowler, just as relentlessly. Unfortunately, Fowler would not be at Witch House to draw the red-headed witch's fire for the next few weeks. Chatham had invited the man, but Fowler had wisely rejected Sylvester's offer and scuttled home to Scotland with some pitiful excuse of spending Christmas with his own family. The coward! Andrew sighed. "Why the heavy sigh?" Sylvester asked. "No reason," he lied, shifting in his saddle with a grimace. His arse had become accustomed to easy living after months of luxury at Chatham's. This was the first ride of any duration he'd had since the summer. Andrew had been a soldier for more than 8 years, which had meant living in the saddle. Even after he'd sold his commission and returned to England, he'd rarely stayed put for more than a few weeks. In fact, Andrew couldn't recall the last time he'd remained in the same place so long. It was back during those heavenly and eventually hellish few weeks with Maria. He hastily shoved away the unwanted memory and turned to Chatham. "How much farther—" The sound of the carriage window sliding open interrupted his question, and he and Sylvester turned as Catherine thrust her gloved hand out the opening and pointed. "There is Queen's Bower!" Both she and the Duchess were staring at a small manor house in the distance. Catherine was always beautiful, but right then, with a wistful, fond smile on her face, she was breathtaking. Andrew thought it might have been the first time he'd seen her look genuinely happy. As frequently as she laughed or smiled, there was always a brittleness to both. He had always thought her high spirits were youthful enthusiasm, but now he wondered if there wasn't something a bit desperate about her behaviour. Before he could ponder the matter any further, the carriage rounded a gentle curve. "And there is Witch House," the Duchess said. Like her younger sister, her Grace sounded different. Excited, Andrew decided, although it was so subtle that it would probably evade the notice of a person who hadn't lived the last few months in the same house with her. Sylvester's new wife was not a conventionally attractive woman, but there was a strength of character in her face that made a person look twice. Her pale green eyes were brilliant, even in the weak winter sun, the shade of green as close to peridot as he had ever seen. She cut him a glance, as if feeling his gaze, and Andrew quickly turned to look at the building they were approaching. He was no stranger to magnificent houses. Not only had he grown up at Chatham Park, but his own property, Rosewood, was an ancient, if ramshackle estate that was grand enough, at least from a distance, to rob a person of breath. But Witch House, a rare example of Gothic architecture that wasn't a church or monastery, was quite something else. Like York Minster, Witch House had been built in a style commonly referred to as perpendicular Gothic. The long, gently curving drive made the most of the structure's four centred arches, buttresses and towers. There was even a grand rose window set in a pointed arch with tracery. "The South Tower has a new roof and is no longer boarded up," the Duchess said in a wondering tone. "They must be brand new, as the old lozenge windows had all but rotted away. And it will all be for Doddy," Catherine added, awed. Andrew had heard that Viscount Paul Needham, who'd married Phoebe Bellamy, was one of the wealthiest men in Britain. The man must have deep pockets indeed, if he was able to pour thousands of pounds into a house he was only leasing. Catherine was correct. Lord Dauntry Bellamy, Doddy as his sisters called him, was the heir to the Addiscombe earldom, and would one day benefit from all the money his wealthy brother-in-law was spending on Witch House. "I would like to see the house Needham is building," Sylvester said, turning to his wife. "Is it far from here?" "Less than 5 miles. We must ride over and see it," her Grace answered, her voice eager. Andrew knew the Duchess hated going anywhere in a carriage when she could be on horseback. She was only sacrificing her pleasure on this journey because Sylvester had put his foot down. The tall, gangly woman was several months pregnant, although it was difficult to tell just by looking at her, and his cousin was already hovering and fussing around her like a mother hen with one chick. It was nauseating. "You're just jealous." Andrew didn't bother to deny it. Who would not be jealous of such deep affection? Nay, such love. Servants were already milling around 2 carriages, and footmen were bearing valises and trunks into the house when Sylvester's retinue rolled up. A very pregnant woman waddled down the terraced flagstone steps, smiling broadly, one hand waving wildly, while the other supported a belly that looked large enough for twins. "Katie! Hi! Phoebe!" Catherine shrieked, the door to the carriage flying open before it had even come to a halt. "Damnation, Hyacinth!" the Duke barked when it looked as if his wife might vault out after her younger sister. "You will wait for the steps to be let down," he commanded, using his ducal voice. To Andrew's astonished amusement, the Duchess meekly obeyed her husband, waiting until he could help her from the coach before hurrying to join her siblings. Catherine flung herself into the arms of the very pregnant Lady Needham, hard enough to make Andrew wince. But the Viscountess just laughed. "Katie, Where has my scruffy little sister gone? Who is this grand, elegant woman who has replaced her?" Choked sobs answered her, and Andrew looked away, unexpectedly moved by the obvious love between the siblings. There it was again. Love. Andrew sighed and slid from his mount. He stretched his aching muscles and stayed back from the flurry of activity, feeling distinctly de trop as Sylvester greeted not only his new sister-in-law, but also her husband, Viscount Needham, a tall, powerfully built man who came out of the house trailed by a golden-haired, blue-eyed stripling, who looked so much like Selina Bellamy that he could only be the heir, Dauntry Bellamy. Behind the young Viscount trailed a girl a few years younger. Andrew knew that Catherine was the youngest Bellamy sister, so this must be one of the other guests. "Might I take him, sir?" Andrew turned from the joyous reunion to find a groom politely waiting for Drake's reins. "Ah, yes, thank you. Give him an extra helping of oats," he said, flipping the servant a coin that earned him a smile. Andrew was just wondering if he could sneak past the cluster of embracing, laughing, crying Bellamy siblings when the sound of approaching carriage wheels made him turn. Another grand coach, as large as Sylvester's, was rolling toward them. The postilions and outriders wore black and silver livery, and the team of 6 pale grey horses was as well matched as any Andrew had ever seen. Unease coiled in his belly as the coach neared. It had to contain one of the only 2 Bellamy siblings not currently squealing and hugging on the steps. He swallowed as the carriage approached, his gaze flickering over the massive black lacquered equipage in search of an escutcheon. But his eyes stopped dead in their tracks when they met a pair of celestial blue orbs in a face that could probably have launched 1,000 ships, had Lady Selina Bellamy ever cared to engage in naval warfare. As the coach rolled to a smooth stop, the new Marchioness of Shaftesbury locked gazes with Andrew, her full, shapely lips pulling into a wry smile that made Andrew's ears burn. He sighed and strode toward her carriage, motioning the footman aside and opening the door himself. It was time to face the music. Chapter 3. Andrew was just finishing dressing when there was a light knock on the door. "Come in," he called out, giving his cravat one last tweak. The door opened and Sylvester strode into his room. "I'm glad I caught you before you went down." "Are you doing reconnaissance for your wife?" Andrew teased, turning away from the looking-glass and picking up his tailcoat. Sylvester chuckled as he came up behind Andrew and helped him into the snugly tailored garment. "It is true that Hyacinth is very curious about how your conversation with Lady Shaftesbury went. So is Catherine. So am I," the Duke added, and then flicked a piece of lint off Andrew's shoulder before stepping back. "I do wish you would engage a valet, Drew. You know I will gladly pay." "While I appreciate your offer, I must yet again respectfully decline. I'm already so far in debt to you that I will never dig my way out," Andrew said, slipping on his father's signet ring before turning to his cousin. "Besides," he added with a slight smile, "if I engage a valet, then I won't be able to crow that I have a duke waiting on me hand and foot." Sylvester rolled his eyes. Andrew strode toward the door. "As for my meeting with Lady Shaftesbury, I'm afraid you are precipitate," he said, opening the door for the Duke and then following him out of the room. "She gave me short shrift earlier, informing me that she was too busy to waste time on me. I am on my way to her and Shaftesbury's chambers to have the momentous summit now." Sylvester nodded, but said nothing as they strode down a magnificent corridor that boasted pointed traverse arches soaring overhead. "This is spectacular," Andrew said, his voice hushed as though he were in church. "Hyacinth told me the entire south wing of the house had been a ruin the last time she saw it. Needham has evidently brought tradesmen from all over Europe to have the house ready by Christmas, sinking a fortune into the place. From what I've heard, the man has a fortune and more to spare." Sylvester's mouth pulled down on the side that was not rendered too stiff by the huge scar, his expression pensive. It is true he is wealthy, but he has already done more than his fair share for the family. Andrew groaned. I know that look, Sylvester. Please tell me you aren't planning to take on part of the Bellamy burden. Needham has been bearing the burden of Papa and Mamma Addiscombe for half a year. They have 4 married daughters now. It only seems fair that the rest of us should shoulder our share. 4 married daughters? But I thought the one working up in Scotland was unmarried. Ah, you did not come for tea earlier, so you missed it. Missed what? Andrew had gone directly to his chambers rather than join the family reunion. The last thing the Bellamy siblings needed was their sister's abductor taking tea with them. Lady Aurelia arrived. She was not expected. Her brother and sisters believed she was not coming. Only Needham and his wife knew. Sylvester smiled slyly. And she did not arrive alone either. I can see you are almost bursting with news. She is now Lady Crewe, and came with her husband, his daughter from his prior marriage, and 2 other guests. Crewe, Andrew repeated, frowning. Lord, he said as he matched a face to the name. You don't mean— Yes, it is the same Crewe you are thinking of. Indeed, the only one I know of. This has to be his 3rd or 4th marriage. I thought he was half dead from being mauled by a tiger. It is his 3rd marriage, and it was a panther. Sylvester reached up and stroked the savage scar on his own cheek, the gesture unconscious. He is badly scarred, and not just on his face, but appears recovered. Andrew recalled Crewe from years gone by. The man had a reputation for raking that did not equal Andrew's, of course, but he was a near rival, or at least he had been. Andrew had not seen Crewe in ages. He turned to his cousin, leaving aside the matter of the sudden marriage, and returning to the subject of Papa Bellamy, and who should frank his expensive lifestyle. You, Shaftesbury, and Crewe might be downy, but none of you can hold a candle to Needham's wealth. Thank you so much for pointing what an impoverished beggar I am. Andrew smiled. Now you know what it feels like to be compared and found wanting. And no, you have never made me feel like an impoverished beggar. I did that to myself. He stopped and frowned at the green and gilt door in front of him, and then he strode back down the corridor to the door he had just passed, which was scarlet and gilt. This is where we must part ways, Sylvester. The Duke gave him a look of sympathy. Do you know what you're going to say? I'm going to beg her forgiveness and grovel. That seems an excellent plan. Come find me in the billiards room when you are done. I will if Shaftesbury leaves me walking and talking, he said, only partly jesting. He waited until his cousin had disappeared down the stairs before knocking. The door opened a moment later, and Andrew found himself face to face with the Marquis of Shaftesbury himself rather than a servant. The older man smiled. Good evening, Shelton. Shaftesbury, he said, sounding like an idiot. Andrew didn't know why he was so stunned that a blind man would answer his own door. I suppose your wife told you I was coming? No. Then how did you know it was me? I recognized your smell. Andrew's jaw sagged. A squawky laugh that Andrew remembered well came from somewhere behind the Marquis. Keys, are you tormenting my guest? No, that is your job, my dear. I'm just teasing him a little. Shaftesbury's lips tilted up on one side. It has been a long, long time, Shelton. I think you must have been 10 or 11 the last time I saw you. Yes, I remember that summer well. Shaftesbury's smile turned into a grin. You used to follow Chatham and me around like a love-lorn chit. Thank you for reminding me. The Marquis threw back his head and laughed. Andrew had expected the other man to call him out for what he'd done to his wife. He supposed mockery was better than being punched in the face, although it was a near thing. As if reading his thoughts, the humour drained from the Marquis's face, and he stopped chuckling, leaned closer, and hissed, "I can't bring myself to hate you, since your caddish actions brought Selina into my life." He lowered his voice even more. "You behaved like a scoundrel, Shelton. If this wasn't a family get-together and I wasn't in another man's house, and if I had not promised my wife that I would behave, then I would be sorely tempted to kick your arse for you." Andrew swallowed at the menace in the other man's voice, pinioned by the intensity in his sightless silver-grey eyes. "I deeply regret my behaviour, Shaftesbury." He hesitated and then added, "I am only grateful that something good came out of it." "No thanks to you," the other man retorted. "No thanks to me," Andrew agreed. The Marquis hesitated for a long moment before taking a step back. "You might as well come in," he said, his gaze fixed somewhere over Andrew's shoulder. "I hope you have a taste for crow, Shelton." "I have come prepared to dine, Shaftesbury." The Marquis snorted, and Andrew entered a suite that was far grander than his own. The fireplace was almost as tall as he was, the high coffered ceiling glinting with gold. As spectacular as the trappings were, they were still eclipsed by the woman who occupied the room. Like a priceless jewel on a magnificent crown, Lady Shaftesbury sat in the middle of a gold brocade settee. Her delft blue eyes were cold and distant. Heat surged up Andrew's neck at her scathing look. The Marquis made his way to the settee with the use of his cane and lowered himself beside his wife, who continued to stare at Andrew, keeping him standing like a supplicant for at least a minute before saying, "Lord Shelton." Andrew was impressed by how much scorn she could inject into just 2 words. As he studied her beautiful face, he realized she wasn't the same soft kitten he'd abducted last summer. She had been a girl, regardless of the fact that she'd been at least 20 last season. Now she was all woman and had fully come into her own. Andrew doubted he would have meddled with this woman if he'd met her last spring. Lady Shaftesbury inclined her head. "Have a seat, Shelton." Andrew flipped back his coat-tails before lowering into the big armchair across from the couple, not sure whether he should be flattered or alarmed that she was allowing him to sit rather than kneel. "I was astounded when my sister wrote to me about you coming to my family's home for Christmas." He'd not believed his face could get hotter, but the cool mockery in her tone made him feel an inch tall. "You were not the only one who was astounded," he admitted, smiling wryly. She merely stared, unmoved by his attempt at humour. Andrew discarded any hope of charming her. "In the main, I came here because my cousin asked me to, but I also came because I wanted to see you, to apologize to your face for the wrong I did you." When he paused, she gave a slight gesture for him to continue. "I am profoundly grateful that you were not irreparably damaged by my actions. I don't expect your forgiveness. You have already been more than generous just giving me this hearing, and I thank you for that." Andrew stood. "I won't take any more of your time." He nodded at the Marquis, recalled the man couldn't see, and murmured a quiet, "My lord," and then turned on his heel. "Lord Shelton!" He had just reached for the door handle when her voice stopped him. He forced himself to turn. "Yes, my lady?" "I stopped being mad at you a long time ago, right after I met Shaftesbury for the first time." Her expression softened as she reached over and took her husband's far larger hand, entwining their fingers. Her lips suddenly quirked into a mischievous smile, this one more like the innocent young woman he'd known before. "Perhaps it wasn't the first time I met him, but surely by the 3rd or 4th. Shaftesbury laughed. "Thank you, my dear." He lifted his wife's hand to his lips, the love on his face so raw that Andrew felt shaken. He jerked his gaze away from the other man and inclined his head to the Marchioness. "Thank you. "You are very generous, my lady, far more than I deserve." "I have one question, Lord Shelton." "Of course." "If the Duke had not fallen in with your plans, would you have abandoned me like you did Miss Sarah Creighton?" Her soft words were like a knife to his belly, and not entirely unexpected, nor undeserved. "It was my plan that we would marry regardless of what happened, my lady." She held his gaze for a long moment, and then nodded. "I believe you, and I also forgive you." Andrew gaped, too dumbfounded to do more than say, "Thank you, my lady." "I forgive you, but I cannot say the same for my family." She paused and then added, "Especially my mother." She gave him a look that was almost pitying. "Lady Addiscombe does not yet know you are here. I am afraid you have a confrontation awaiting you that will be far more unpleasant than this one has been." Andrew felt like running down to the stables, hopping on Drake, and riding away as fast as his horse would carry him. Instead, he nodded and said, "It is no less than I deserve." Lady Shaftesbury laughed. "Oh, trust me, my lord, nobody, and I mean nobody, deserves my mother's wrath." If Stacia hadn't been hurrying so fast and not looking where she was going, she would have seen the large man who stepped out of a door right in front of her. But she was hurrying, her mind on her disgruntled employer rather than what she was doing, and so she ploughed right into the man, the impact slamming a yelp from her and a low, masculine oof from her victim. It was like running into a wall, and she bounced back, arms flailing as she struggled to stay upright. Big hands closed around her upper arms, steadying her. Stacia craned her neck until she could see the face of her saviour. The world seemed to shift on its axis. "Steady on," the apparition murmured, his voice like something from a dream. If his hands had not been holding her, her knees would have buckled. No, it could not be. She jerked one arm free from his grasp and rubbed her eyes, hard. But when she took her hand away, the godlike face still loomed over her. It was a face she'd imagined in her dreams more times than she could count. It was older now. There were lines fanning out from the corner of his eyes, and the perfect bone structure seemed more chiselled, as if he had lost weight. But it was undeniably the man of her fantasies. Lord Andrew Derrick, Marquis of Shelton. "You!" The blazing blue eyes blinked, and his golden-brown brows descended, his perfect features shifting into a marks of perplexity. I'm sorry. Do we know each other?" Although she should have expected this, his words were like a slap, and she reeled back a step, her head buzzing and her gaze blurry. He reached out again to steady her. "Don't touch me," she snarled, swatting away his hands. Shelton jerked back. "I beg your pardon," he said stiffly. "I thought you were going to faint." He was right. She had been feeling faint. Only her fury had revived her. Stacy held his gaze, glaring with all her might, as if she could force recognition into his beautiful eyes. But he just regarded her with a look of confusion that was quickly turning to an expression of impatience, as if he had somewhere more important, more interesting to go. How luring. "You are not hurt?" he asked brusquely, glancing down the hallway, his attention already somewhere else. Some things never changed. "Of course I am not hurt," she retorted, ashamed when the misery that was crippling her leaked into her voice. Not that Shelton noticed. He gave her a smile that was perfunctory at best and dismissive at worst. It was a smile she was more than familiar with, the sort she had received often. Only a few times had a man looked past her short stature and unfashionable coiffure to the person within, and Shelton was not one of those men. Without a second glance, he strode off down the corridor. Naturally, Stacia turned to watch him, loathing herself as she did so. The familiar hunger, which she had foolishly believed she'd rooted out of her system, gnawed away at her as savagely as ever. She shook her head in wonder. He was just so unspeakably gorgeous, even walking away. He moved with an athletic grace of a man entirely at home in his body. And why shouldn't he be? Who wouldn't like to occupy that body? Stacia blushed at the thought, even though nobody else was there, and they would not have heard even if they had been. They might not have heard your thoughts, but they would have seen the naked lust on your face clearly enough. Stacia wanted to argue against the truth of the accusation. After all, what in the world did she know about lust? She who had never even kissed a man. And yet, as hazy as her desire for him might be, there was no denying the visceral sensation in her belly, and lower, as she all but consumed him with her eyes. You know exactly what those excruciating, unladylike urges you feel in the middle of the night are, and we both know what you've done to find relief from— Shut up, she said, and then glanced around to make sure nobody had overheard her. Stacia might not know what it was she wanted from Shelton, but there was no doubt that she wanted him. Disgusted with herself, she forcibly pushed and shoved Shelton's image out of her mind and collected her rattled wits. Why was she still slack-jawed, standing in the middle of the corridor while her employer was probably fuming about her lengthy absence? She hurried back the way she'd been going before she literally ran into the object of her fantasies. Lady Addiscombe had sent her down to the kitchens to fetch a posset that evidently only the housekeeper at which house could make. "It needs to stew for hours, and I want it to be ready when I come back after dinner," she had explained, even though Stacia had not asked why the Countess couldn't just ring for a servant to deliver the message. She had learned over the past 7 months that she'd worked for the older woman that it was easier to do what the Countess wanted without asking questions. She scratched softly on the door to Lady Addiscombe's room. One was never to knock before opening it. "What in the world took you so long, Martin?" the Countess demanded as Akers dressed her hair. I got lost, my lady." Lady Addiscombe fixed her with a piercing, suspicious look before making a loud humph noise. She scowled at her expression in the looking-glass and then slapped away her maid's hands. "Quit fussing, Akers!" she snapped when the other woman attempted to adjust the turquoise velvet and silk turban that complemented her rich chestnut hair. Miss Akers cut Stacia a wry look and even gave a slight eye-roll that had Stacia dipping her chin to hide her smile. The Countess would be furious if she ever discovered that her employees often shared a laugh or smile at her irritable temper tantrums. "Come, come, Martin, don't dawdle." The Countess strode toward the door, which Stacia hurried to open for her. "I know my children will meet down there before dinner, even though Lady Needham—" she sneered as she said the words, her mouth twisted into an ugly pucker that bore an unfortunate resemblance to the back end of a pug, "neglected to impart that information." Stacia had no response for that. What could she say? That she sympathized with the Countess's daughters in wanting a few moments without their mother's critical observations and crushing expectations? It was difficult to imagine growing up with such a parent. Her own mother had been sweet, vague, and ill for most of the 8 years Stacia had known her. "That is not something I shall partake in. Martin? Martin! Are you paying attention?" The Countess stopped in the middle of the corridor and whirled on her. Too late, Stacia realized she'd missed the first part of her employer's words. "I'm sorry, my lady. I'm afraid my mind wandered for a moment." She forced herself to meet the older woman's annoyed gaze. "Is this too much excitement for you, Martin? Are you overwhelmed? Perhaps eating dinner in the dining room is more than you can manage. I could arrange for a tray to be brought up to your room. Or perhaps you would rather eat in the servants' hall?" "No, my lady. I'm sorry. I was just trying to memorize the surroundings so I would not get lost again." The Countess's nostrils flared slightly, as if she smelled a falsehood. Finally, after what felt like 100 years, she resumed walking. "What I said, if you had been listening, was that I have no intention of getting caught up in any after-dinner foolishness." She lightly touched her temple with one elegant hand. "I already have a slight headache just thinking about the evening ahead. Protracted exposure to my children's boisterous and relentless enthusiasm would only make it worse." "I understand, my lady. Why would you want to socialize with your children after not seeing them for half a year? And how appalling that your offspring and their families are exhibiting boisterous and relentless enthusiasm so close to Christmas." The Countess's head whipped around, and for one horrifying moment Stacia wondered if these sarcastic words had accidentally slipped out of her mouth. But the other woman merely gave her a brooding look before saying, "I want you to stay with them when I go up to my chambers." You do?" The words were out before she could catch them. She gave Stacia a withering look and said, in the tone one would use with an imbecile, "You have not heard a word I said, or you would know that I am not only horrified by the presence of Needham's illegitimate spawn in the house, but there is the added aggravation of my oldest daughter's entourage." She spat the last word. Stacia had been astonished to learn the newly minted Countess of Crewe had brought along not only her husband and his daughter, but her husband's illegitimate son as well as the young man's mother. From the little she had seen, the quintet seemed to adore each other. How bizarre and fascinating. "Neither my son nor Catherine associate with either. You will inform me of what they are plotting and planning for the upcoming days, so that I might quash anything that is inappropriate before it is too late. My daughter Phoebe has all the sense of a toddler when it comes to propriety. Somebody must be the voice of sense and reason." The Countess's mouth flexed into a petulant frown, the deep furrows in her pale cheeks indicating this expression was habitual. Stacia felt profoundly sorry for the other woman. Even though she was attractive, healthy, and surrounded by family, Lady Addiscombe was not happy. Indeed, she had not been happy the entire time Stacia had worked for her. Why was the woman so miserable all the time? Stacia would forfeit years of her life just to have a few more hours with either of her parents. Was there nobody in the world the Countess loved or liked? If there was, Stacia had not met them yet. A footman leapt to open the door to the drawing-room, and Lady Addiscombe sailed past him without sparing him so much as a glance. Stacia gave the handsome servant a smile of thanks and hastened after her employer, almost slamming into her when the Countess screeched to a halt in front of Lord Shelton. "You!" she accused, unknowingly echoing Stacie's exclamation from earlier. Lord Shelton's eyes went comically round as Lady Addiscombe levelled an accusatory finger at him. "What on earth are you doing here?" she demanded in a voice that could probably be heard in the village. Shelton's eyes slid right and then left, as if sneaking an avenue of escape. When it was apparent there wasn't one, he bowed to the Countess and said, "I am—" "He is a guest in this house, Mamma," Lady Needham said, speaking from one of the settees. Lady Addiscombe's head whipped around, and she glared at her daughter. "Have you lost what little sense you once possessed?" The Viscountess looked pained by her mother's words, but not, Stacia couldn't help noticing, especially hurt. "Mamma, this is hardly—" "I know he was living with your sister, but I don't expect any better out of Hyacinth, as she has never had the sense to recognize what is proper behavior. But I did hope for better judgment from you, Phoebe." Hyacinth and his Grace wrote to Selina first and asked if it would be acceptable to bring Lord Shelton. Lord Shelton apologized to Selina in a letter months ago, and would have done so in person long before now if Selina had invited him to Courtland. As it is, he just left her and Lord Shaftesbury's chambers, where he apologized. "Of course he is apologizing. He was caught red-handed. No doubt Chatham has curtailed his allowance, and now he is hanging on his cousin's sleeve for every penny he receives." She sneered. "Naturally, Needham is so lacking in all decency that—" "Mamma!" The Viscountess spoke the single word in a quiet, calm tone, but the command in it was enough to stop her mother's diatribe. "You may say whatever you like about me, but never utter a disparaging word about my husband in my presence." Lady Addiscombe's jaw sagged at the quiet chastisement. Stacia wanted to cheer. Although she had only exchanged a few words with the intimidating-looking Viscount Needham, she had quickly seen how kind he was to his wife and her family, not to mention that all the servants at Wych House absolutely adored their employer. Lady Addiscombe glared at her daughter for a long, fraught moment. The younger woman lifted her chin and stared back, the dull flush that crept up her throat the only sign she was agitated. "Very well," the Countess said. "As you are evidently determined to run your reputation into the ground by handing it over to a man who has no clue how to go on, an ironmonger, for pity's sake, I will speak to Needham myself. Where is he, pray?" "Mamma, I don't think—" "No, you don't think," her mother snapped. "I wish to speak to your husband. If you don't tell me where to find him, I shall ferret him out myself. You will come with me, Martin," the Countess said. Stacya's jaw sagged. My lady? Should I summon a servant too?" "That won't be necessary. I will take you," Lady Needham said wearily, and began to push to her feet. Shelton, who was still standing in the middle of the room, hastened toward the Viscountess and offered her his hand. "Thank you," Lady Needham said, cutting him a swift, distracted smile before turning to her mother. "Needham was called to the library for some urgent business only a short time ago. I will accompany you." "Business?" the Countess sniffed. "I hardly require an escort. I know where the library is." "Nevertheless," Lady Needham said firmly, "I will take you there." Lady Addiscombe swanned from the room without responding, Lady Needham behind her. Stacia glanced from face to face, meeting looks of sympathy, embarrassment, and, from Lord Bellamy's young school friends, open-mouthed befuddlement. The Countess's voice came from the corridor. "Martin, do quit dawdling. I am waiting for you." Stacia briefly squeezed her eyes shut, and then she hurried to catch up to her employer. Chapter 4. Viscountess Needham did not speak as she led the Countess and Stacia down 2 corridors and up a flight of stairs before knocking on a particularly elaborate door and then opening it a few inches. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Needham, but I need a few moments of your time." A low voice replied, and Lady Needham opened the door wider to allow Lady Addiscombe and Stacia to enter. Stacia dragged her feet, but could think of no way to avoid what was likely going to be an excruciating experience. Surely the Viscount would send her away? The towering lord was standing beside a younger man who was every bit as tall, but so lean he was almost gaunt. Both men were dressed in their evening blacks, but were engaged in something that involved piles and piles of documents spread out over a massive desk. Lord Needham strode toward his wife, an expression of concern on his harsh features. "What is it, darling? You look flushed. Is something—" "I am fine," she assured him. "I know you are in the middle of something important, but my mother wanted a word with you." The Viscount looked from his wife to his mother-in-law, his face hardening. "I have a few minutes, but not many. I must have this letter out within the hour if it is to reach Bristol in time." The abrupt words were directed toward the Countess rather than his wife. "Have a seat, my lady." He turned back to Lady Needham, his expression instantly softening, and cupped her cheek in one giant hand. "Are you sure you are all right, my love? I suspect you have been over-exerting yourself. I could have dinner sent up to your chambers, and you could rest if you—" "No, no, that isn't necessary. But thank you, Needham. I should get back to our guests." His eyelids drooped as he lowered his head and proceeded to thoroughly kiss his wife. The sight caused a pleasurable pulsing between Stacya's thighs, and she quickly dropped her gaze to the floor, the yearning inside her chest overpowering the sudden bolt of desire. Desire not for Needham, but for the way he so obviously loved and adored his wife. Lady Needham had an engaging smile and a lovely nature, but she was not an especially beautiful woman, and yet this powerful, attractive, wealthy man clearly worshipped her. It was impossible not to be at least a little bit envious. The Countess evidently thought otherwise. She heaved an exaggerated sigh. "If this revolting display is meant for my sake, you are wasting your time, Needham." Needham didn't seem affected by the Countess's scathing words, but the Viscountess stiffened. The Viscount gradually released his wife and stepped away, giving her cheek one last caress before escorting her to the door and ushering her out. When it was closed, the big lord turned back toward them, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The Viscount's hard-edged gaze did not leave the Countess as he strode back to his desk. Only when he was seated did he speak. "How may I serve you, my lady?" "Please dismiss your servant," she said, jerking her chin at the other man, who was seated at a smaller desk, his quill rapidly scratching across parchment. "Mr. Dennehy is my secretary and privy to all my business, ma'am, and right now he is involved in business that is extremely important. Unlike you," although the words were unspoken, his meaning caused the Countess's face to darken. "Mr. Dennehy will remain here. If you do not care for that, you are welcome to leave." "Business!" The Countess spat the word as if it were a fly she'd found in her tea. "How may I serve you today?" Lord Needham repeated, his voice as mild as ever, but his gaze as cold as an Arctic wind. "Were you aware the Marquis of Shelton would be a guest here?" "Of course." "Are you not aware that is the same man who abducted one of my daughters and destroyed her life?" The Viscount set his hands on the desk and laced his fingers. "I just saw Lady Shaftesbury and her husband a few hours ago, and she did not appear to be a woman whose life was ruined." "And what would you know of the matter?" the Countess snapped, her voice pulsing with loathing. The change in Needham was so slight that Stacia was amazed she saw it. His expression was still as bland as before, his posture just as relaxed. But Stacia knew, without being able to articulate it, that the Viscount was angry. Very, very angry. As if he'd heard her thoughts, his sharp gaze turned her way, and it was all she could do not to cower beneath the weight of it. "Why have you decided to subject Miss Martin to this conversation, my lady?" "I've brought her along because this concerns her." Stacya's jaw dropped. How in the world did Lady Addiscombe know about her feelings for— "How so?" the Viscount demanded. "Miss Martin is an unmarried girl of gentle birth. That is exactly the type of woman Shelton prefers to victimize. By having that villain in my family's home, you are jeopardizing my companion's reputation. She deserves to hear your excuse for placing her in such danger." Stacia opened her mouth to assure Lord Needham that she had no such concerns, but the Viscount's rapier-like gaze was riveted on Lady Addiscombe. "The only person in this house who has the right to object to Lord Shelton's presence here is Lady Shaftesbury. Before the Duke and Duchess of Chatham asked my wife if they could bring Shelton as a guest, they wrote to Lady Shaftesbury, who gave her consent. My wife then added him to our guest list. Phoebe is mistress of this house and has complete control over domestic matters." He cocked his head slightly. "I find it interesting that your own daughter, an unmarried one, has been living in proximity to Shelton for months and has come to no harm. Are you not concerned for Lady Catherine's well-being?" The Countess gave a derisive huff. "Catherine rejected my home in favour of her older sister's. Short of physically dragging her away, there is little I can do." It was my understanding that you sent Catherine to her aunt's, rather than invite her to live with you in Bath. I specifically recall Catherine being upset that she was being sent to live with her sister, rather than accompanying you to your new home." Stacia stared at the Countess, waiting for her to deny such a thing. Instead, the older woman seethed, thwarted. The Viscount turned to Stacia, and his expression gentled. "I do not want you to go about my house in fear for your reputation or your person. If you find Shelton's presence in any way concerning, you need only nod, and I will make arrangements for him to leave. You will not be implicated in the decision, and nobody will ever know of your part in it, except the four of us in this room." If Stacia said no, her employer would not be pleased with her. If she accepted Lord Needham's offer, then she would be admitting that she feared Lord Shelton when she didn't. If anything, she feared her own behaviour around him, but she did not believe he would abduct or compromise her. More's the pity. Stacia turned to Lady Addiscombe. "It would be a lie to claim that I fear for my reputation, my lady." The Countess fixed her with a look that did not bode well for continued employment. Needham evidently thought so too. "If Miss Martin's answer is unacceptable to you, then I will be pleased to pay her a generous severance, provide a glowing letter of reference, and arrange for her transportation back to Bath, or any place else she wishes to go." Stacia stared, warmed by the man's generous offer. "Miss Martin will remain in my service," the Countess snapped. "You will not rid the house of this scourge?" "If by scourge you mean Shelton, then no." Lady Addiscombe surged to her feet and marched toward the door in a flurry of skirts. Stacia scrambled to open the door for her, but the Viscount's voice stopped her just as she reached for the handle. "One more thing, my lady." Stacia sensed a titanic struggle taking place inside the Countess, and wondered for a moment if she would simply leave without listening to what he had to say. But self-preservation overwhelmed her pride, and she inhaled deeply and then turned around. The Viscount had come closer and was standing only a few feet away. "Yes," the Countess demanded rudely. The big man came even closer, until he was standing mere inches from his mother-in-law, who had to crane her neck if she wanted to meet his gaze. "If you ever upset my wife again, or cause her so much as a flicker of annoyance, you will not be welcome in any of my homes. Ever. Do you understand me?" The hairs on the back of Stacia's neck stood endwise at the quiet menace in his tone. For the first time, she saw uncertainty on Lady Addiscombe's face. Although the Viscount hadn't threatened to cut off her allowance, which everyone knew was how the Countess managed to live so well when her husband had gambled away all the family money, she must have realized just how tenuous her position would be if she were barred from attending future family functions. The older woman swallowed, opened her mouth, but then closed it and jerked out an abrupt nod. Rather than smile in triumph at having routed his foe, Lord Needham gave Stacia a speaking look when the Countess stormed from the room. He said quietly, "Remember that you have choices, Miss Martin." And then he turned and strode back to his desk, leaving Stacia to ponder his words as she hurried after her employer. Chapter 5. Lady Addiscombe reappeared in the drawing-room no more than 10 minutes after she had left it. Judging by the high colour in her cheeks and the flames shooting from her eyes, and also the fact that Andrew wasn't currently standing out front of which house with his bags piled around his feet, he was apparently not going to be tossed out of the house. He could not decide if he was glad or disappointed. The mood at the dinner table was stilted, all the guests unable to ignore the dark cloud hovering over Lady Addiscombe's head. Not until almost the end of the meal, and the impending prospect of getting away from the unpleasant woman, did the atmosphere begin to lighten and the guests start to converse without restraint. Andrew enjoyed the half-hour of port and cigars after dinner. Especially interesting to him was listening to Needham describe, at the behest of Shaftesbury and Chatham, his initial steps to revivify the estate the Earl of Addiscombe had spent the prior 20 years disseminating. As the owner of a criminally neglected estate, a great deal of which was Andrew's doing, he appreciated Needham's pragmatic approach and had taken more than a few pointers from the businessman turned landed gentleman. He had been dreading returning to the drawing-room, where he assumed the morose shadow cast by the Countess would be casting the entire assemblage into gloom and doom. Fortunately, Lady Addiscombe had eschewed the promised entertainment. She did not retire quietly or gracefully, of course, but made her displeasure at the prospect of games and amateur musical performances known, loudly, before rudely rejecting her companion's offer to accompany her back to her chamber. "Oh, do stop clinging, Martin. I am far too fatigued to entertain you tonight," the Countess snapped before leaving the room. Andrew considered doing the very same thing, albeit far less noticeably, but one look at Sylvester's hopeful face decided him against it. Only by claiming mental fatigue from the journey did he manage to avoid being roped into either whist, chess, or, God forbid, the noisy game of casino taking place at a table full of boisterous youngsters. Instead, he sat in a comfortable wing chair, with a book he'd found tucked under the chair cushion. Chatham, blast him, had almost choked on his tongue when Andrew had claimed that he preferred to read. His cousin knew that Andrew had not voluntarily opened a book since he'd left school to rejoin the army, unless one counted betting books or stud books. He lazily examined the other guests as he pretended to read, his gaze flickering over a trio of men who were talking quite loudly about a new tariff agreement currently in the works. Business acquaintances of Needham's, to where Shaftesbury appeared to be playing chess with an elderly squire from a neighbouring village. Shaftesbury leaned forward, lightly touched the pieces on the board, and then moved his knight. "I believe that is checkmate, Sir John." His opponent gave a good-natured chuckle. "I fear I am not giving you much of a challenge, my lord. Will you allow me another chance to retrieve my dignity?" The Marquis smiled. "Of course, if you do not mind setting up the board." Who would have believed that a blind man could play chess? There was a cluster of 3 older ladies talking quietly in front of the fireplace, all of them industriously engaged in needlework. Andrew thought they might be the spouses of the 3 businessmen. His eyes moved on, flickering over a lone female sitting beside a brace of candles, and then returning to her again. It was the Countess of Addiscombe's dog's body, the same woman who'd slammed into him in the corridor before dinner. She had been something of a shrew, hectoring Andrew even though she had been the one who'd not looked where she was going. She was not the sort of female Andrew usually noticed. That is to say, she was neither pretty nor ugly, but just there. He probably would not have taken any notice of her right now, if not for the fact that she was the only person in the room who was alone, other than Andrew, of course. She must be some poor Bellamy relation who had the unfortunate luck to be tapped as the Countess's companion. He couldn't recall the woman's name at the moment, but had a nagging feeling that he'd seen her before. The most interesting thing about her, as far as he could tell, was her ability to occupy a room without anyone else noticing her. But he noticed, and he wasn't sure why. Perhaps because he too was an outcast, a leper who'd not yet been captured, contained and transported to isolation. While the Bellamy siblings and their spouses had been amiable enough, they were obviously in no rush to associate with him. The other guests were either of the merchant class or the sort of bourgeois gentry who would have read about Andrew's antics over the years and been disgusted. As a result, there was an invisible barrier around him that kept anyone except his cousin and, unfortunately, Catherine from coming too near. He lost interest in the colourless companion and turned his gaze to Chatham, who was currently paired with his wife in a game of whist against Lord and Lady Needham. Andrew's lips twitched. He didn't need to ask to know how that was going. Needham would be fortunate to leave the room tonight still in possession of his shirt. Andrew had had his arse kicked by the Duke and Duchess times beyond counting in the months before he'd been forced to cohabit with them. He would almost prefer a night in the stocks to sitting across the table from the formidable, merciless duo. Not that life at Chatham Park was any great hardship. With over 200 rooms, he could have arranged his life so that he had only encountered his cousin and his wife at meals, if he so chose. Avoiding Catherine, however, had not been so easy. Andrew suspected that he would not have been able to escape her if there had been 1,000 rooms. His gaze slid to his tormentrix. The green-eyed vixen was sitting across from one of Needham's secretaries, a morose-looking young man whose name escaped him, and the two were playing chess. Andrew would not have believed that Catherine could sit still for long enough to concentrate on such a complex game. Not that he was one to talk. Chess had been the game of choice among many officers during the war, and Andrew had been forced to play at a superior's request on more than one occasion. He had never voluntarily played the game, and was awful at it. Catherine's eyes slid from the board up to Andrew, as if she felt his stare. For once, she did not poke out her tongue or blow him a kiss. She did not taunt him in any way, but merely gave him a cool look, although he could not decide what her expression said before turning to glare at the chessboard as if it had personally insulted her. Why was she playing the game if she hated it? Needham's secretary said something, and Catherine laughed, her sophisticated, carefree expression once again firmly in place. But the moment the secretary turned back to the board, her smile faded. What was it that seemed to be repressing Catherine's seemingly irresistible spirits? Perhaps it was being in proximity to her mother? Andrew decided that could certainly do it. Lady Addiscombe was perplexing. With her handsome features and shapely body, the Countess should have been a desirable woman. Instead, just looking at her was enough to give Andrew a bowel-weakening sensation he'd not experienced since riding into battle. The woman combined the worst characteristics of both a cit and aristocrat to create something entirely new and twice as noxious. The way she had publicly harangued Lady Needham earlier made Andrew's own face heat in sympathy. And then, during dinner, she had not once but twice sent her companion to fetch something from her chambers. What could she have possibly required so desperately? Twice. He looked up from his thoughts and straight into Lady Shaftesbury's cerulean eyes. The Marchioness held his gaze for a moment and then turned her attention back to the people clustered around her, which included Viscount Bellamy, the little blonde girl whom he'd discovered was Needham's natural daughter, twin girls from one of the neighbouring estates, and Bellamy's young school chums, whose names he'd already forgotten. Lucy, that was Needham's daughter's name, was perhaps 13, and chattered 10 to the dozen while casting yearning looks at Addiscombe's heir. Clearly the lass was smitten. Andrew prophesied that Needham would have a problem with that in a few years. Lady Addiscombe might have allowed a mere daughter to marry an ironmonger, but she would draw a hard line at allowing her heir to take an illegitimate bride. He turned away and encountered the dark brown eyes of the Countess of Addiscombe's companion. Rather than look away like the mouse she resembled, she held his gaze, her own pulsing with censure, just as it had in the corridor when she had ploughed into him. So, she was yet another woman who knew of his scandalous, wicked deeds. Or, at least she thought she did. Andrew snorted at her censorious look, and was amused when she recoiled, her face flushing. He glanced at the long case clock in the corner. Barely 15 minutes had passed since the last time he'd looked. Christ! He could not leave just yet. He had to hang on for at least an hour more. It was purgatory. His gaze slid to where the oldest Bellamy child, the newly minted Countess of Crewe, sat surrounded by the small menagerie she'd brought with her. Evidently her marriage had been a revelation to almost everyone. Not even her mother had been told. Judging by Lady Addiscon's horrified scowl at the dinner table, she had not been pleased to discover her daughter had married the Earl of Crewe, despite the fact that Crewe was well larded. Aurelia Bellamy, now Lady Crewe, was a lovely lithe woman with intelligent eyes and the slightly startled expression of a newly married young lady. Interestingly, Crewe also looked a bit startled, even though he must be 40 and had been wed twice before. If Andrew had been forced to wager, he would have bet that Crewe, a hardened rake, was truly smitten with his new wife. More remarkable than their sudden marriage was the identity of 2 of the 3 guests they had brought along. The presence of Lady Selser, who was Crewe's daughter and heir, the Crewe earldom could pass to a female, was not unusual. But the appearance of Crewe's natural son, Captain Guston Walker, a man who bore an extraordinary resemblance to his father, had caused a stunned silence in the drawing-room. Most dumbfounding of all, the young man's mother, Miss Nora Walker, was also among their party. Who, in the name of all that was holy, brought their own husband's bastard to their family Christmas house party, but also the mother of that son? Just who did that sort of thing? The Bellamy women, evidently. Andrew couldn't help the grin that twisted his lips as he furtively regarded the merry bunch. Honestly, he felt as though he was the normal one among this collection of people. To their credit, Crewe, his wife, son, and Mrs. Walker were laughing and obviously enjoying themselves in a game of whist that pitted the women against the men. Crewe's ex-paramour, at least Shelton assumed she was a former lover, for all he knew there may be a very interesting erotic arrangement between Crewe, his wife, and Mrs. Walker, was a truly lovely woman who had some sort of debilitating disease that had curled her hands into gnarled fists. She could only play cards by utilizing a wooden card holder that her son had designed for her. Andrew looked down at his own hands, which were shapely and elegant, or so every lover he'd ever had told him, and felt a sharp stab of shame. His hands were perfect, and yet he'd done very little good with them in his life. At least not since the war ended. A just God would have turned Andrew's hands into gnarled stumps and spared Mrs. Walker, who was obviously an affectionate mother and had raised a son who appeared dutiful and loving. And yet it was Andrew who sat there in a body that functioned just fine, with a cousin determined to forgive him and forgive him and forgive him, no matter what an utter monster Andrew had been for the past 11 years. What had he ever done to deserve any of it? People do not always get what they deserve, do they? A voice taunted. No, evidently not. Andrew looked at Chatham. His cousin was currently grinning at his wife, the pair of them having just finished drubbing Lord and Lady Needham, who looked as though they had just been savaged by a storm, and was struck with a painful stab of guilt at how horribly he had treated the other man for years and years. And still Sylvester had forgiven him. Not only that, but his cousin loved him and had taken great pains to show his love over the past months. Suddenly, the room felt small and claustrophobic. It was bloody hard to breathe. Andrew pushed to his feet, shoved the book back beneath the seat cushion, and made his way to the door, not caring what anyone thought about his hasty departure. Not that he believed anyone would notice. The people around him were far too happy to pay attention to him. Stacia surreptitiously studied the other denizens of the large room. Was it odd to be surrounded by people and yet feel utterly alone? She supposed it was not so unusual, given that she was an outsider at a family Christmas. Not that the Bellamy siblings and their spouses had been anything but kind to her today, treating her the same as they did any other guest. Doubtless their treatment would change after seeing how Lady Addiscombe ordered her around like a feudal serf. Stacia sighed. She tried not to care about such things. Besides, the woman might treat her badly, but she treated her own children even worse. As much of an outcast as she might be, the Bellamy siblings were still warmer to her than they were to their own mother. Of course Lady Addiscombe had a hide like an old goat, and did not notice how little her children liked to be around her. Or, if she did notice, she didn't care. Stacia wasn't sure why the Countess had even made the journey to Witch House, as she seemed as unhappy as she was in Bath. In any event, the Countess had gone up to her chambers, claiming exhaustion from her journey. When Stacia had risen to accompany her, she'd given her an irritated look. "Oh, do stop clinging, Martin. I am far too fatigued to entertain you tonight." Those around them who'd heard the sharp comment had looked embarrassed. Stacia was grateful they had not seen the Countess's lips moving with her soundless message, "I told you to stay here," reminding her that she was to spy on her hosts. She swallowed down her distaste. After all, she didn't have to report everything she learned, did she? Buoyed by that thought, she resolved to enjoy her brief liberty from servitude. She'd brought her basket of needlework down earlier, so at least she could appear occupied. A quick survey of the room showed that only Stacia and Lord Shelton sat alone. While she was engaged with her embroidery, Lord Shelton had a book in his lap. It took her only a few minutes to discern he was not reading it. Instead, he stared at the other denizens of the room with a brooding expression that made him look like a sulky angel. A gorgeous sulky angel. Over and over again her eyes were drawn to him. It was almost 2 years since she'd last seen him. The years had robbed Stacia of the only attraction she had ever possessed, the dewiness of youth, while they had, unjustly, served to make Shelton even more desirable. The lines around his eyes gave him a depth he had lacked the last time Stacia had seen him, or at least it afforded him the trappings of depth, while Stacia merely looked like a spinster rapidly spiralling toward maiden aunthood. Yet another of the hundreds of ways in which the world was so cruel toward women. Stacia wasn't the only one who stared at the brooding lord. Even though he was not paying attention to anyone, the young girls playing casino, and even the older married women gossiping and working on their cross-stitching, constantly stole glances at the handsome lord. As much as Stacia hated to agree with her employer on any matter, Lady Addiscombe was correct when she said Lord Shelton was nothing but trouble for any woman, rich or poor, young or old, married or spinster. She wondered how Sarah Creighton, Shelton's most notorious, if not most recent victim, was faring in exile. Stacia had not heard another word about the other woman after she'd married a nameless farmer. Sarah would have given birth to Shelton's baby long ago. Was it a boy or a girl? Did her husband accept the child? Did Sarah think of Shelton and yearn for him still, even though she knew the truth about his character? You still do. Why shouldn't she? Perhaps when the holiday was over, Stacia would write to Sarah. Maybe they could resume their acquaintance now that both of them were essentially outcasts from their former society. And maybe you can ask her what happened when Sarah disappeared with the handsome lord for one entire night. Stacia could not deny that she had long felt a burning curiosity to know what had transpired between the pair. "Why don't you ask Lord Shelton?" Stacia snorted at the thought. Lord Shelton suddenly turned her way, his eyes landing on her directly rather than skittering dismissively over her, almost as if he were privy to her thoughts. Rather than modestly lower her gaze, as a good girl should, she stared at him as she'd done the time she confronted him. He returned her gaze for a moment, and then gave a huff of amusement and turned away. Stacia bristled. How dare he treat her so dismissively? And why should he be allowed to feel at home in the drawing-room of a family he had shamed with his abhorrent behaviour? You had your chance to get rid of him. Instead, you chose to alienate your employer. Stacia chewed on her lip, not wanting to think about the confrontation waiting for her when the Countess eventually decided to strike. It had been foolish to oppose her demand earlier in Lord Needham's library. But you could not bear the thought of being the cause of Shelton's banishment. Stacia hated that the accusation was true. She was so pathetic, still yearning for him after all these years. Lord Shelton suddenly stood, shoved the book he'd been holding beneath the seat cushion, and made for the door. Just where was he off to in such a hurry? Stacia was still pondering her relentless attraction for the biggest cad in England when Lady Catherine Bellamy, who'd finished playing chess and was idly observing the raucous casino game, strolled in a leisurely way toward the door, leaving without saying anything. Could Lady Catherine and Lord Shelton be having some sort of assignation? Stacia hated to think that was the case. Lord Needham had essentially vouched for the man's character. It is your duty to make sure the girl is not in danger of being compromised. Stacia hesitated only a second before setting aside her basket and heading for the door, which opened just as she reached it. She waited for 3 maids, all laden with heavy trays, to enter before slipping out of the room and asking the footman, "I don't suppose you know where Lord Shelton went? I have a message for him." "He asked where he could have a cigar, and I directed him to the conservatory. It is just down the main staircase, and then follow the corridor that leads west. You cannot miss it." "Thank you," Stacia said, her mind whirring as she hurried off. If they were having an assignation, just what would she say or do? Chapter 6. Andrew stared through the conservatory glass at the moon and inhaled until his lungs could hold no more, waiting for the tobacco to surge through his body. It was a cold, clear night. He thought it might actually be too cold to snow, although somebody at dinner had been sure there was a storm on the way. Lord, the only thing that would be worse than spending Christmas and New Year at Witch House was if he was snowed in and couldn't take his daily ride. He reluctantly exhaled, the smoke heavy in the humid air, mingling with the scent of dirt and vegetation. There was an interesting halo of sorts around the moon, and the sight momentarily diverted his thoughts. Andrew squinted as he tried to recall what the phenomenon was called. "It is a moon dog." Andrew bit back a groan at the unwanted voice. "Why are you following me?" he asked, not caring if he was being rude. "We're here, in the bosom of your family and friends, and yet you still must persecute me. Can't you find a more interesting target?" Catherine laughed, the throaty, sensual sound far older than her tender years. "I think you underestimate your appeal, Shelton." She waved her hand in front of her face and gave an exaggerated cough. "Must you befoul the air?" "Yes, I must. Perhaps you should find somewhere else to be if you do not care for it." Undaunted by his bad manners, she said, "How are you enjoying your first evening at Witch House?" Andrew would have liked to ignore her question, and her as well, but several months of enforced proximity with the youngest Bellamy sister had taught him that ignoring her only invited more persecution. For whatever reason, she delighted in bedeviling his every waking hour. "I am having a delightful time," he said, not bothering to hide his sarcasm. "Liar! The only person here who looks more unhappy than you is my mother's companion." Andrew thought about the woman who'd just scowled at him in the drawing-room. He'd been too agitated to notice much about her when she'd run into him outside Lady Shaftesbury's chambers. But seeing her again at dinner, and afterward, he'd felt a strange twinge of memory. Had he met her somewhere before? He'd never had a head for names, but his ability to recall faces had become even worse after he'd returned home from the war. "Who is she?" Andrew asked. "She is my mother's companion." "I know that," he said, giving her a withering look. "What is her name?" "Why?" Andrew lifted an eyebrow at her suspicious tone. "Why what?" "Why are you asking?" "Why do you think I'm asking?" he demanded testily, although he could no longer remember why himself. "Is she your next target for seduction?" "Very droll." How did the little witch manage to draw him into these conversations? Catherine laughed. Or abduction, I suppose. Andrew knew he deserved her mockery, so he kept his mouth shut and endured it. But he also took a deep draw on the slender cigar and then exhaled, not being too choosy about which direction he blew his smoke. She coughed. Is she, Andrew? Is she what, Catherine? Your target. He gave vent to an explosive sigh. Lord, but you're persistent. You're like a walking, talking, nagging burr in skirts. And you are avoiding the question, which can only mean I've hit on the truth. I should probably warn our host of your intentions. Bloody hell, he muttered, pushed beyond civility by her harping. You can stop teasing yourself on the subject, Catherine. I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. Shelton scowled, furious that she had driven him to utter such unkind words. While it was true the Countess's companion had given him a look of near loathing in the drawing-room, there was no excuse for what he had just said. That was a cruel thing to say, Shelton. There was no humour in her voice now. Andrew's ears heated, and he hoped it was too dark to see the flush that was no doubt colouring his face. Haven't you heard that I'm an unprincipled cad? He taunted. What else do you expect? Even for you, that was low. It had been. Her name is Miss Martin, Catherine said. Don't you know her? Would I have asked you if I did? He shot back irritably. I'm not sure about that, she murmured. He frowned. Just what do? I know she is a desperate woman, she went on, talking over him as if he was not there. The woman he'd seen earlier had looked scornful and haughty, but not especially desperate. Why do you think she is desperate? Only a desperate woman would take a position working for my mother. He barked a laugh. Such filial devotion. That's rather a, grim assessment of your mother. Is it? She gave him a slyly amused look. You met her earlier in the drawing-room. Touché. So, what do you think of her? I think she has good reason to dislike me. I don't mean my mother. Even an idiot could guess that. I mean Miss Martin. Should I think something about her? She shrugged. He picked a shred of tobacco off his tongue and flicked it away before saying, I assume she is some poor relative? No, her father was Viscount Clayton. Clayton. Andrew vaguely recalled the name, but could bring no face to mind. What's she doing working as a companion? Her father died without a son, and the new Viscount, a distant cousin, is a cheese-paring villain who tossed her out, and so she had to leave her family home and earn her crust. I thought you said you didn't know her, he said, amused by her description of the man. I don't, but I know about her situation. Andrew grunted, bored with the subject of the companion. Will your father be joining us? Thankfully we will be spared that gruesome event, as he is spending the holiday at Oatlands with the Regent. He wasn't exactly thunderstruck to hear that Addiscombe had chosen to carouse with the profligate prince rather than play chicken steaks whist with his family. Doubtless the Earl would lose a packet over the holiday, money that Needham would have to pay. Do you know my father, Andrew? I've met him, but I wouldn't say that I know him. The man owed Andrew money from years before, but it seemed indelicate to mention that. You mean you've played cards with him? He hesitated before saying, Once or twice. Did he lose? He might have. I can't recall. He lied. When was this? Ages ago. You would have been in leading strings. Andrew could still recall what a dreadful card player the man was. Doubtless he was greatly enjoying himself now that he could loot Needham's bottomless pockets. It wasn't any of Andrew's concern, but he hoped Sylvester didn't get drawn into supporting the profligate old rooster. The dukedom might be wealthy, but a man with Addiscombe's ability to waste the ready could drive it into the dirt fast enough. He took a last draw on his cigar, pinched off the glowing end, and exhaled before saying, "I'm going back inside. Are you coming?" he added, his manners getting the better of him. "No, I'll stay here for a while," she said, sounding oddly subdued. "Suit yourself," he said, and then left the moody adolescent to whatever was eating away at her. I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. Stacia couldn't stop hearing the words, which echoed like the ring of an especially unpleasant bell. I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. The description had frozen Stacia to the spot, far more unpleasant than the smoke from Lord Shelton's foul-smelling cigar. Stacia had always considered herself to be a practical person. She was not beautiful, but neither was she ugly. Perhaps being average was even worse than either of those things. She'd never believed that to be the case until tonight. Drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. Was that really how people viewed her? Stacia quietly eased from the conservatory and hurried back toward the ancient staircase, as if she could outrun the nasty words. She glanced down at her gown as she climbed the stairs. Yes, it was a serviceable shade of brown, but what was wrong with that? As a matter of fact, brown suited her. I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. Enough! She hissed upon reaching the landing. Lord Shelton's head suddenly popped around the corner. What was that? Stacia shrieked. Shelton winced. Sorry. I heard somebody say something behind me and assumed you were talking to me." "What is wrong with you?" Stacia's hand had jumped to her heart, as if by laying a hand over it she could soothe its frantic rhythm. She glared up into a face that would make angels weep, her eyes colliding with a pair that were an unearthly shade of blue. I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. "Are you all right, Miss Martin?" The sound of her name on his tongue snapped her from confusion and misery to icy control. So, he had finally remembered it after all these years, had he? Rather than please her, it only made her hate him more. "I am fine, my lord. At least I was until you leapt out of nowhere and all but stopped my heart." He recoiled at her harsh tone, momentarily taken off guard. But he recovered quickly enough, his eyelids lowering and his unfairly perfect lips pulling up into a lazy smirk that was, even after all these years, enough to snatch the air from her lungs. "I normally prefer to stop a lady's heart using more pleasant means." Her jaw dropped. The knowing expression on his face said he was accustomed to robbing women of words and laying waste to their wits. He gifted her an amused, condescending smile and held out his arm. "Allow me to make up for my boorish behaviour by escorting you back to the drawing-room." I'd have to be desperate indeed to foist my attentions on such a drab, downtrodden little dab of a female. The words snapped her from her besotted fugue. "Oh, dear me," she said in an exaggerated, gushing tone. "Such a treat would likely make my head swell, my lord. I'm sure it is far safer for my peace of mind to walk into the room unassisted." His expression of stupefaction was so complete that she was tempted to linger and enjoy it, but Stacia knew the value of a well-timed exit and took advantage of the stunned silence to sail past him, her chin high. Only when he was behind her did she allow herself a triumphant smile. "Take that, you insufferable, arrogant toad." Chapter 7. Several mornings later. As usual, Andrew rose before dawn and was the first of the house guests to arrive at the stable. What had not been usual, however, was the dream that had woken him that morning. It had been shockingly vivid. It had been arousing, and yet all he could recall of it was that Miss Martin's hair, which had to reach well past her arse, had been unbound and spread across his chest, abdomen, and cock. His hard cock. That was all, and yet he could not recall being so hard in years. It was disturbing. Naturally, he needed to take himself in hand. Andrew scowled, shoved the memory from his mind, and focused on the breaking dawn. As sunrises went, it wasn't especially remarkable, but the pale yellow sun made the froth glitter on every surface, turning the morning into something almost magical. Indeed, the enchanting scene filled him with an odd feeling of optimism. "Are you sure the reason for your elation isn't the result of boxing the Jesuit first thing in the morning?" Andrew ignored the mocking reminder. Being astride a horse was one of his favourite places in the world. It allowed him to clear his mind and order his thoughts. This morning he had good thoughts to ponder. Like silky coffee-brown hair and... Andrew jerked his errant thoughts back to the real reason for his happiness today. The letter he'd received right before he'd left Chatham Park. It had come from Jem Moore, the man who managed Andrew's stud enterprise. Jem had filled all but 2 of the slots they had remaining for their prize stallion. Thanks to several excellent colts from last year's mares, the operation was, if not booming, at least flourishing, and all without requiring any large infusions of money. Andrew smiled at the thought, the tension leaking out of his body as he rode through trees so ancient he felt as if he might encounter Arthur and Guinevere any moment. He'd ridden every morning since he'd been a boy. It was a ritual that helped clear his head and prepare him for the day ahead. These past months at his cousin's house he'd ridden with Sylvester too, but those jaunts took place a bit later in the day and were often shared with the Duchess, who was as skilled in the saddle, side or astride, as anyone Andrew had ever met. He had never invited anyone else to accompany him on these early rides, not even Maria. She had been a slapping rider and had often begged him to come along. After her death, Andrew had regretted that he'd not relaxed his rigidity and invited her, especially since he had lost more and more of her with every year that had passed, his memory no more resilient against the incursion of time than a sandy beach against the tide. Alarmingly, the forgetting process seemed to have sped up since he'd begun to reconcile with Sylvester, as if he had only room in his memory for one of them, his cousin or his dead lover. Andrew was glad that he'd accepted his cousin's invitation to spend time with him at Chatham Park. It was past time to let go of the hatred that had fueled him for more than a decade. But he'd not expected the giant void that had appeared in his life once he'd relinquished his vendetta. It would have been all too easy to run from his cousin's home and return to the familiar, almost comforting cycle of retribution and hatred. But Sylvester had said something during Andrew's second week that had kept him at Chatham Park. "You're my brother, Drew, the only one I have left. Having you back in my life is worth some awkwardness and discomfort as we make up for lost time." Sylvester was right. It had been painful to reacquaint himself with a man who'd once been his closest friend. Part of that pain was admitting just how many years he had wasted, because there was no denying that the majority of their estrangement had been his doing, and would never... A sharp yelp pierced the early morning air and cut off his thoughts. Andrew reined in Drake and listened, but there was nothing other than the sound of his horse's breathing. He was about to nudge his gelding into motion when he heard the sound again. It was undeniably a canine cry. A dog in pain, and it was coming from somewhere in the trees. "Let's go and see what all this is about, Drake," he murmured, guiding the horse off the path. A quick glance at the ground showed a disturbance in the frost that covered the fallen leaves, branches, and bracken, which had somehow managed to grow in the shadows beneath the tree canopy. The next time the yelping sound came, it was followed by the murmuring of a voice. A female voice. Andrew dismounted when he encountered a huge rotting log. "You stay here, boy," he said, looping Drake's reins lightly over a branch before following the disturbed detritus toward the canine whining and human cooing. "Hello?" he called out. Both the dog and human sounds ceased, and then a head popped up above a thick cluster of ferns. It was the companion, Miss Martin, the very woman he'd been dreaming about, although she looked nothing like the temptress who'd aroused his sleeping body. Her small face was a study of emotions: worry, relief, indecision, reluctance, and a dozen others. "I've got an injured dog. His foot is caught in a trap. I tried to free him, but I'm not strong enough to pry it open." "I will have a look," he said, climbing over lumps of old dead wood so thickly covered in moss they looked as if they'd grown green fur. When he reached the patch of bracken, he parted the tall fronds and found her kneeling with a wiry-haired mutt that looked to be chiefly terrier. Miss Martin's grey walking costume was liberally smeared with blood and dirt, and she was holding the shivering animal on her lap, along with a very nasty snare. "That's a cruel-looking thing," he said, dropping to his haunches. "We'll get that off you in a trice, you poor little blighter," he said to the dog, and then looked up at her. "Hold him firmly and keep talking to him. He's going to want to pull his paw away when I open the trap." She nodded, her attention on the dog. "There's a good boy," she praised. "Just another minute, and Lord Shelton will take that awful pain away. Be a good boy for a little while longer." Andrew looked for a release plate that was sometimes on such devices, but this was a rustic trap that was hardly more than a tangle of metal with spikes. He was going to have to wrench it open. "Here I go," he warned. The dog whined and twitched as he began to pull the jaws apart, but Miss Martin held him steady. "Be ready to lift his paw off the spikes before he can jerk it away." She nodded and moved one hand to the dog's haunch. Andrew gritted his teeth, more against the pained animal sounds than the effort required, and the jaws grudgingly parted. He'd barely opened it an inch when Miss Martin carefully freed the paw. "Well done," he said, closing the trap and tossing it aside before turning to look at the dog. "Hold him steady, and I'll check the leg for a break." "There's a good boy," she said, gently but firmly holding the little beast still. I know," Andrew said when the dog made a pitiful whine as he felt the limb. There was a lot of blood coming from 2 deep punctures. "I don't feel a break," he said after a moment, releasing the leg and looking up. "But I'm sure it hurts like the dickens." Her cheeks were stained with tears and her eyes red and swollen. She was not the sort of woman who could cry prettily and looked almost as bedraggled as the poor creature she held. Andrew pulled out his handkerchief and wrapped it around the wound, while the little dog stoically watched without making a peep. "There," he said, scratching the dog behind the ears. "That should hold it until we get back to Witch House, although I'm afraid your gown is ruined." She raised a hand to her cheek and wiped away the tears with the back of her trembling hand. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "I don't know. It feels like a long time." "I imagine it does. It is a little early for a walk, isn't it?" "You're out walking?" she shot back. Andrew bit back a smile at her sharp retort. A little hostility was better than weeping anguish. He held out his hands. "Let me hold him while I help you up." She hesitated, but then gently lifted the little dog. "No squirming," Andrew admonished, cradling the dog in one arm and offering his other hand to Miss Martin, who ignored it and pushed to her feet with a harsh intake of breath that told him her legs had probably fallen asleep. He gestured to the fallen tree trunk. "Sit for a moment and allow the feeling to return." "No, I am ready." "I want to dispose of the trap first," he said, handing her the dog. "Oh, I'd forgotten about that." Andrew found the nasty piece of metal and used the hard heel of his riding boot to crush the trap over and over and over, until it was so bent and twisted it could never be repaired. He looked up to find Miss Martin watching him with wide eyes. "I loathe these things," he said, feeling his face heat a bit in the cold morning air. "It is a coward's way to kill, and oftentimes the poor animal languishes for hours or days before the hunter returns." She nodded. "My horse isn't far," he said, after an awkward moment. "I can take you both back." "On your horse?" She looked so scandalized that one would have thought Andrew had just informed her they were heading for the Scottish border. "I can walk, my lord. It is not—" "I was riding for almost a quarter of an hour, Miss Martin. It will take you at least twice as long afoot." She opened her mouth, clearly bent on arguing, but then heaved an exasperated sigh and said, "Oh, very well," employing the ungracious tone of a person who was doing him a favour. Andrew was amused by her prickly nature. How did she manage to efface herself to Lady Addiscombe when she was so combative? Or perhaps it was only Andrew who brought it out of her. The little dog bore the jostling in stoic silence, and they reached his horse without any fuss from either his canine or human companion. Andrew turned to the woman and saw that she was gazing up at the big gelding with an uncertain look. "Don't worry. He looks big, but he is a gentle giant and shan't hurt you." She pulled her gaze from the gelding to glare up at him. "I am not afraid of horses, my lord." He grinned at her withering tone. "No, of course not. I will mount, and then you can hand him up." Still looking dubious, she nodded. Once Andrew was astride, he leaned low and scooped the dog up with a minimum of squirming, holding it as he'd done before. He turned to Miss Martin and extended his free hand. "Take my hand and put your foot on my boot." Her brow furrowed and she bit her lower lip. Her lip, he couldn't help noticing, was nicely plush in contrast to her far slimmer upper lip. After studying him for a moment, she set her gloved hand in his and lifted her foot. "The other one," he said. The furrows in her forehead deepened briefly before a sheepish look flickered across her features. Oh. She was small. Indeed, tiny was a more fitting word. But as stiff as a plank, which made it awkward to maneuver her with only one arm. Still, Andrew managed to get her hip onto the saddle. "Take our patient," he said, shifting so she could collect the dog. Once she had, he looped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer until she was securely tucked between his thighs. She might be small, but she had a pleasingly full, soft backside. His brain wasn't the only part of him to take note of how nice she felt, and warmth pooled in his groin. Christ! He had definitely been without a woman for too long, if a plush arse was enough to get him excited. She whimpered. "Am I hurting you?" he asked. "Hurting? No, but it is rather, cramped." Andrew laughed. "I'm afraid there is no avoiding that." "No, I suppose not." But he felt her try to shrink away regardless. "Stop squirming," he said, tightening his arm around her midriff. "I am not squirming," she said, stilling her squirming. They rode in silence as Drake picked his way through the trees. Only when they reached the path did Andrew feel some of the tension leave her body. "So, you are an early riser too," he said, when it was clear she would not speak. "Yes." He thought that was all he'd get, but then she went on. "It is the only time of day when my services are not needed." "When does your mistress usually wake?" "Not until 11, sometimes even 12. "And then you are at her beck and call until you retire?" "That is the life of a companion," she agreed, a certain wry amusement in her tone. Odd how Andrew had never given any thought to companions before. Well, not really odd, he supposed. Why would he think about such people? Companions were, in his experience, wraith-like women, who flickered unsubstantially around either very old ladies or young girls in their first seasons. The only time he had really noticed a companion or chaperone was when he'd needed to conceive of ways to get around them and steal time with their charges. "Do you like working for Lady Addiscombe?" "She pays a generous wage." Andrew was amused by her evasive answer. "Is she your first employer?" he asked, recalling what Catherine had said about her father dying. "Do you really care, or are you just asking questions to pass the time?" He blinked at her hostile response. "I don't think you like me, Miss Martin. Why is that, I wonder?" "I should think the answer to that question is perfectly obvious." He had been expecting a polite denial and was nonplussed by her direct answer. "You refer to my notorious debauchery, I suppose." "Debaucheries?" He couldn't help grinning. When was the last time a chip barely out of the schoolroom, or any woman, had scolded him to his face? Andrew couldn't think of a single episode. Ever. It was his experience that women giggled, stammered, or lowered their eyes in his presence. Even those matrons who disapproved of him never made a peep of protest if he asked their daughters to dance. Lady Selina had not giggled or blushed, but neither had she given him a proper raking, at least not until he had behaved abominably toward her. "You behaved abominably last night in the conservatory. Or have you forgotten what you said about Miss Martin?" Andrew felt a pang of embarrassment at the memory of his unkind words. But she had not been there. He suddenly recalled how they had encountered each other on the stairs. He assumed she had been fetching and carrying for her employer, but the Countess had gone up to bed earlier. Just what had Miss Martin been up to, wandering around the house? Was it possible that she'd been in the conservatory, although it was certainly not on the way to anywhere else, and heard him? His stomach clenched at the appalling thought. Unfortunately, it seemed like the best explanation for her dislike. "You will forgive me if I point out that your animus sounds almost personal in nature, Miss Martin." "Your past behaviour should be a personal affront to every decent woman, whether she knows you or not," Miss Martin retorted heatedly. "But it just so happens that I am friends with Sarah Creighton." Any sympathy or guilt he'd been feeling toward her drained away. "Indeed," he said dryly. "Friends with Miss Creighton, are you? Surely, as you are such dear friends, you know that is no longer her name?" She twisted around until her nose was touching his chin, her dark brown eyes burning into his. "You are smiling." "Am I?" he asked. "You are not even ashamed or regretful of what you did, are you?" "Ashamed? No. Do I regret it? More often than you would believe," he muttered, and then laughed at her look of horror. You are! What am I?" he asked, although he could guess. Her jaw worked, but she clamped her lips tightly together, drawing his attention to her mouth again, which was quite lovely. Indeed, this close to her, he had to admit her features were not without charm. She had no stature to speak of, and would never be called beautiful, but she was not unattractive. Her eyes, which were large and well-formed, were a warm shade of dark brown, or at least he thought they might warm up when she was not regarding a person with outraged loathing. Interestingly, Andrew decided that her most appealing trait, aside from her lush bottom, sweet lower lip, and big brown eyes, was her keen, albeit hostile, intelligence. It had been Sylvester's new wife who'd shown Andrew that a woman's appeal could sometimes be enhanced by a magnitude if she was clever. Who would have guessed? Hyacinth Bellamy was such a scrawny, unprepossessing female that she'd had no problem convincing half the ton, the male half, that she was a man. For months she had rubbed elbows with dozens of men in London's gambling dens, and yet nobody had guessed her gender. After living in proximity with the Duchess for several months, Andrew could not deny the woman emanated a magnetism, not to mention significant sexual appeal that was far more compelling than a pretty face. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Miss Martin demanded. Andrew realized he'd been staring rather than watching where they were going. Not that Drake needed any help on this well-trodden path. "Like what?" he asked. Andrew silently willed her to say the word. He wanted to see what her lips looked like when they formed the word lustful. She frowned, visibly irked. "I don't know, but I don't like it." Andrew grinned. "Why are you so angry at me?" "I'm not—" "Were you in the conservatory that first night?" The scarlet wave that flooded her face was answer enough. God damn his wretched mouth. What an ass he was. "I deeply regret what I said, Miss Martin. It had nothing to do with you. It was just a thoughtless—" "You must think I am stupid as well as a drab little dab of a woman, if you think I will believe that." She all but snarled. "My words weren't just unkind, they were untrue as well. No," he said when she opened her mouth, probably to argue. "Just listen a moment, and allow me to finish. I was being flippant and disagreeable to Lady Catherine. We have well, let's just call it an adversarial relationship, and I was looking for something to say that would put her back up, hoping it would drive her away." He stared into her disbelieving eyes. "It is the truth, Miss Martin. Your clothing is, I think you would have to admit, not exactly colourful, but your person is not drab. Surely you must know that?" Her blazing gaze, pink cheeks, and flaring nostrils told him that his words had failed to appease her. Andrew couldn't blame her. He'd behaved like a cad. He suspected that she was about to launch into a proper raking, but they were near enough to the stables that a lad came trotting over to take Drake's reins and interrupted what she was about to say. "Leave the horse for a moment and take the dog," he said to the boy. "Have a care, it is injured." Once Miss Martin had handed over the dog, Andrew took her hand. "Use my boot again, and I'll lower you." Andrew was amazed by how much he missed the soft warmth of her body once it was gone. She smoothed out her gown, as if that would rid the garment of blood and muck, and then looked up at him and, very grudgingly, said, "Thank you for helping me." "Shall I go with the lad and—" "I will see to the dog, my lord." "Go away," her hostile eyes shouted. "As you wish," he said, and then watched as Miss Martin, the boy, and the dog disappeared into the stables. By the time Stacia had finished binding the dog's leg, with the help of not only the stable boy, Gerald, but also the kind stable master, Mr. Higgins, settled him into a vacant stall, fetched some milk and a bone from the kitchen, and then sat with the quivering little dog until he dropped into a restless sleep, it was already past 10 o'clock. She hurried up to her quarters to change before heading to Lady Addiscombe. It was the friendly maid Dora who delivered her hot water. "Goodness," she said when she saw Stacya's gown. "What happened?" Stacia told her about the dog, leaving out Lord Shelton's rescue, and then said, "I don't suppose there is anything that can be done to save the dress." "You leave it to me, miss." "Thank you, Dora." Stacia quickly stripped off the gown, politely declined the maid's help to dress, and then donned her dark brown morning dress, the newest of any of her clothing. She paused to regard her reflection in the mirror. The gown was suitable, and the colour was not unattractive on her, but it is undeniably drab. She scowled at her reflection as she speedily unpinned, brushed, and then replaited her hair. There, that was good enough, as good as she ever looked. As she made her way toward Lady Addiscombe's chambers, Stacia told herself to forget Lord Shelton and anything he'd said. Unfortunately, her body clung to the man as tenaciously as her brain, and kept reminding her of what it had felt like to be pressed up against his gorgeous body as tightly as paint on a wall. Even through all the layers of clothing, She'd felt the warmth of his hard muscles, his far bigger body easily enclosing hers, his strong arms gently but firmly holding. Enough! Stacia gritted her teeth against the distracting clenching between her thighs. She had been a fool to not take Lady Addiscombe's side and encourage Lord Needham to banish Shelton from the property. The man was an unrepentant menace. You should banish yourself from the property. Lord Shelton did nothing untoward this morning other than be exceedingly helpful and proper. Stacia hated the accusation. He had behaved like a gentleman. And that is why you're so miffed. You were expecting him to importune you or carry you off to the border. No, actually, I wasn't. You forget that I heard his brutal assessment of me 3 nights ago. You forget— Stacia pulled a face when she realized she was arguing with her own mind and scratched softly on the door before opening it. The room was black, so black that somebody must have covered the windows, because not even a sliver of light was showing. "My lady?" she asked, hesitating on the threshold. "Don't shout so, Martin." Stacia didn't immediately recognize the croaky husk of a voice as Lady Addiscombe's. "I have a dreadful migraine." "I am so sorry—" "Do not speak." Stacia closed her mouth. "I want an ice compress brought up every 2 hours, and I want it delivered without any noise." Stacia almost said, "Yes, my lady," but caught herself at the last second. Instead, she closed the door without making a sound and immediately headed toward the kitchen. She entered the warm, noisy room and skidded to a halt when she saw Lady Needham seated at the rough-hewn oak table, drinking tea with the housekeeper, Mrs. Nutter, and the cook, Mrs. Barton. "I'm so sorry to interrupt, my lady." "It is no interruption, Miss Martin. I am finished here." Lady Needham gave her a sunny smile and pushed to her feet with a groan. "Neither of these ladies needs direction to keep things running smoothly, but they both humour me and discuss the menu every week." Both women laughed, clearly at ease with their mistress. "Did you need something, Miss Martin?" Lady Needham asked. "The Countess has a migraine and requires an ice compress." She turned to Mrs. Nutter. "She asked that it be delivered every 2 hours. I will wait for the first one." Mrs. Nutter nodded and hurried off. "That is unfortunate," Lady Needham said, and then cocked her head. "Has my mother had one of these lately?" "Not since I've come to work for her." "You should be aware that her migraines often last for days. Other than the compresses, what she really needs is complete quiet, darkness, and rest." "I understand, my lady." "There is no reason for you to wait, Miss Martin. A servant can bring the compresses to my mother, and Mrs. Nutter will make sure she gets them regularly." I really do feel that I should bring it myself, my lady." Lady Needham gave a dismissive flick of her hand. "Nonsense. I'll see to her myself. I have years of experience with my mother's migraines." She smiled. "Why don't you take the day for yourself, while she is bedbound and does not need you?" Stacia shoved down the excitement that bubbled up inside her at the other woman's words. "I couldn't—" "Yes, you can. Needham is guiding a big party over to the pond. Our groundskeeper has assured him that it is frozen enough to bear even his great weight. You must go and have fun. I insist." "But—" "If my mother asks for you, I will tell her that I have co-opted your services for the day. But she won't ask for you. These episodes are quite debilitating, and it often takes her a week or more before she is ready to leave her room." "A week?" Stacia's heart leapt at the other woman's words. She was an awful, awful person. "I'm afraid I don't have any skates," Stacia said. "I have only ever been one time before." Lady Needham chuckled. "My husband purchased enough skates to equip the entire neighbourhood. Needham is from the north, Miss Martin. He believes that skating is a mandatory activity at Christmas. Go, you deserve to have a bit of entertainment." She gave Stacia a mock-stern look. "That is an order from your hostess." Stacia laughed. Very well, then. I shall go. Lady Needham wagged a finger at her. And you must have fun. Yes, I promise to have fun. Chapter 8. Skating? Andrew repeated. He'd been eating a late breakfast when his cousin found him. Yes, it is an activity one does in winter, especially around Christmas. A person straps on a... Very droll, Sylvester. Needham has a pavilion complete with braziers, a feast, and plenty of warm blankets for those who want to come and watch, like Hyacinth and Lady Shaftesbury. The Duchess does not skate? Oh, she does, but I forbade it. Andrew raised his eyebrows. That must have been an interesting conversation. I must admit I was reduced to playing the lord and master and issuing a ducal command. Andrew laughed. I'm sorry I missed that. Come with me. Even if you don't skate, you can keep the ladies company. I'm sure they would both adore that, he said with a roll of his eyes. But yes, he added when Sylvester gave him a pained look, I will come. Excellent. Go fetch your things. We are leaving soon. A large group had assembled in the great hall by the time Andrew had returned with his coat and hat. He joined Chatham and his Duchess, who was standing off to one side. Where the devil did all these people come from? He asked as he pulled on his gloves. Some new arrivals, but many are neighbours, Chatham said. The majority of the people milling about were between the ages of 12 and 20. Andrew suddenly felt ancient. Have other, adults been invited to this house party? The Duke laughed at his plaintive tone. The Duchess turned to him and did something she rarely did, which was to address him directly. There will be even more young people meeting us at the pond. You have been brought along to chaperone. Andrew gave a startled snort. I must admit, that is a first for me. The Duke gave his wife an affectionate look and said, My wife is teasing you, Drew. Ah, Andrew saw no hint of anything playful in either her unnerving eyes or her expressionless face. His attention was snagged by a solitary figure standing at the far edge of the group. Yet again, Miss Martin was conspicuous for being alone. Several carriages rolled up, and Chatham turned to him. Hyacinth and I will be riding over in one of the carriages. Is it far? Her Grace rolled her eyes. No, but Chatham will not allow me to walk. The carriages are just for the invalids. Sylvester grinned at his wife's sour expression. We will see you there. Abandoning me already, Andrew muttered as the two left. The large boisterous group set off, Lord Needham leading the way. Evidently the skating pond was only a 10-minute walk from Wych House. Although the sun was out, the wind was biting, and the big group moved swiftly. Miss Martin, with her far shorter stride, soon fell behind the crowd. When she did, Andrew dropped back to walk beside her. Stacia was hunched over and walking at a full trot to keep up when she saw booted feet fall in beside hers. She looked up to find Lord Shelton smiling down at her. How is your patient? Patient? She repeated stupidly, her heart pounding. The dog. Oh, yes, well, Mr. Higgins believes he will be fine after a week of rest. That is good news. Yes, it is. She bit her lower lip. What is wrong? He asked. Why do you ask? Because you made this expression. He caught his lower lip with his teeth and pulled a mournful face. She caught her laugh just in time. I did not. Did so. She just shook her head and tried to suppress her smile. Of course, she failed. So, what is wrong? Have you ever been told that you were pertinacious? I don't know. Is that another word for handsome? He grinned. This time she couldn't hold back her laugh. There is nothing wrong. I am just concerned about what will happen to the little dog. Lady Addiscombe does not need a lapdog. Stacia snorted at the thought of her rigid employer even allowing such an unprepossessing little mutt into her townhouse. She is not fond of dogs, or cats, or birds, or people." "How astonishing," he said, not bothering to hide his sarcasm. Stacia didn't respond to his comment, already feeling guilty over her disloyal words. "If he is a good ratter, maybe Higgins will keep him," the Marquis suggested. "I asked, and they don't need him. There are 4 terriers already, not to mention all the other dogs." Maybe you could try and find his owner." "He's terribly thin. I think he has been on his own for quite some time." "Still, it could not hurt to put the word out in the village. Perhaps at the post office and the Weasel," he said, using the local's name for the small pub. "Oh, I had not thought of that." "You have not spent much time in the country." "No, hardly any. But how did you guess?" "If you had, you would know that post offices and pubs are the 2 social hubs in village life." "What about the church?" He made a scoffing sound. "There is no gossip and ale at church, Miss Martin." She snorted. "Do you want me to do it for you?" That is very kind of you. Indeed, suspiciously kind. But I will do it myself after skating." He lifted an eyebrow. "You have a day of leisure." "Lady Addiscombe has a migraine." Lord Shelton grimaced. "I would not wish those on anyone, not even the Countess." "You are familiar with them?" "Unfortunately." When he did not offer anything more, Stacia said, "Lady Needham said they are quite awful, and often last for days." "They are, and they can," he said grimly. They walked in silence. Stacia had no idea why he was beside her. Guilt, perhaps? Just then they crested a slight rise that overlooked the pond. Beside it was a giant blue and white striped pavilion. "My goodness," Stacia said. "It looks like something out of a medieval tale," Shelton said. "One almost expects a fool wearing motley to come cartwheeling out." Stacia was delighted by the enchanting scene. There were huge copper braziers filled with glowing coals, a dozen tables with fluttering white cloths held down with yards and yards of ribbon, bunting and greenery, and the centerpiece on each table was an enormous silver bowl heaped with nuts, sweets, and oranges. "Ooh, oranges," she said before she could stop herself. "Would you like one?" he asked. "Perhaps in a little while," she said, not wishing to appear greedy. Chairs and benches abounded, and there were warm-looking lap rugs in piles. "What say you, Miss Martin? Shall we skate?" Stacia turned from the magical scene to the man beside her, who was equally magical, his golden hair glinting under the pale winter sun, and his eyes so bright and beautiful they were like pieces of a summer day. "You don't need to keep me company, my lord." "I don't have to do anything I don't wish to do," he retorted. "I'm asking because I want to." "Because you feel guilty?" "I am not proud of what I said the other night, Miss Martin, but I would not burden myself with a tedious companion to make amends. I am not that self-sacrificing." He cocked his head. "Can you not forgive my cruel, ignorant, and idiotic comment? If you truly cannot, then I promise to go away and leave you in peace." Her heart lurched unpleasantly at the thought of him leaving. "Fine, I forgive you. But you don't need to flirt with me, my lord. You never have before." "Before?" She shook her head in amazement. "You truly do not remember, do you?" "If you are asking if I recall meeting you before this house party," she nodded, "then my answer is no. I take it that is not the truth." Before she could answer, he gestured to one of the many benches. "Come, let us sit. We are attracting notice just standing around." Stacia willed herself to say, "No, thank you." Instead, she nodded and meekly allowed him to lead her to a seat. "I will fetch us skates," he said, heading off before she could tell him that she could get her own skates. All around her people were hurriedly donning their skates. A nearby trio of children tottered excitedly toward the ice. They could not have been more than 9 or 10, and she couldn't help smiling when one took a tumble and pulled the other two down with her. All three laughed and scrabbled about clumsily as they struggled to get up again. A shadow passed over her, and Lord Shelton dropped to his haunches in front of her. "Here, let me put them on for you." "I am sure you can," he said, removing his gloves and tossing them aside before deftly unbuckling the straps without even looking. His hands, she noticed, not for the first time, somehow managed to be beautifully elegant and yet powerfully, distractfully masculine. And they were reaching for her. "Give me your foot," he ordered. Stacia glanced around at his scandalous command to see who was watching, but everyone was too busy either donning skates or helping others put them on, or making their way to the ice. Nobody was paying them any attention. She clamped her jaws tight to keep a fatuous smile from taking control of her face and extended her booted foot. She was impressed that he had chosen exactly the right size, but then why would that surprise her? The man probably knew women's bodies better than they did. "What is it?" he asked. "What is what?" she asked coolly. You were smiling, and then suddenly you looked as if somebody had just broken your favourite toy. "I am not a child, Lord Shelton. I don't have toys." His eyes swept over her in a bold way that stole her breath. "No, you are not a child." Stacya's heart stuttered, and she could only be grateful that she was seated. "You are not going to answer me, are you?" he asked, closing the last buckle and holding out his hand for her other foot. "No." He laughed, squeezed her ankle, and then strapped on the skate before sitting beside her, his big body pressing against hers, although she could see he still had at least 3 inches of the bench on his far side. So, she thought, this is what it was like to be flirted with and pursued by an expert. It was intoxicating. "Don't become too accustomed to it," the wry voice in her head warned. "He will lose interest quickly enough as soon as somebody prettier comes along." For once, Stacia refused to allow the voice to dampen her pleasure. Why not enjoy the moment? "You seem to be very comfortable with skates," she observed. "I grew up in Yorkshire," he said, pulling on his gloves. "We had frozen ponds every year." "I'm not very good," she warned him. "You might want to find somebody more your nonsense." He stood and held out a hand. When Stacia hesitated, he smiled down at her. "Come, come, Miss Martin. It is Christmas time." Whatever that had to do with anything. But Stacia heaved a sigh and grabbed his hand, wobbling badly as they trudged across the frozen ground. There were at least 30 skaters already on the ice, mostly gliding together in twosomes and threesomes. "Hold on to my arm until you feel comfortable," he said when her ankles buckled and her feet felt like they might slide out from under her. She clung to him as he slowly pushed away from the shore. "Not too fast," she warned. He slowed his speed until all the other skaters were flying by. "Don't lift your feet," he told her after a moment. "Just shift your weight from leg to leg. Here, watch." He lifted her hand from his arm and twined their fingers before skating ahead a foot or so to demonstrate. His movements smooth, his skates never leaving the ice. Stacia tried it for a moment, lurching from side to side. "Try to bring your feet a bit closer together. Yes, that's good. There. See? Much better." Stacia laughed. "I'm doing it." She risked a glance up from her feet to find him skating backward. "Oh, you are so good at this," she cried enviously. He merely smiled, skating slowly and casting periodic glances behind him. "Chatham and I used to skate every winter." His blue eyes were distant, and a fond smile curved his lips. "This is the first time I have been on the ice in years." His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his smile faded. He gracefully swung around until they were skating side by side. "Where have we met before?" he asked after a moment. "London, and then Bath. Not one place, my lord, but at least a few dozen times. I'm sorry, he said after a long moment, the habitually amused glitter in his blue eyes nowhere to be seen. His regret was worse than his ignorance had been. Why hadn't she just kept her mouth shut? When would she learn? When did we meet in London? 4 years ago, he nodded. And I know when we must have met in Bath, because I've only been once in the past 20 years. He gave her a wry look. I didn't go voluntarily. I was in such hot water with Dunners that I felt like a hunted fox. I went to Bath to... He paused and skated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Hide, she suggested. Rather than be peeved, he laughed. I was going to say lick my wounds, but the word hide serves just as well. Regardless of my intentions, I'd scarcely been at my great-aunt Lydia's house for 5 minutes when there was an announcement in the newspaper. Naturally, she asked me to escort her to the pump room, and I could hardly say no. And when the invitations started flooding in, he broke off and shrugged at the memory. After a moment he said, My great-aunt has no children, and never married. Suffice it to say that I could scarcely deny her the small pleasure of escorting her about Bath, despite the fact that it had not been part of my plans. Stacia recalled his visit with crystal clarity. He had looked rather haggard, although a haggard Lord Shelton had merely looked even more romantic, mysterious, and gorgeous. So, I saw you then, did I? He asked. I was a companion to a friend of your aunt's, a woman named Lady Hamilton, he said, giving her a look of triumph. Now I remember where I have seen you. You used to take her nasty little dog for walks. Stacia told herself not to feel pleased that he'd successfully dredged his memory. He snapped his fingers. Lord, what was that ill-tempered creature's name? Mr. Bunch and Stuff. Lord Shelton laughed. That is right. What a horrid little dog. He was, she agreed. He'd been a fat, whiny pug, prone to nipping, and he had once peed on her shoe while she'd had him out on a walk. I cannot believe you recall the dog. I remember him because he bit me once, years ago, on an earlier visit. And he urinated on my best pair of boots. Stacia laughed. I'm sorry, she said at his reproachful look. He did the same to me. Vile beast. I'm amazed that you didn't secretly throttle him. You mustn't speak ill of the dead, my lord. Mr. Bunch and Stuff passed on to his eternal reward shortly after your visit. And before you ask, no, I did not have a hand in that. She paused and then added, although I must admit the notion occurred to me more than a few times. He laughed. Lord, he must have been ancient. Just shy of 20. No, impossible. Lady Hamilton was adamant on the matter. She had also been broken-hearted when the ill-tempered little dog had died. They skated in companionable silence, and Stacia realized she was gliding smoothly, no longer huffing along like a frantic calf after its mother. I recall my great-aunt writing to tell me that Lady Hamilton had died, Shelton said after a moment. Is that when you took a position with Lady Addiscombe? Stacy thought about the job she'd briefly held after Lady Hamilton and pushed the unpleasant memory away. I had a small gap in employment between Lady Hamilton and the Countess. That was not a lie, but neither was it the unpleasant truth. Catherine said the previous Viscount Clayton was your father? Yes. Where is your family seat? Devon, but we never lived there. At his inquiring look, she explained, My grandfather was improvident. Shelton nodded, and Stacia saw not only comprehension on his face, but something that looked very much like guilt. The last thing Andrew wanted to do was talk about improvident landlords, but he'd been the one to broach the subject. Besides, he was curious about her and how she'd gone from life as a gentlewoman to slaving for a shrew like the Countess of Addiscombe. Was your father forced to sell? He asked after a moment. The property is entailed, and so he leased it to a wealthy shipbuilder and his family, who have occupied it for most of my lifetime. We kept small lodgings in London, near the museum. My father was a scholar. Ah, probably why I didn't know him. You are not bookish? She asked. Lord, no. Brains have never been my strong suit. Our tutor was fond of saying I had a great deal of vacant room in the old bone box. She gasped. What an extremely unkind thing to say to a child. Perhaps, but that does not make it less true, he assured her. I was a dreadful student from the beginning. That was an understatement, but it was far too mortifying to confess that he'd not learned to read until he'd been 8. I couldn't wait to leave school and escape into the army. My uncle, Chatham's father, exercised his ducal influence, and so I was able to join even though I was only 15. 15? That seems very young. It was, but it also turned out to be a very good place for me. How long did you serve? Almost 8 years. A long time. That was one way to put it. Andrew changed the subject. How about you? How many seasons did you spend in London? She laughed, and Andrew happened to be looking at her when she did so. It transformed her from moderately attractive to startlingly pretty. What is so amusing? He asked. Just that you asked about London seasons right after I asked you how many years you'd been in the army. Andrew smiled. Yes, I suppose that speaks to a rather telling mental connection. So, how many? Just the one. And did you... Shelton! Catherine skated up alongside them, twin blonde women on her far side and a trio of dark-haired young women trailing in her wake. Andrew bit back a groan. Catherine, how delightful, he said flatly, wanting to strangle her for interrupting what had been a pleasurable tete-a-tete. Her green eyes twinkled maliciously. My neighbours desperately wished to make your acquaintance. I told them it would be anticlimactic, that you were better enjoyed from afar, but they insisted. Catherine! The blondes exclaimed in horrified unison. Andrew turned to Miss Martin. Let us move off to the side, as we are impeding traffic. She nodded, an anxious notch forming between her large brown eyes. Do you remember how to stop? He asked. You just push your toes slowly together, he said before she could answer. Push my toes together, she muttered, watching her feet. A smile slowly spread over her face as they came to a halt. Andrew waited until they'd fully halted and Miss Martin had released his arm before turning to Catherine and her friends. He recognized their eager, adoring looks and suppressed a sigh, his mask already sliding into place. And who are these delightful young ladies? He asked, smiling from face to face. The twins giggled immoderately, and Catherine gave Andrew a wry smile. Miss Larry and Miss Susanna Larry are our neighbours, Sir Thomas and Lady Larry's daughters, and these ladies, she gracefully slid aside and gestured to the other 3, are their cousins who are visiting, Miss Moore, Miss Arabella Moore, and Miss Coraline Moore. Her smile grew. All of them begged me to introduce them to the most notorious rake in England. Her last words were drowned out by the protests of the 5 young women, who were clearly mortified. We did not say that, my lord, one of the twins insisted. He'd already forgotten which was which. Andrew gave the flustered young woman a reassuring smile. I recognize Lady Catherine's words when I hear them. I am charmed to meet all of you. Now skate away, he wanted to add. Unfortunately, rather than move off, more young people drifted up. Bloody hell. Lord Bellamy, the 2 lads he'd brought with him, whose names Andrew had already forgotten, and Bellamy's little blonde familiar, Miss Lucy, skated up. I say, Miss Martin, Bellamy said. Catherine said Lord Clayton, the former Viscount, was your father. Hornsby here is from Devon, right next to your family seat. I'm afraid it has been many years since my family occupied Clayton Abbey, Miss Martin said. Your cousin has recently moved back, Hornsby informed her. He cut down the rose garden and built a Greek folly, he added, apropos of nothing. Oh, I did not realise. How are you finding our little corner of Hampshire, my lord? One of the twins asked Andrew, forcing him to turn away from Miss Martin. I am enjoying myself very much, or at least I had been up until a few minutes ago. He turned to the three silent cousins, who were watching him with wide-eyed curiosity. Of course, I am even more pleased to be here now, he felt compelled to add. The twins giggled. They were gigglers, that much was apparent, while the far more sensible cousins merely blushed and smiled at his ham-fisted flirtation. Lord, when had exchanging mindless pleasantries become such drudgery? He had obviously been mired in the country too long. Are you ladies visiting for long? He asked the cousins, hoping to stem the giggling. Until the beginning of the year, the eldest said. And then we are all going to London, the youngest piped up. It will be our first time. Andrew smiled at her innocent enthusiasm. Coming out, are you? The girl, Caroline, or Catherine, or something with a C, laughed. I'm not old enough, sir, but Emma and Daff will be launched. She pulled a face, her freckled nose wrinkling. Sounds rather like joining the army. Andrew laughed. What will you do while they are attending balls and the like? Lessons, she said glumly, but then brightened. Although Miss Brambley has promised that we will visit the Tower and the British Museum. He opened his mouth, but one of the twins decided her young cousin had been the centre of attention long enough. Our papa says the Thames is frozen, and there might be a frost fair if this cold weather continues. He has promised to take us to London too. This news caught the young male's attention. I hadn't heard that, Bellamy said, and then fixed the Lowry girl with a look of mild scorn. Are you sure you got it right, twin? Both girls scowled at his form of address. It is true, Bellamy, his other mate, not Hornsby, said before either of the twins could lash into the young Viscount. I heard Lord Needham mention it at breakfast. We must go, Bellamy immediately said. The only place you're going is back to school, Catherine taunted. Bickering commenced. The twins gave the arguing siblings disdainful looks, and one said to Andrew, You probably think we are terribly rustic, my lord. She fluttered what were, he had to admit, impressive eyelashes. Why would you believe that? Andrew asked, not telling her what he really thought, which was that they all seemed terribly, terribly young. Because we are so excited about a frost fair. You must have gone to dozens. He opened his mouth. Lord Bellamy gave a loud guffaw. What a pea goose you are, twin! The Viscount gave the girl a look of amused contempt. He can't have been to more than one, can he? The other twin bristled on her sister's behalf. Why ever not? She shot back, her sophisticated disdain of only a moment earlier nowhere in sight as she squared up against the young lord. Bellamy opened his mouth, but one of the cousins, the truly beautiful one, said, Because the Thames hasn't frozen over enough since 1789, and the time before that was in the 1740s. Bellamy nodded approvingly at the cousin and gave the twin a derisive sneer. That's why, twin. Shelton ain't that old, he added, giving Andrew a look that clearly said, girls. Thank you, Bellamy, Andrew said dryly. The young lord blinked in confusion as his mates jeered at him, but Catherine gave her brother an approving nod and said, Well done, Doddy. The Viscount's pale cheeks darkened when he realised just how his comment had sounded. Oh, I didn't mean... One of the Lowry sisters discarded what little sophistication that remained, looked down her nose at the blushing lad and said, Your oafish comment is merely more proof that little boys should be seen and not heard. Her salvo managed to get under the skin of not just one, but all three young gentlemen. Andrew sighed as a battle of the sexes flared to life and the argument blazed. He turned to Miss Martin to suggest they slip away while the others were brawling, but found himself facing an empty space. He frowned and glanced around him, but he saw no sign of her long grey coat, noticeable for its dowdy functionality, especially among this group, many of whom sported festive reds, greens and blues. "Excuse me," he murmured to nobody in particular. Not that any of the others heard him, and left the ice, trudging toward the pavilion, thinking perhaps she had gone to enjoy an orange and some hot chocolate. He saw Sylvester and the Duchess and a few dozen other guests, but no Miss Martin. Well, where the devil had she darted off to in such a hurry? Chapter 9. Stacia set her skates back with the others, cast a look of yearning at the braziers and mountains of food under the big tent, but then forced herself to head back to Witch House. She nodded at a trio of younger people heading toward the pond, their fine clothing proclaiming they were yet more of the visitors who'd been pouring into Witch House over the last few days, rather than the humbler village denizens. Skating with Lord Shelton had been fun, and fun was something she'd not had in longer than she wanted to admit. She felt a stab of resentment that he'd been so quick to leave her company, but she was not exactly surprised. The Lowry twins and their cousins, especially the divine Arabella, were exactly the sort of beautiful girls who'd attracted Shelton's attention in the past. Well, what had she expected? His taste in company would not have suddenly changed merely because he had apologized to her. His apology, which had been unexpected, had blunted her anger toward him, but it had done nothing to soothe her injured pride. It would be a long time, if ever, before she forgot either his dismissive words to Lady Catherine or the fact that he recalled Mr. Bunch and Stuff and not Stacia. She made her way back to her chambers without encountering any of the guests. Thanks to Lady Needham, she had a full afternoon off and didn't intend to waste the opportunity. She took the smaller of her two valises from the dressing room. Inside it were the tools of her second, almost more lucrative trade. When Lady Addiscombe had told her that they would be coming to a big house party, Stacia had splurged some of her small savings to purchase more of the expensive gold leaf that she employed in her paintings. She had produced some additional fans, reasoning that if she did not sell them in the little village of Little Sissington, then she could offer them to the modiste in Bath, who usually bought her wares. This close to Christmas, and with so many wealthy guests at Witch House, surely somebody would buy the fans. In any event, it was worth the effort. After she'd paid a visit to the village dress shop, she could post notices about the little dog. Stacia removed all the fans, hesitated, and then put two back. The one with the poem by Mary Chandler. To Mrs. Moore. A poem on friendship. And the other, the best thing she had ever done and could not bring herself to part with, which had a lovely illuminated H and several lines from Shakespeare's Sonnet 29. Last night in the drawing-room, Lord Needham had mentioned there was to be a secret gift-giving once the rest of the house guests had all arrived. Evidently there would be a name-drawing, and people would not know who their secret St. Nicholas was. Anyone, that included servants, amazingly, who wished to join only needed to drop a slip of paper with their name on it into the big crystal bowl in the drawing-room, and names would be chosen and distributed with enough time before Christmas that people could secure gifts. Lady Addiscombe had said it was foolish, and that the servants, whom she'd complained were already cheeky, would only become worse if Needham continued to treat them as if they were equals. "They might be his equals," she had proclaimed loudly to another of the guests, the sweet, rather vague Baroness Mixon, "but they most certainly are not mine." Not for the first time had Stacia wanted to disappear into a crack at something the older woman had said. She chewed her lip for a moment, and then sat down at the small desk in her sitting-room, took out a sheet of paper, and neatly tore off a corner before writing her name. Just because her employer did not wish to join the gift-giving did not mean Stacia could not. Of course, she would not tell the Countess that. And so, before Stacia went to the village, she made a stop in the drawing-room and dropped her name into the bowl. Without Miss Martin to entertain him, Andrew found the skating party rather flat. He was going to return to Witch House when he realized his right glove, from his favourite pair, had a tear in. It wasn't too bad now, but if he left it, the glove would be irreparable. Little Sissington was too small to have a glover, but he'd seen a clothing shop. Perhaps somebody there could repair it. Rather than go back for Drake, he decided to walk the short distance. He passed clusters of people heading toward the pond. Needham, true to form, appeared to have invited the entire town, or county even. It would be very easy to envy Needham, and not just because he was wealthy. The man was also an excellent steward of Witch House and the surrounding area. It had been a fortunate day for the denizens of the area when he'd decided to put roots down here. Unlike Andrew's own people. He grimaced at the thought, shame heating his face at how long he had pursued his revenge at the cost of his family estate. Andrew knew he had no choice but to take a wife, and a wealthy one at that. If he was serious about restoring Rosewood, he would need far more money than his stud farm or inheritance would provide. But the thought of marrying a woman for her money was simply too depressing to think about right now. He would have plenty of time to contemplate it after Christmas, when he joined Chatham in London for yet another season. Yes, later. He could think about that later. Little Sissington was bustling with pre-Christmas business, not just the shops, but there seemed to be some sort of activity on the village green that involved a great deal of hammering and shouting. Andrew paused to watch for a moment. "What is this for?" he asked a man who was prying the lid off an enormous crate. "The Christmas fete." The older man's eyes slid over Andrew's person, assessing him. "Lord Needham bought a brand new tent." He gestured to the crate which held familiar blue-striped canvas. Andrew smiled at the sight of the pavilion. The man really did have his finger in everything. "Any idea where I can get a glove mended?" he asked, holding up his hand to exhibit the rip. "Aye, that be a fine one. Don't want Mr. Oliver on that. He be the cobbler," the man explained. "Go to Mrs. Johnson, she who owns the dress shop. Mostly she has finery for women, but Mary Finley works for her, right clever with a needle." "Thank you," Andrew said, and then turned toward the dress shop. Only to see the door open and Miss Martin come strolling out. Interesting. Andrew was about to hail her when a man approached her, Captain Walker, Crewe's son, and the two commenced talking. He dropped his half-raised hand and watched as they turned and headed across the street to a tea shop. Andrew stared for a moment, his mind strangely frozen. He blinked rapidly and shook himself. So what if she had left skating with him to come and meet Walker? Andrew was nothing to her. She could do whatever she pleased, with whomever she pleased. If she preferred Walker to him, what of it? It took him a moment to identify the emotion he was feeling as rejection. He firmly put Miss Martin from his mind and strode toward the dress shop. A bell tinkled when he opened the door, and he was immediately assaulted by an almost oppressive blast of floral perfume, more than one sort of flower, if his nostrils served him correctly, and the hum of feminine chatter, which stopped abruptly when heads turned toward him. Andrew smiled and shut the door behind him. One of the women, an attractive dark-haired female, who was probably a few years his senior, hurried toward him. "I am Mrs. Johnson, proprietress. How may I serve you today, sir?" she asked, her sharp eyes sweeping his body appraisingly, not once, but twice. "I was told you might have somebody who could repair my glove." He held up his hand. She leaned forward and took his hand in both of hers. Andrew's lips twitched as she examined the glove with far more thoroughness than it required. After a moment, she looked up at him through her thick eyelashes. "Indeed, yes. I can have this repaired. We even carry a few sizes of men's gloves here, if you need something to wear in the interim." "Thank you." He gently removed his hand from hers. "Yes, I will take another pair to wear home today, if I can leave these." Of course, of course. Right this way." And then Andrew startled himself by asking, "Was that Miss Martin I saw leaving a moment ago?" A lightning-fast look of chagrin flickered across her face before a sly smile replaced it. "Tut, tut! You should know better than to pry into a lady's personal matters, sir." "I should know that," he agreed, already regretting his question. "Perhaps you might show me the gloves you have available." Mrs. Johnson suddenly leaned forward, pressing her rather spectacular bosom against his arm while beckoning him closer with one finger. Andrew found himself leaning forward out of courtesy. "Yes?" "It wasn't buying that Miss Martin was doing here today. It was selling." "Is that so?" Andrew said. He suddenly recalled her sitting with her basket, needle, and colourful threads in the drawing-room. Perhaps she sold her embroidery or cross-stitching, or whatever it was she worked on every evening. "The lady paints," Mrs. Johnson said. Andrew looked around the crowded little shop. "Ah, you sell paintings?" She gave an earthy chuckle, and his gaze naturally dropped to her quaking bosom. "Not paintings, fans." "Indeed," he said, not sure what else he could say. Very lovely ones." Well, that was interesting. Andrew realized the shopkeeper was staring up at him, still pressed against him. The gloves," he reminded her. She quickly hid her disappointment and escorted him to her small selection, leaving him when another customer pulled her away with a question. The choice was easy, because there was only one pair that fit. They were dark brown, and he preferred black, but it was bloody cold, and a functional pair was better than no pair. He took his purchase to the counter and waited while she finished another transaction. He noticed the discreet sign advertising alterations and repairs, and thought about the missing buttons on his favourite doeskin breeches, and a few other articles of clothing that needed some mending. He knew Chatham's valet would gladly do the work, but he did not like imposing. He took out his note-case and handed her the money for the gloves. "If I send over a few other items that need mending, will your seamstress have time to do the work before, say, a week from now?" "Certainly she will." "I will have a servant run them over." "Or you could bring them by yourself, later tonight." Andrew paused in the act of reaching for the coins she slid across the counter. He raised an eyebrow. "You are open late, are you?" he asked, deliberately misunderstanding her. "I live above the shop and can always be available for a few favoured customers." She was an attractive woman. He knew he would enjoy an evening spent with her. And yet, he smiled politely. "That is generous of you, but tomorrow is soon enough." "No, you needn't wrap them," he said when she laid the gloves in tissue. "I will wear them out. Good day to you, ma'am." He nodded and left the shop, pausing outside to pull on the new gloves. He could not resist glancing toward the tea shop. Miss Martin and Captain Walker were at a table in the window. He watched for a moment as the two smiled and talked, obviously at ease with each other. Andrew had the strongest urge to foist his company on the pair, and see if he too could coax something other than a scowl out of Miss Martin. He snorted at the impulse. Could he really be so vain that when he came across a woman who did not fall over him, he was miffed? The door behind him opened, and Mrs. Johnson stepped out. "Did I forget something?" he asked. "No, I just came out for a breath of fresh air." She paused, and then gave him a look so scorching that Andrew was amazed that his hair didn't combust. "And to enjoy the view." He laughed, took her hand, and lifted it to his lips, briefly regretting that he was not in the frame of mind to engage in some light-hearted bed sport. "I wish you a happy Christmas, Mrs. Johnson." She smiled wistfully. "You as well, my lord." "Ah, So she knew who he was then. With a last glance at the tea shop, Andrew turned and headed back to Witch House, leaving the two young lovers to their tryst. "Thank you for agreeing to assist me in my time of need, Miss Martin," Captain Walker said. Stacia smiled. "I am more than happy to help you with your gift selection, although I am sure you would do quite well on your own." He pulled a face. "I might have, but it is nice to have another artist to consult about a gift for Lady Crewe." Stacia had seen Aurelia Crewe's work when she had come upon the other woman sketching in an especially lovely and sunny window seat, which had been Stacie's destination. Lady Crewe had noticed the sketchbook in Stacie's hand, and the two had chatted for a full quarter of an hour, sharing their work with each other. Stacia had been awed by the other woman's skill. "How does one get into reproducing illuminated manuscripts?" Captain Walker asked after they had ordered from the waiter. "I don't actually do that," she said. "When my father was still alive, he had a large collection," which her cousin had stolen, but she did not bring that up. "I sometimes made small repairs to his manuscripts." "He must have trusted you a great deal to do so." "He is the one who trained me, so he had to." He chuckled. "Yes, I can see that." He stopped doing his own work when he developed a palsy in his dominant hand. She explained. "What I do now is paint for my own pleasure." She hesitated, and then decided to tell the truth. "I also paint fans, which I sell." "Ah, an entrepreneurial soul like me." He leaned across the table, his handsome face creasing in a smile. "Should we keep our grubby trade a secret, lest we be tossed out of Witch House, Miss Martin? Considering that Lord Needham is one of the wealthiest businessmen in Britain, I think you and I should be safe." He chuckled. "You are probably right." Stacia caught sight of a familiar figure standing outside the women's clothing shop. It was Lord Shelton, and he appeared to be staring right at the tea shop window, although he did nothing to acknowledge them. "Are you friends with the Marquis of Shelton?" Captain Walker asked. "No." That sounded too abrupt, so she said, "We are merely acquainted." The owner of the dress shop came out on her front step, and Shelton turned to her. Even from a distance, Stacia could see the feline smile that curved the pretty shopkeeper's face. She must have said something that made Shelton laugh. He took her hand, bowed extravagantly over it, and then turned and strode away. Mrs. Johnson watched him until he was out of sight, and then her shoulders slumped with dejection, and she disappeared back into her shop. What was all that about? Why had he been in a women's dress shop? You know why. The waiter arrived with their tea, and Stacia tore her thoughts away from Shelton and the voluptuous shopkeeper and turned them back to her attractive companion. Stacia enjoyed her tea and the shopping expedition with the captain. He was charming, witty, and she did not think she was flattering herself that he had some interest in her. And yet all she could think about was Shelton and his interaction with Mrs. Johnson. The thought of him taking a lover depressed her. He had spent time skating with her because he had felt guilty. There was no more to it than that. Doubtless he had forgotten her name all over again. And yet, when Stacia returned to Witch House a few hours later, she found a handkerchief with the initials AWD sitting outside her door. Carefully wrapped up inside the fine white linen were 2 oranges. Chapter 10. What sort of monster doesn't finish a floating island? Stacia looked up from her needlework at the sound of Lord Shelton's voice. Out of habit, she glanced around the drawing-room before remembering that her employer was still in the grip of her migraine. What sort of gentleman teases a woman about her eating habits? Stacia retorted, secretly pleased that he had noticed her at all, and then disgusted with herself for the thought. Lord Shelton ignored her question and sat down on the settee next to her. Her heart thudded faster as he swept her seated body with a lingering look that made the room several degrees hotter. "You cannot be slimming, as you are already far too slender." Is that your way of telling me I am scrawny, my lord?" He laughed, the rich, low sound bringing to mind honey and hot summer days. "You are like a hedgehog, Miss Martin." "So, scrawny and prickly. I can see why you are famed for your charm." Again he laughed, appearing delighted. Stacia snipped the end of her thread and rooted through her basket to find the cornflower blue she needed for the next flower, more grateful than ever to have her needlework to cling to. "Thank you for the oranges, my lord." She risked a look up at him. "Oranges?" he repeated, wearing an expression of wide-eyed innocence that nobody except a very young child would find convincing. "They are my favourite treat," she said, ignoring his evasion. "What sort of person likes fruit more than floating islands?" "A monstrous one. I thought we had already established that." He smiled and held her gaze for a long moment, during which Stacia found it impossible to breathe or look away. She knew she should offer to return his handkerchief, but the words would not come. He gestured to her tambour, angling his head to better see it. "That is very pretty." He leaned closer and squinted, bringing the faint mingled scent of soap, cologne, and port with him. "Is that a J?" "Yes," she said, threading her needle, or at least attempting to. Could a man's scent actually intoxicate a woman? "It looks like one of those, whatsits." Stacia laughed. "You really were not jesting about your scholastic aptitude, were you?" Rather than be offended, he grinned. "Inaptitude would be more appropriate. What are those fancy letters called?" "Illuminated." "Ah, that's right. Monkish things, weren't they?" "Many were." Stacia finally got the thread in the eye and began on the flower. She had smelled men's cologne in the past, often, but nothing had ever smelled like Lord Shelton. Not just clean and crisp, but like desire. That was it. He smelled like desire in human form. I am such a besotted idiot. Stacia wished he would go away. At the same time, she revelled in his attention. Urges she could not identify bubbled up inside her. The desire to grab him and do what? Was this how gamblers felt when they saw a pack of cards? He leaned closer, the heat from his body blazing along her side. "Where did you sneak off to this afternoon, Miss Martin?" "I didn't sneak, my lord. 1 minute you were there, the next you were gone. I had some matters to attend to." "It was cruel of you to abandon me with the infantry." Stacia couldn't help smiling. "Infantry? I believe the Misses Lowry are 19, my lord." "That is an infant from where I am standing. Besides, all that giggling makes them seem far younger." Stacia thought so too. The twins were beautiful, but appeared to be interested in nothing other than clothing, balls, and boys. "I would not have expected excessive giggling to be much of an impediment if the woman in question was beautiful enough." He raised his eyebrows, his gaze suddenly uncomfortably piercing, as if he could see the jealous monster that lived inside her. "It depends on what, Miss Martin?" "I beg your pardon?" "You said an impediment. An impediment to what? Marriage? A game of whist?" His lips pulled up on one side. "Fleshy pleasures?" Fleshy pleasures? Stacia opened her mouth, but all that came out was, Mercifully, Lord Needham entered the noisy drawing-room and rescued her from uttering anything else. He came to a halt in the centre of the room, and the chatter instantly died away. "Tonight we are choosing names for the secret gift-giving. This is a tradition from my own family." He smiled faintly. "As many of you know, my father, John Needham, was an ironmonger long before he was a lord. He was a man of the people who adored Christmas time, and felt strongly that his employees and servants should be included in the revelry. To that end, he instituted a modern version of Saturnalia." "Saturnalia?" Lord Bellamy repeated. Based on the curious expressions on most of the other guests, he was not alone in never having heard of the celebration. Stacia, the daughter of an antiquarian, at least knew the essentials of the Roman bacchanal, which turned the social order on its head. "From the Roman celebration of Saturn," Lord Needham explained, "I have chosen a few of my favourite traditions to continue here at Witch House. In any event, the secret gift-giving is open to any who wish to participate. You simply need to add your name to this bowl." "What other sorts of events take place during Saturnalia?" Baroness Mixon asked, looking more animated than Stacia had yet seen her. "We will have a treasure hunt. This is an event where the lord of the manor is supposed to share some of his wealth." Several people laughed. "On Christmas Eve we will have what many houses call a servant ball, but ours will have a slight twist. Not only will it be a night for my employees and servants to enjoy themselves, but it is an event at which the masters wait on the servants." The room erupted with excited chatter, and Stacia saw Lord and Lady Needham exchange amused glances before he continued, "Naturally, none of you are obliged to participate in that ball, or any of the other events for that matter. There will be a second, more traditional ball on Christmas Day. If you are interested in the gift-giving, you need to put your name in now, as Lady Catherine has volunteered to assign the— what did you call it, my dear?" he asked his wife. "Secret St. Nicholas," Lady Needham said. Several people chuckled. Lord Needham went to sit by his wife, and people resumed their activities. All the newcomers, and even some of the neighbour guests, approaching the table where Lady Catherine sat. Lord Shelton was watching the young people jostle to add their names, an amused look on his face. "Is your name already in the bowl, my lord?" Stacia said, relieved to find her voice and brain had resumed functioning. He laughed. "No, it is not." She lifted an eyebrow. "Are you too grand a personage to participate in festivities including servants?" He pursed his lips and fixed her with a look of dry amusement. "Hedgehog," he whispered, and then he pushed to his feet and headed for the table with the bowl. Andrew waited until the last of the youngsters had cleared off before taking one of the small pieces of paper and scribbling his own name. Before he could drop it into the bowl, Catherine's hand shot out and snatched it from his fingers. She unfolded it, read his name, and snorted. "What is so amusing?" he asked, although he could guess. "You have the worst handwriting I have ever seen." "So that makes me the best at the worst handwriting. I enjoy being the best." He gave her his smug smile, the one Sylvester always said made a person want to punch him. She rolled her eyes and then crumpled up the chit and tossed it aside. "What? I'm not allowed to play?" "I already added your name earlier," she said, smirking up at him. Andrew couldn't help laughing. "You really are a fiend, aren't you?" "I'm sorry I interrupted your tete-a-tete with Miss Martin at the pond today." Andrew scowled and glanced around. "Perhaps you could shout that a bit louder. People in the back of the drawing-room might not have heard." She made a dismissive gesture with one hand. "Nobody is paying attention to us." Andrew crossed his arms and leaned his hip against the table, his body, not coincidentally, between Catherine and the settee where the subject of their conversation was sitting, alone. "You will do her no favours if my name is coupled with hers, Catherine." Catherine only smiled. "She is not your usual sort of flirtation, is she?" Andrew felt the not unfamiliar urge to throttle her. "You know nothing about my flirtations, usual or otherwise." "I will get to see them first-hand when we go to London." Andrew ignored her, watching with growing displeasure as an especially handsome young man approached Miss Martin. He said something, and she smiled up at him, blindingly, and then set aside her needlework and took his hand when he extended it. "Who the devil is that?" he demanded before he could stop himself. Catherine followed his gaze. "That's Dixon. He's one of Needham's secretaries. Surely you remember. You were introduced the day we arrived." "Of course I remember him," Andrew snapped, but he didn't. "I just didn't see his face," he lied. "He is Viscount Cowper's youngest son," Catherine said, staring at him strangely. "I know that," he said testily. "I went to school with one of his brothers." "Yes, you said that when you met him." Dixon led Miss Martin to a large pair of doors, disguised by murals of some battle or other, and pushed one of the doors aside, exposing a pianoforte. Miss Martin said something that made Dixon laugh. She then opened the bench and sorted through some sheets of music. Dixon shoved the other door open and turned to the assembled guests. "Lady Needham has suggested an impromptu dance, and Miss Martin has agreed to provide some music." Andrew winced at the cheer that went up. "I'll just need some help moving furniture and rolling up this carpet." A dozen volunteers rushed to help. Andrew didn't think it was quite fair that Dixon had tapped Miss Martin to play and not take part in the dancing. Every young woman Andrew had ever met could bang out at least a few tunes on the piano. Surely somebody else could. "Has anyone else noticed?" He turned to Catherine. "Pardon?" "That you forget things, and people." Andrew was accustomed to Catherine's constant needling. He even enjoyed her sharp wit and found it amusing to bicker with her like an adolescent boy on occasion. But this subject was not one he was willing to banter about. He leashed his fury before leaning closer to her, lowering his voice so that only she would be able to hear him. "You know, Catherine, this propensity of yours to pry and meddle and share your unwanted opinion freely might be amusing in a child, but it is offensive and obnoxious in an adult. And it will quickly gain you a reputation as an interfering busybody." He'd started off speaking coolly and ended up almost snarling the last words. Annoyed with himself, he pushed away from the table, boiling with anger, and some other emotion he did not want to look at too closely. Suddenly the room was chokingly claustrophobic, and Andrew could not get away fast enough. Chapter 11. Later that same night. Sylvester. Hyacinth's long, sinuous body rippled beneath Sylvester's as he pumped his hips. "Harder," his wife ordered, her eyes black pools of lust as she stared up at him. He slammed into her savagely enough to shake the frame of the huge four-poster bed. And again. And again. "Is that the best you can do?" she taunted, the words gasped out between punishing thrusts. Her lips curled into a rare smile, this one almost evil. "Fuck me like you hate me, Sylvester." He gave a bark of laughter and instantly ceased his thrusting, sliding a hand around her throat and squeezing, not too terribly hard, but enough to cut off her air. "You will take what I give you and be grateful for it, witch." The vixen rolled her eyes at him, her pale, freckled skin darkening the longer she went without a breath. Even after half a year of marriage, a great deal about his wife was still a delectable mystery to Sylvester. But the one thing he knew for sure was that she never gave in first. His choices at that moment were either to kill her or fuck her as she'd demanded. Sylvester smirked down at her. He would give her what she wanted, this time. He quickly released her, withdrew from her body, and flipped her over, earning a startled squawk in the process. "Up," he ordered, raising her hips off the bed while pushing her shoulders down, holding the back of her neck and pressing her head against the mattress. "Stay," he ordered, giving her slender neck one last squeeze before dragging his fingers down the vulnerable knobs of her spine. He rose up high on his knees and stared down at the creamy length of her bowed body. Fuck. Was there any sight more beautiful? If there was, it was the next one. Sylvester spread her buttocks and caressed down her cleft, sliding a finger into her wet, swollen cunt and pumping in and out of her tight sheath hard enough to force a grunt out of her. She canted her hips, and he smiled at her silent begging, adding a finger and fucking her hard while his other hand slid around her thickened waist. He caressed her rounded stomach, his balls clenching with primitive pride at the evidence of the child he had put inside her. Sylvester gritted his teeth against a dangerous swell of desire and reluctantly released her belly, quickly locating her engorged nub and working 2 powerful back-to-back orgasms from her body. "Sylvester, please," she begged breathlessly when he thumbed the throbbing bundle of nerves, preparing to work her toward pleasure a 3rd time. He gave a mocking laugh. "Oh, now you are begging and not commanding," she whimpered. "Once more," he ordered. I knew it was never a good idea to taunt her husband, at least not until he was tightly bound, hand and foot, and she had a whip in her hand. But it was simply too tempting to bring out the streak of sensual cruelty that he usually kept under such tight control. "Once more," he barked, and then used his thumb in a way that demanded an orgasm from her exhausted body. I gave in to an inevitable, too intense wave of pleasure that crashed over her. She had barely begun to convulse around his fingers when they disappeared, and he slammed his thick, hard length so deeply she saw stars behind her eyelids. He remained motionless, keeping her stretched and almost uncomfortably full as she came undone. Only when her climax ebbed did he move inside her, slow, deep thrusts that plumbed her so deeply that pleasure and pain met. He slid his hand into her hair and wrapped it around his fist, twisting her head to the side until she could see him looming over her, his eyes black with lust, his tightly clenched jaw making the savage scar on his cheek even more livid. He drove into her hard, and High whimpered, her eyes fluttering shut. "Eyes on me," he snapped, his gaze burning into her when she could manage to lift her heavy lids. "Is this what you wanted?" he asked, his thrusts punishing, the words squeezed out between clenched teeth, the muscles of his torso hard, rippling and glistening from his exertion. He was utterly, completely, almost painfully magnificent. And he was hers, all hers. When would that stop amazing her? How had homely, gangly, awkward Hyacinth Bellamy managed to attract such a man? "I love you," High panted the words between the brutal slamming. He groaned, drove himself deep, and then his entire body stiffened as he filled her with liquid heat. A moment later his big body collapsed over hers. "Oh, Hyacinth, you undo me," he whispered, and then toppled them both to the side. A short time later, Sylvester carded his fingers through his wife's damp hair as she rested her head on his chest and toyed with his navel. "It is odd that you are not ticklish at all," she said, not for the first time, her low voice vibrating through his body. Sylvester smiled as she lightly glossed her fingers over his sides, down his thigh, seeking some part of him that would reduce him to a giggling heap. She was extremely ticklish, amusingly so. When he was feeling especially cruel, usually after she had driven him to it, he tickled her just to see his normally serious wife laugh uncontrollably. She claimed it was a worse punishment than a beating. His smile grew into a grin. It had been foolish of her to give him such a weapon. "Katie is unhappy." The smile slid from his lips. He had thought the same thing more than a few times, but had not mentioned it because he had been so preoccupied with Andrew and their reconciliation. He'd lived in the same house with Catherine for months, but did not know his young sister-in-law very well. Even so, he'd seen something he recognized in her eyes. Desperation. It was an expression he'd seen in Andrew's eyes countless times over the years. Only recently had his cousin lost some of that haunted look. He had begun to hope that Andrew had left his pain and rage in the past. But then earlier tonight, in the drawing-room, right before Andrew had stormed out, he'd seen such a look of angry despair on his cousin's face that it had left him breathless. He had been about to run after him, to see if he could help, but he knew Andrew would not appreciate him prying. Sylvester would wait until tomorrow to check on him. He turned his thoughts back to his wife, who was probably waiting for an answer. "Catherine was not this way the last time you saw her? In the spring?" he asked. She shook her head, her silky hair stroking his chest. "No, this is new." He heard the anguish in her voice and knew she must indeed be worried, because she so rarely exhibited any emotion, at least not outside of sex. The only time she seemed to loosen her tight control. "Have you tried asking her if something is wrong?" he asked, even though he could guess her answer. "No, at least not in so many words." He smiled. "You might need to be direct with her, darling." She made a thoughtful humming sound, which was her non-confrontational way of saying no. "Phoebe said our mother is insisting that Catherine return to Bath with her after Christmas." His fingers stilled in her hair. "She will not allow her to have a season?" "She says Katie may have her come out next year, and that she will come to London to oversee her launch." He resumed his stroking. "Do you doubt that will happen?" She shrugged. "I don't know." Sometimes understanding what Hyacinth wanted was difficult. Sylvester decided to take his own advice from a few moments earlier and be direct. "What do you think would be best for your sister?" It took Hyacinth a good 5 minutes before she answered. His wife was not given to impulsive words or actions. "My mother has always been critical of Katie. At least she was critical of the way she used to be, which was something of a hoyden. I suppose it is possible she might no longer carpet her, now that she is always so neat, tidy, and without a hair out of place, but—" "But?" "But all the evidence suggests my mother will simply find some other reason to criticize her." He smiled at her wording, albeit a bit sadly. Sylvester's own mother was an unnatural bitch, incapable of showing love, not even to her own children. He had been fortunate as a child not to spend much time around her, as she had always avoided him and his brother as if they were carriers of the plague. Hyacinth, he knew, had not been so lucky with her own mother. "Catherine need not go to Bath," he said. She rolled away slowly, and then pushed up onto her elbow to look at him, a slight furrow between her glorious eyes. "But under the law she must obey her parents for the next 3 or so years." He shrugged. "There are ways around that." "What do you mean?" He smiled and traced the sharp line of her jaw with one finger, awed as he often was by her stark beauty. "Being a duke doesn't just mean that I get to wear a funny hat and moth-eaten fur robes on occasion." "You mean you would bring an action against her?" "It would never come to that. There are other ways of applying pressure. The first and easiest method would be to simply talk to Needham." "You think he would threaten to curtail my mother's allowance to gain her compliance?" "I think he is no great admirer of the Countess of Addiscombe," he said dryly. She nodded slowly, her gaze vague. Gradually the tension drained out of her. After a moment she looked into his eyes. "Will you see to that, if it becomes necessary?" Sylvester slid a hand behind her neck and brought her close enough to kiss her gently, stroking her cheek with his thumb as he held her gaze, staring into her ridiculously beautiful eyes. Sylvester could count on the fingers of one hand the number of times his wife had asked him for anything, and it was only twice. She had wanted her friend Charles to live closer, and she had asked for a comfortable pasture for her broken-down old nag, Thunder. "Of course I will do that, Hyacinth," he said. "I would do anything you asked of me, my love. Anything." He kept that last sentiment to himself, knowing it would only embarrass her. "Thank you, Sylvester." "It is my pleasure." Her eyelids suddenly lowered, and her hand slid beneath the sheet that was barely covering his spent cock. "How may I show my gratitude?" Sylvester opened his mouth to confess that pleasing her was reward enough, but then her hand closed around his prick. He hissed in a breath as she stroked him with skilled, slightly roughened fingers. "Were you about to say something?" she asked, her head lowering over him, and her hot, wet tongue licking up his quickly stiffening shaft. He groaned. "I was going to order you to thank your husband properly." "Why do I think that is not what you were going to say?" she teased, tormenting the head of his cock with teasing flicks of her tongue. He cupped the back of her head and lightly but firmly pressed down. "Less chatter and more gratitude." She gave a soft snorting laugh and then swallowed him deeply. And those were the last words spoken for a long, long time. Chapter 12. Lady Needham's impromptu dance did not end until almost 2 o'clock. As a result of her late night, Stacia overslept the following morning, which meant she had no time for her usual walk and scarcely a moment to run down to the stables and check on the dog, whom she had named Terence. Mr. Higgins and Gerald had both laughed at the name, the older man calling it rather fine for such a little scrap. She supposed it was, but poor Terence had so little that perhaps a grand name would give him something to aspire to. As she made her way from the stables to her employer's chambers, she tried not to think about the night before. When Lord Shelton had suddenly left, in a huff, if she had read his posture correctly, she had at first been glad. After all, if she was playing the piano, she could hardly dance, and it would have been agonizing to watch him partner one pretty girl after another, all of them far more attractive than her. But then Mr. Dixon had done something quite lovely and kind for Stacia, a mere companion, no better than a servant really, and arranged for all the piano players, even himself, to play a few songs. "It would be unfair to chain you to the piano all night, Miss Martin," he had teased. So then she had been deeply annoyed that Lord Shelton had gone. Not that she could have been sure he would ask her to dance, but she thought he might have, if only to try and make up for the cruel comment he'd made in the conservatory that night. But he did not return. As things turned out, she had rather a lovely time anyway, and danced almost every dance, even once with the Duke of Chatham, who, despite his intimidating mien, was actually witty and charming. Almost as much as his cousin. Stop thinking about him. Stacia tried to obey, but it was a hopeless proposition. And by the time she was outside her employer's room, she was busily passing their brief interaction in the drawing-room last night for at least the dozenth time, looking for deeper meaning. What deeper meaning? She did not know. Over and over her thoughts were snagged by the phrase, fleshy pleasures. Who said that sort of thing out loud? She firmly wrenched her attention to the woman who employed her and raised her hand to the door to scratch. Before she could do so, the door opened and Akers hurried out. "Oh, Miss Martin," she exclaimed, "I almost ran you over." An agonized groan came from the darkness behind her, and Akers grimaced, noiselessly closed the door, and then took Stacia's arm and led her halfway down the corridor before stopping. "Lady Addiscombe still suffers from her migraine," Stacia guessed. "She is in agony, poor unhappy thing." "What can I do to help?" "She doesn't want anyone fussing over her. I'll give her that," Akers laughed. "Far easier to get along with when she's sick than at any other time. I finally convinced her to take some laudanum, so I dare say she'll sleep most of the day, just waking long enough to eat a bit of gruel." "And you're sure there's nothing I can do?" "You should grab this little bit of freedom with both hands, Miss Martin." She gave a toothy grin. "You can bet that I'm enjoying the extra time to myself and catching up on my sleep. She won't ask for you. I can almost guarantee that. Go on and enjoy yourself." "You are too kind, Miss Akers. If you need me to relieve you at any time, please let me know." "I will, dear." Stacia hesitated and then asked, Did you put your name into the secret gift-giving bowl?" Akers grinned. Would anyone in their right mind miss a chance to get a free gift from a toff? Stacia laughed. I wonder when they will tell us whose name we drew. I got mine this morning. She leaned close and loudly whispered. I drew Mrs. Barton. Oh, I wonder why I haven't been given mine. When you go down for breakfast, you should ask Mr. Davies or Mrs. Nutter, Miss Akers said. I will go right now, Stacia said, eager to see who she'd drawn, although she was even more curious to know who had drawn her name. Andrew was still regretting his angry attack on Catherine the following day, not because he worried that he had hurt her feelings, the girl had the hide of a bull, but because he'd exposed his own insecurities, which would only be more ammunition in her hands. He had considered returning to the drawing-room after his snit, if for no other reason than to turn pages for Miss Martin while she slaved over the piano, but it had all seemed like too much bloody bother. Instead, he had gone to bed. It had been such an appallingly early hour that he'd expected to wake up after a few hours and be up half the night. He had slept all the way through until dawn, but it had been a restless sort of sleep, and he did not feel particularly restored. Something niggled at him in the back of his mind, something just out of reach. It had still niggled when he'd gone on his morning ride, his usual serenity nowhere to be found. As for Catherine, well, she could say whatever she bloody well pleased. If she took digs at him again, which she would, given the rise she'd got out of him last night, he would just ignore her. There, problem settled. Andrew had also given some thought to Miss Martin during his frosty ride. It bothered him more than he liked to admit that he had wanted to go back to the drawing-room to keep her company. He never did such things. He never even thought such things. More alarming than his desire to be around her was the fact that he would have returned if only he could have been sure that he would have been allowed to turn her music. But that is not what would have happened. Instead, it would have been just like any other ball or assembly he'd ever attended, and he would have been coerced to dance. Unlike a London ball, he could not have escaped and would have found himself dancing every damned set. It was best that he had stayed away from her. It was true that he would probably have to marry, and the last sort of wife he needed was a woman even poorer than he was. And why the hell was he entertaining thoughts of Miss Martin and marriage in the same sentence? Miss Martin was a complication he did not need in his life. He would avoid her for the duration of the holiday. If Catherine had noticed his interest in her, that meant others had too. Given his reputation, and her employer's hatred of him, his attention would not help her in any way. Having at least addressed both matters, he was far less disgruntled, although nowhere near gruntled, if that was even a word, when he returned from his ride. He had just finished washing, shaving, and getting dressed when there was a knock on the door, and Sylvester poked his head into Andrew's room. "Ah, my valet has arrived. Did I ring for you?" Andrew mocked. "I was hoping I'd catch you before you went down for breakfast." "Why is it that those words have begun to strike fear into me?" Andrew asked as he finished tying his cravat. "I wanted to talk to you last night, but you disappeared right before the impromptu dance." His brow furrowed. "Are you unwell?" "I am fine." Christ, could he do nothing that went unnoticed? "You wanted to talk to me?" he asked, changing the subject. "Will you go to the village with me this afternoon?" Andrew narrowed his gaze. "Why? There is a Christmas fete, and after that a dance, and—" "No." Sylvester laughed. "At least you gave it some serious thought." "I don't want to go to a village dance, Sylvester." "Are you going to make me beg, cousin?" "That actually sounds appealing." Sylvester gave him a pained look. "Why is this important to you?" Andrew asked. "Because I have been sent on a mission." There was only one person on earth who gave his cousin marching orders. "How come you are the one who is married, and yet I end up having to obey your wife?" "It is all part and parcel of belonging to a family." Andrew sighed. Tell me what we have been ordered to do." "Lady Needham has requested that her family take part in the village festivities. We don't need to stay long, but Needham needs to open the dance, so we should stay for at least the first few sets." Andrew opened his mouth. "Like it or not, you are now part of the Bellamy family, Drew." Andrew closed his mouth. The Duke continued, "The Christmas festival is the highlight of the year for a good many people, not just from Little Sissington, but for miles around. Needham said there are some equestrian events which need judges. Don't worry, you won't be roped into that. I have already volunteered. And there are booths filled with handicrafts and food." Andrew pondered this fresh hell. "Think of your attendance today as your Christmas gift to me," Chatham said. "And yes, before you ask, Catherine is coming," he added, easily reading Andrew's mind. "Don't worry, I won't let her torment you. At least, not much." Andrew snorted. "If Catherine is going, that means we will be child-minding, doesn't it? All of the younger crowd will be going along," the Duke conceded. "And are we to spend all afternoon and evening there?" "The dance begins unfashionably early. It is more of a family affair than a typical assembly." Yes, it sounded like hell. "I'll wager young Bellamy and his mates are going under duress." "Very much so. His sisters have applied thumbscrews." Andrew's mind raced as he scrambled for a believable excuse. He could find none. "Fine," he said. "I will go." Sylvester smiled in a way that said he knew all along that would be Andrew's answer. Stacia found the great hall brimming with activity when she descended the grand staircase. "Are you coming with us, Miss Martin?" Lady Catherine shouted. "Lord Cat," Viscount Bellamy said, scowling at his sister. "Perhaps you could screech a bit further away from my ear next time." "Yes, I am coming," Stacia said. "At least for a little while." "You will enjoy the Christmas market," Lady Catherine assured her. Lady Selser and one of Lord Bellamy's school friends, Stacy could never keep their names straight, walked past, wrestling with a bulky burlap bag. Lord Bellamy hefted another bag, or at least tried to, but it was almost as large as his slight frame. "Are you going to help me with this cat, or—" "I will help you, my lord." Stacey's body stiffened at the sound of Shelton's voice, and it was a struggle not to turn toward him. But Lady Catherine's sharp eyes were rested on her, so Stacia pretended that pulling on her gloves was consuming all her attention. "Bloody hell," Shelton muttered when he lifted the bag, his rude language making the younger men snicker. "What the devil is in here? Anvils?" "Toys and such," Lord Bellamy said, and then turned to his friends. "Come along, you two. Help me fetch the rest." "What do I do with this?" Shelton asked once the boys had gone. He had heaved the bag over his shoulder. "The coaches are waiting outside," Catherine said. "One of the footmen will direct you." Shelton stalked toward the door, muttering under his breath. "Are there more bags?" Stacia asked Lady Catherine. "Yes, there are. But wait, here is your name for the secret gift-giving." "Thank you," Stacia said, taking the piece of paper and quickly taking a peek. She smiled when she saw the name, Selina Shaftesbury, written in beautiful copper script. It would be a pleasure to choose a gift for such a kind, lovely person. Stacia tucked the chit into her coat pocket and was about to go in the direction of Lord Bellamy and his friends when the young Viscount appeared dragging a heavy bag. Stacia hurried toward him and grasped the other corner, giving a slight grunt at the weight. "Thanks," he said, gifting her with a smile that would be slaying young women all over London in a few years. "My goodness," Stacia said, as the two of them managed to lift the bag a few inches off the floor. "Where did all this come from?" "Needham bought it all," he said in a strained voice. Just then the Viscount himself came down the steps. "Here, let me take that," he offered, striding toward them. "I've got it," the younger man protested. "You know you shouldn't be lifting such a heavy thing," Lady Catherine chided. And before you go outside, you should be wearing your scarf and have your coat. Leave off, Katie, Lord Bellamy snapped, bright spots of red glowing on his pale cheeks as he stomped away. Lady Catherine looked amused rather than offended by her brother's anger. Lord Needham picked up the bag without any visible effort. "Go bundle up in one of the carriages, Miss Martin. We lads can do the lifting and carting." She nodded and followed behind him, pausing on the top step to survey the 3 grand coaches and 2 smaller vehicles lined up on the drive. "Ride with me," Lady Catherine said, appearing beside her and looping an arm through Stacya's before leading her toward the carriage that was last in line. "Oh, thank you," Stacia said, once again shamed by the kindness being shown to her by people her employer wanted her to spy on. Lord Shelton emerged from his carriage just as they approached, and Stacya's step stuttered when she met his brilliant blue gaze. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you," Lady Catherine said, misinterpreting the reason for Stacya's sudden clumsiness. "I've just got 2 left feet," Stacia muttered, her face heating under Lord Shelton's knowing gaze. Once they were settled in the carriage, just the 3 of them and 1 bag of toys, the silence quickly thickened until it felt awkward. Stacia was racking her brain for something to say, but Lord Shelton beat her to it. "Tell us a bit about this Christmas festival, Lady Catherine." "What would you like to know, Lord Shelton?" The Marquis smirked at the emphasis she put on his name. Stacia was once again impressed by the sophistication the younger woman exhibited. Most women giggled and blushed in Shelton's presence, a phenomenon she had not only witnessed times beyond counting, but had manifested herself on more than a few occasions. "It is the highlight of winter for most people in the area. For hundreds of years it has been the duty of the local lord to participate and contribute to the festivities." Her beautiful face turned hard. "My father's main contribution was to gut his tenant farms and neglect his people's basic needs, and my mother's was to treat them all like serfs. Fortunately, for the hundreds of families in the area, Lord Needham isn't just leasing the Bellamy ancestral home, he has also taken the mantle of responsibility onto his shoulders." There was a moment of almost ringing silence when she finished, and then she smiled sweetly at Lord Shelton and said, "So, tell me about your estate, my lord. Rosewood, I believe it is called?" Stacya's eyes slid from Lady Catherine to Lord Shelton. Of the expressions she had expected to see on his face, annoyance, anger, and resignation, she had never expected to see grudging respect. "I have been a less than impressive landlord, my lady." Shelton then turned to Stacia. "But a man can always change." Chapter 13. Once Andrew had helped carry the monstrous bags of toys and gifts to the area designated for them, he glanced around at the bustling crowd, his eyes, without his permission, seeking out one small figure. "What about your resolution to avoid Miss Martin?" "Bugger off." His hectoring conscience retreated, likely to regroup. "Here you are, Shelton." He turned on the sound of his nemesis's voice. "Lady Catherine? How delightful." "Oh, don't look so sour," Catherine said, staring up at him with a dangerous glitter in her eyes that always made the hair on his neck stand up. "I just wanted to give you the name you drew." "You mean for the drawing I did not enter?" "Yes, that one." She flashed him a smug smile and then sauntered off toward the rows of colourful booths. He unfolded the paper and snorted. Eustacia Martin. For once, he could not be too angry with Catherine for her meddling. He would enjoy buying a gift for the prickly young woman, and it was anonymous, so she never needed to know it came from him. He repeated the name under his breath. Eustacia. It was a serious name for a serious woman. He decided it fit her quite well. Andrew folded the paper, tucked it into his pocket, and resumed his search for Miss Martin. She was standing beside Lady Catherine, and the two were leaning down to examine some wares. "Oh, Catherine, just what are you up to now?" Andrew suspected he would soon find out. Although it was frigid and the sky was an ominous grey, the atmosphere was festive, and it was difficult to remain annoyed that he'd been dragged into the affair when there were so many happy, smiling people milling about. Not only that, but now he had a gift to buy. Several, actually, as he had not purchased anything yet. They were to assemble in Chatham's suite of rooms on Christmas morning to have an intimate family celebration before joining the larger one in the main drawing-room. That meant he needed to buy gifts for 4 people. Lord, what would he buy for the Duchess? That would be a challenge. Andrew joined the throng of shoppers and meandered in the direction of Catherine and Miss Martin. The first booth was selling honey, the jars sealed with wax and covered with a bright square of cloth. Nanny Dougal, the terror of the nursery at Chatham Park for more than 50 years, had often made honey toast for Andrew and Chatham when they'd been little. Suddenly he had the strongest yearning to taste it again. He glanced up at the old man sitting behind the table. "I'll take 2 of these," he said, deciding that he should probably bring a jar back to Chatham, where Nanny had recently celebrated her 92nd birthday and still scolded Andrew whenever she saw him. Once the jars were wrapped in paper and tied with thick twine that formed a handle, Andrew moved along. He bypassed the next 2 tables, one selling seeds and one offering an assortment of farming implements. The next table was heaped with feminine fripperies, and 2 women sat behind it. One of them was the owner of the dress shop. He remembered her, of course, but could not recall her name. Andrew thought about the piece of paper in his pocket and paused, his gaze flickering over the profusion of items on the table. He smiled at the women. "Hello, ladies. Good afternoon, Lord Shelton. If I'd known you were going to visit our humble little fete, I would have brought along your gloves." The shopkeeper gave him the same lascivious smile. "Lord Shelton?" the younger woman breathed, gazing up at him with adoration. Andrew's smile became strained. "I am looking for a gift, for a lady," he added stupidly. "What a lucky lady," the older woman said, giving him another good once-over in case he'd missed the first one. Andrew met her gaze, no longer amused by her blatant lures. After a moment she blushed and became a bit flustered. A gift," she said, not quite subdued, but no longer looking at him as if she would mate him and then eat him. She gestured to the goods on the table. "Hair combs, ribbons, and the like. These are some of my most popular items, although of course I have more in my shop. I might steer you in the right direction if you gave me a hint of who the gift is for." She gave him a hopeful look. "Perhaps a sister? A mother?" Andrew couldn't help laughing at her persistence. "I noticed that Lady Catherine and her companion lingered at your table. What were they looking at?" She looked mildly disappointed by the question, but, like the practical businesswoman she was, quickly pivoted and gestured to a fan that was open on a stand. "Lady Catherine was very taken with this." Andrew had seen many fans in his day, probably thousands. But this one was unique. There were a few lines of elegant copper plate, a poem, it seemed, the first letter of which was an intricate O with dozens of butterflies seeming to emerge from the centre of it. "It is an illuminated letter," he mumbled. "Indeed it is. I have only ever seen one text with such work, and this fan seems, to my admittedly untutored eye, to be every bit as good." "It is exquisite." He looked up. "Is this what Miss Martin sold you?" She gave a dramatic sigh. "Surely you cannot expect a businesswoman to reveal her sources?" Andrew took that as a yes. She unfurled another fan, exposing a field of wild flowers so realistic that Andrew swore a floral scent tickled his nostrils. The next one displayed a field of deer, and the last one had a portrait of a beautiful woman who was holding a fan. Andrew gave a huff of amazement when he saw that the fan in the painting had another, even tinier painting on it. He glanced at the price, which was tastefully written on a card. They were expensive, far too expensive to sell in a village shop, he would have thought, but there was no denying they were worth the price. "Which one did Lady Catherine favour?" he asked. "The flowers." Andrew nodded, his gaze again drawn to the one with the woman with the fan. It was stunning. He could hardly buy Miss Martin a fan that she had painted herself, but he needed something for the Duchess. Andrew chuckled to himself at the thought of giving her such a feminine gift. It was easier to imagine his cousin's wife wielding a broadsword than a pretty fan, but she would be in London for the season, and she would have to make her curtsy before the Queen. So, why not? "I will take the flowers and the woman with the fan." "Excellent. Shall I wrap them up in pretty paper for you?" Andrew nodded. For some reason another face popped into his head. The little blonde girl, Needham's daughter, Lucy. The industrialist was wealthy enough to buy her whatever she wanted, but it was Christmas, and Andrew was a guest in her father's house. "I will take the butterfly one as well." The shopkeeper didn't bother to hide her glee. "I might close early today," he laughed. Her gaze darted to something behind him, and Andrew turned to find Needham. "Welcome, my lord," the shopkeeper said, suddenly proper. Evidently the Viscount did not put up with any flirting. Good for Needham. "Hello, Mrs. Johnson. Miss Finlay," Needham said politely. Johnson, that was the name. Needham grinned when he saw the honey Andrew was holding. "I see you are getting into the spirit of things, Shelton." Andrew gave an embarrassed chuckle as the other man's sharp gaze moved to the fan Mrs. Johnson was wrapping, and his eyebrows rose. "Something for a special lady?" he teased, but then his eyes widened when he landed on the unfurled fans. "That butterfly fan, did you just buy it?" "I did." Andrew hesitated, and then added, "I hope you don't mind, but I bought it for your daughter." Needham's face creased in an expression of surprised pleasure. "That is remarkably handsome of you, Shelton." He hesitated, an almost sheepish expression taking possession of his harsh features. "Is something wrong?" Andrew asked. "No, no. It's just that my wife has a rather interesting effect on butterflies." "Indeed she does," Mrs. Johnson chimed in. "Why, I recall when she was just a little girl at the church fete we have every summer. She must have had a dozen of the creatures on her." Miss Finlay nodded. "I wish they were so attracted to me." "It is true," Needham said to Andrew's sceptical look. "They love her. If there is one in the area, it will find her." "Then you should have the fan," Andrew said. "I will take the last one for your daughter. It has deer on it." "Lucy will love that. She is wild for creatures of all sorts." Andrew nodded. "I've seen her with the little red squirrel." The beast had scared the hell out of him when it had thrust its rat-like face out of Lucy's hair one evening in the drawing-room. "She dotes on Silas," the Viscount agreed. Andrew turned to Mrs. Johnson. "I will take the deer and give his lordship the butterflies." "My wife will love it." Needham looked delighted. Who would have believed that a businessman who struck terror into the hearts of grown men all over Britain with his hard-nosed bargaining could look so giddy at the thought of a fan? Andrew felt an unexpected pang of envy. What he was envious of, he was not quite sure. Stacia lightly caressed a delicate silver ring in the shape of a rose. It had been a long, long time since she had coveted something so much, and an even longer time since she had made such an indulgent purchase. Unfortunately, it was simply too expensive. Besides, she wasn't at the fete to buy herself a gift. She'd purchased a jar of honey for Miss Ackers, so all she needed was a gift for Lady Shaftesbury, and Stacia had already decided on a gift for her. "I know you like him." Stacia looked up from the ring at the sound of Lady Catherine's voice. "I beg your pardon?" The beautiful redhead smiled, her eyes brimming with mischief. "You heard me." Stacia returned the ring to its velvet box, unease unfurling in her belly. "I heard you, but I don't know what you mean." "Lord Shelton, you like him. Not just like him, but—" Stacia took the younger woman's arm and pulled her away from the small cluster of shoppers at the jewellery table before demanding in a low, unamused voice, "What are you talking about, Lady Catherine?" "Shelton. I can see how you feel about him." "Don't be ridiculous." But heat surged up Stacia's neck, and she knew her face was betraying her. Lady Catherine leaned closer. "I believe he is not indifferent to you either." Stacia felt a stab of anger at the beautiful young woman's taunting. "You are talking rubbish, and it is unkind." It was Lady Catherine's turn to look bewildered. "Unkind? But why would—" "Just look at me, and then look at him," Stacia hissed. They both turned to where Lord Shelton and Viscount Needham were standing in front of a booth selling cheeses. The men were laughing, as were the farmer and his wife. Actually, Stacia amended, the farmer was laughing, but the wife, a woman who was at least in her 6th decade, was gazing at Shelton with a poleaxed expression on her weathered face. The same look that Stacia must have been wearing lately, if Lady Catherine's accusation was anything to go by. Stacia wanted to curl up and die. How many other people had noticed her infatuation? "So what if he is attractive?" Lady Catherine asked, apparently the only female between 17 and 70 immune to the gorgeous lord. "Just because he is handsome does not mean he cannot be attracted to you." Stacia considered confessing to the other woman that she had overheard Lord Shelton's description of her, but that was simply too painful to admit. Instead, she said, "Handsome? He is perfect." "Perfect?" Catherine laughed. "I've lived in the same house with Shelton for months, and I assure you that he is not perfect. He is a man with flaws, just like any other." Something bitter flickered in her gaze, but was quickly gone. "What do you think of my sister, Selina?" Stacia blinked at the odd change of subject. She is beautiful, isn't she?" "Very." Indeed, Stacia had never seen a more beautiful woman. "In fact, one might call her perfect." Stacia had to agree. Lady Shaftesbury was so lovely that it was hard to take one's eyes off her whenever she was near. "I would agree that she looks perfect," Stacia said, unclear as to where the other woman was going with this. "And her husband? What about him?" Lord Shaftesbury is a very handsome—" "I'm not asking about his appearance. My sister married a blind man, Miss Martin." "Yes, but what— Doesn't it strike you as ironic that one of the most beautiful women in England married a man who neither knows nor cares what his wife looks like?" Well, when she put it like that— "It is interesting," Stacia conceded. "But I'm not sure I take your point. They are obviously in love, so it doesn't matter that he cannot see her and doesn't— He loves her, and he has never seen her." Stacia considered the other woman's words before answering. "You're saying that he loves her despite her beauty?" Lady Catherine nodded. "He loves her, not her face, her eyes, her nose, but her." She gave Stacia a speaking look. "Selina told me that the only reason she became friends with Shelton last season was because he understood what it meant to be so attractive that people only ever notice her appearance." Stacia tried to feel sorry for the beautiful Marchioness, but— "You don't think somebody that lovely should have the right to expect more than adulation?" Lady Catherine said, guessing her thoughts with disturbing accuracy. Stacia looked away from Shelton to the woman in front of her. Lady Catherine Bellamy might not be the vision of golden perfection her sister was, but she was an extremely beautiful woman. Was she speaking from personal experience? "I will admit that I find it difficult to empathize," Stacia said. Humour glinted in Lady Catherine's stunning green eyes. "At least you are honest. But back to Shelton. I've watched him for months, not because I am attracted to him, but because I find him interesting. Despite his reputation as an inveterate rake, I can tell you that he has looked nothing but bored, albeit skilfully hidden by a mask of charm, in the company of every woman I've seen him around. The only times I've seen him exhibit even a spark of interest have been the few times I've seen him talking to you. Like yesterday, when we were skating. I don't know what the two of you were discussing, and I'm not asking, she hastily assured Stacia, but whatever it was made him come alive. Stacia stared at her for a long moment. Why are you saying all this to me? Because I know you have been interested in Lord Shelton for a long time. How could you possibly know that? Stacia demanded, her face yet again blazingly hot. Earlier this year I stayed with my aunt who lives just outside Norwich, in a small village called Westwick. She gave Stacia a curious look. Have you heard of it? No. Should I have? One of my aunt's neighbours was a woman named Mrs. Leary. Stacia gave an irritated shrug. Should I know her? Her maiden name was Creighton. Oh. Stacia could not think of anything else to say. Mrs. Leary is now no, I would say very happily married to a gentleman farmer. Happily? I know what you heard because everyone else heard it too. Her husband is a delightful, handsome man who is very much in love with his wife. Her expression turned sly. He is of Irish descent and has that attractive combination of almost black hair and dark blue eyes. Interestingly, Sarah's little boy is an exact miniature of his papa. She hesitated and added, with his jet-black hair and dark blue eyes. Sarah was fair, almost as fair as Shelton. Was Lady Catherine saying the child was not Lord Shelton's? And happily married? Was she claiming that Sarah had been in love with some obscure rural farmer, and yet conducted an affair with another man? It made no sense. I still do not see what this has to do. I knew you were my mother's companion from her letters to me. Yes? Stacia prodded yet again when Lady Catherine paused. Your name came up in conversation. I forget how. And Mrs. Leary said she remembered you quite clearly. She said you'd not only gone to school together, but had come out the same season. Lady Catherine paused. She mentioned how mad all the girls were for Lord Shelton, how you all hated her for attracting his attention. Stacia knew what she was driving at, and did not bother to deny it. Instead, she shrugged and said, that was the case for dozens of women, not just our group of wallflowers. Perhaps, but dozens of young ladies are not here. You are here, Miss Martin. I'm not sure why you are rubbing my nose in my unfortunate infatuation from 4 years ago. None of that makes any difference because he is not interested in me. She scowled as Lady Catherine just regarded her calmly. And even if he were, it would likely be the same sort of interest that destroyed Sarah Creighton's life. Did it? Stacia gave an exasperated sigh. Why don't you tell me, plainly, what you are trying to say? Before Lady Catherine could reply, Lucy Needham nudged up between them, her eyes sparkling. Look what I bought for Papa, she said, unwrapping a brown paper package to expose a wicked-looking blade with a hilt made out of an animal horn. Stacia and Catherine exchanged amused glances. I'm sure he will love it, Catherine said. Lucy pulled her lips between her teeth, glanced around, and then unwrapped a second, smaller package. I had this made for Doddy. This was a tiny squirrel that looked remarkably like the little rodent Stacia had seen riding on the girl's shoulder. Lady Catherine stared, chewing her lip. It is a beautiful fob, Stacia said when Lady Catherine remained quiet, and very lifelike. It has a seal, too, Lucy said, turning the little animal over to demonstrate an exquisite carving of a tree. A wych elm, Catherine murmured, and then looked up from the distinctive Bellamy family device to the young girl and gave a slightly strained smile. Dotty will love it, Lucy. Perhaps he will write more letters if he can use such a wonderful seal." Lucy's grin was ear to ear. "Now I just need to find a gift for Phoebe, and I will be done with my shopping. But I don't know what she would like. I made her 2 handkerchiefs with her initials and a butterfly on each." She glanced at Catherine. "But then I saw the ones you made for her. Phoebe said you did them when you were younger than I am now." Lucy pulled a face. "They are perfect. Mine look like I embroidered them with my feet." "I'm sure she will love them," Catherine said. "Your work is so beautiful, and yet the Duchess says you no longer do needlework." "No, I don't," Catherine said abruptly, but then she smiled. "If you want to see some truly amusing embroidery, you should look at Hyacinth's few attempts, although I am not sure where you would find one." "Phoebe has one from her," Lucy said. "In fact, she has one from each of you, all framed, so I have seen her work." She lowered her voice, as if the Duchess of Chatham might be lurking. "I thought it was a dog, but Phoebe said it was supposed to be a horse." Lady Catherine laughed. "That sounds about right." Lucy's eyes suddenly lit up at something behind them. Stacia knew it would be Lord Bellamy even before she turned to look. She couldn't blame the girl for being smitten with him. He was the male equivalent of his beautiful sister Selina. He would look like an angel come to earth if not for his broad grin and the 2 ridiculously huge cream cakes he held. "Dotty!" Lucy squealed. "I will never be able to eat all that." "I'll help you, Luce," Lord Bellamy promised. They watched as Lucy laughingly took one of the cakes, and the 2 wandered off, side by side, chatting away. "I hope you won't tell my mother about my brother's friendship with Lucy." Stacia gave Lady Catherine a guilty look. I'm not angry," Lady Catherine said before Stacia could conceive of something to say. "My mother has always tried to use us to spy on each other. It is a delicate balancing act of giving her just enough information to keep her satisfied, but not enough to get anyone in trouble." Stacia stared, horrified. Lady Addiscombe pitted her children against each other? "You look surprised, Miss Martin. You forget that we were all subjected to her power for years." Lady Catherine chuckled, but there was little humour in it. "Unlike you, however, none of us could quit." Chapter 14. The snow held off until almost 6, which was when the booths closed for the day and the village Christmas ball commenced. Andrew had never heard of a dance beginning so early. Their small party reassembled in the brand-new church hall and occupied a large table on the periphery of the dance floor. Andrew found himself seated between Catherine and one of Bellamy's schoolmates. "Needham had this hall built last summer," Catherine told Andrew, not that he had asked. He had begun to assume that anything that was new in the area was thanks to the generous Viscount. "The old church hall burnt down more than 15 years ago. For most of my life the village dances have been held on the 2nd floor of the pub," Catherine went on, her tone leaving no doubt of her opinion on the subject. Andrew's gaze slid toward the dance floor, where Miss Martin was currently partnered with Dixon for a country dance. The man seemed to linger around her. Whatever Dixon was saying to her was enough to have her smiling and laughing. Andrew felt an unaccustomed and unwanted stab of envy, or perhaps jealousy. He could never recall which was which, but he did know that both emotions were inappropriate in this situation. He had no right to want Miss Martin's smiles for himself. Thanks to more than a decade of pursuing nothing except revenge, he was the owner of a dilapidated estate and a nascent stud operation. He had nothing to offer Miss Martin. Well, nothing other than an awful reputation. He would come into his inheritance next year. He did not know the exact amount. He had never bothered to talk to Sylvester's man of business, who managed his investments, but suspected it was barely enough to make some repairs at Rosewood. There was no getting around the fact that he needed to marry an heiress. He wanted somebody not too terribly young, somebody who could be sensible because he could not offer love. No, Never that. He had no desire to experience such a crushing emotion all over again. It would be a practical arrangement, a true marriage of convenience. Her money would help restore his estate, and he would give her status and children, one of whom would hopefully be a better steward than Andrew had ever been. So no, Miss Martin was not for him, no matter how much he appeared to be drawn to her. Andrew watched with increasing displeasure as Miss Martin danced the next set with Needham's other secretary, a tall, dark-haired man who looked like he'd just stepped out of a Gothic novel. Dennehy, that was his name. He was exactly the sort of brooding-looking man that women seemed to find attractive. Miss Martin was smiling up at him and laughing at something he'd said. Dennehy smiled, a faintly villainous smirk, his eyes heavily lidded as he stared down at her, a different expression slowly taking possession of his features. Andrew recognized the look on the other man's face instantly, because he'd felt the exact same thing himself. Dennehy had just realized how attractive his dance partner was. Oh, she looked pretty enough in general, but when she laughed or smiled, then she truly came alive. He didn't know Dennehy's background, but marriage to the daughter of a viscount, even one as impoverished and lacking in connections as Miss Martin, would certainly be a step up socially. An image of Dennehy and Miss Martin doing something other than dancing, Dennehy's much larger body covering Miss Martin's delicate, far smaller one, flickered through his mind. Andrew gritted his teeth against the image. He did not like it. Not at all. "Are you growling?" His head whipped around at the sound of Catherine's voice. "Don't be ridiculous. I was clearing my throat." "She would look at you the same way if you didn't constantly refer to her as a drab little dab of a woman." Andrew didn't bother to pretend that he didn't know who she meant. "Constantly? I only said it once, and I deeply regret it." He leaned back in his chair, putting some distance between himself and Catherine's far too knowing gaze. But his irritation got the better of him, and he leaned toward her and snarled, "It is none of your business who I look at, or how I look at them." "I have made you my business, Shelton." Andrew felt a stab of genuine alarm at her words. "What the devil does that mean?" he asked, using a low, menacing tone of voice that had sent his soldiers scuttling to obey. But the woman beside him only smiled. "I am determined to wipe that miserable, sulky expression from your godlike features." Godlike was something he'd heard many times, but sulky? "I am not Oh, yes, you are. What makes you think I overheard High and Chatham discussing you a few weeks ago?" "You overheard them? Eavesdropping is a nasty, craven, and detestable habit." My, how fierce you are! Rawr! She clawed the air. Andrew couldn't help laughing. "You are ridiculous." "Do you want to hear what they said, or are you too noble?" Andrew's hands itched to yank Catherine over his knee and administer the spanking she so desperately deserved. Instead, he sneered and said, "Just get on with it." "They said you were nothing like your normal self, not arrogant, obnoxious, or even indiscriminately amorous, as far as Chatham could discern." Why did hearing that irritate him? Why should he care if his cousin and his wife had noticed that he'd not gone tomcatting while living in their house? The fact that he was bothered him even more. And it was all Catherine's fault. He retorted rather lamely, "Little girls like you should not be privy to such information." Rather than be offended or annoyed, as any normal adolescent would be, her smirk grew into a smile that was truly terrifying. "I know what you need, Drew." "Oh, do you?" Andrew heard himself taunt. Christ, are you mad? Some far wiser part of his brain demanded. "Do not poke her." Catherine nodded. "Yes, I certainly do." "And what is that, Katy?" Andrew asked, evidently unable to control his own mouth. "You need a wife, and I'm going to find you one." He sputtered wordlessly and shook his head. "Why, you impudent saucebox! Just who the hell do you think you are?" he demanded, not caring about his language or the barely leashed fury in his voice. "Don't act so perplexed. It is our wager." "Wager?" he repeated blankly. "Don't you remember when I said I would never marry, and you laughed at me?" Andrew continued to stare in open-mouthed incomprehension. "You don't remember?" she accused, looking peeved. "No, I don't remember," he was happy to retort. "I dare say whatever you are babbling about is a product of your demented imagination, as I sincerely doubt that I would wager about—" "You did." Her voice was quite unexpectedly menacing, and a shiver of dread rippled down his spine. Andrew had been knee-deep in dead bodies. He'd charged into guns that all but promised death, and he'd stared his own mortality in the face a dozen or more times. And yet Lady Catherine Bellamy, a mere chit, somehow managed to put the fear of God into him. It is because she fears nothing. Andrew suddenly knew that was the truth. Catherine was reckless, careless, and, quite frankly, half mad. She reminded Andrew of the stories he'd heard about Richard Barry, the infamous Lord Hellgate. Andrew had been an adolescent when Hellgate had been in his prime, but he remembered well enough the tales he'd heard at Eton about how the young lord had arrived at school with an unprecedented £1,000 at his disposal. Barrymore's money had run through his fingers like water, his antics increasingly extreme, until he had died at the tender age of 23. While Andrew doubted Lady Catherine would eat a live tomcat, which had been one of Barrymore's more shocking wagers, he could see from the desperate glitter in her eyes that there were few self-imposed limits on her behaviour. "Do not provoke her," a voice in his head commanded. "Why don't you go talk to her instead of yearning from afar?" the object of his terrified ruminations demanded. "Ask her to dance. That is why we are here." For once, Andrew refused to be drawn by her baiting. "What? Is the big, brave war hero afraid to ask a downtrodden dab of—" "Would you please keep your voice down?" Andrew hissed. "Nobody can hear me," she laughed, a warm, throaty laugh that should have been appealing, but instead reminded him of how he'd felt when he'd heard artillery that was miles closer than it should have been. "Is this revenge, Catherine?" "Revenge?" Her eyebrows shot up, and she looked genuinely confused. "For what?" "For abducting your sister?" Catherine scoffed. "Selina can take care of herself. If she wanted a pound of flesh, trust me, she would take it." Andrew did not doubt that for a moment. She leaned forward. "I know all about Sarah Creighton." "What do you think you know?" Andrew asked, after a few seconds of slack-jawed shock. He knew that he should shut his mouth, but once again he could not seem to stop himself. "You know what I know." "Why don't you tell me, anyhow?" She laughed. Andrew struggled for patience. "Oh dear," she said. "What?" "Look." She gestured to where Dixon was helping Miss Martin into her coat. "It seems that you missed what is often called a golden opportunity, Shelton." Andrew wanted to say something clever and flip, but as he watched Dixon lay his hand on Miss Martin's lower back and guide her out of the church hall, he was forced to accept that Catherine, for all her youth and inexperience, was in this instance painfully correct. He should have asked Miss Martin to dance. Chapter 15. "A treasure hunt?" Andrew repeated, and then raised a forkful of ham to his mouth. "Yes, haven't you heard of one before?" Lady Crewe poured more tea into her cup, and then dipped another piece of dry toast. After a night filled with a great deal of tossing and turning and very little sleep, Andrew had awakened hours after dawn. When he had finally made his way to the stables, he'd found them crawling with guests and servants. So instead of taking his morning ride, he had decided to come to breakfast early, hoping to beat the crowd. Instead, he had found the oldest Bellamy sibling reading a newspaper and eating sops. A treasure hunt? What's that?" he asked, recalling that she had asked him a question. He wondered if the woman was ill. Why else would somebody eat something as tasteless as plain toast and watery tea? There are clues, and whoever figures them out first will get the treasure. What's the treasure? She took a tiny sip of tea and then paled slightly. Are you unwell, my lady? She gave a small shake of her head, her lips pursed tightly, as if she might shoot the cat if she opened her mouth. Andrew watched her surreptitiously while finishing his second helping of coddled eggs. After several minutes, a faint pink tinged her cheeks, and she gave an audible sigh of relief, and then took a swallow of tea. Nobody knows what it is, she said, setting down her cup with a sigh. Andrew paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. I beg your pardon? The treasure. It is a secret. Ah. Lord Needham has provided it, and my sister Phoebe says it is something spectacular. How interesting, Andrew murmured. Unless the treasure was a large valise stuffed with £50 notes, it sounded like a waste of time. It starts in less than an hour, she said. I see. The way she was looking at him made Andrew wonder if he had food on his face. Are you going to play, my lord? He glanced out the massive arched windows that flooded the breakfast room with light, even on a gloomy day. Large drops of sludgy sleet slapped almost angrily against the panes. One of the huge wych elms, for which the house was named, whipped wildly back and forth in the wind. It looks a bit cold outside to be playing games, he observed. Are you afraid of a little rain, my lord? Her lips curved up at the corners, making her look even lovelier than she already did. All the Bellamy women were beautiful, even the Duchess in her own terrifying way. Rain? It looks more like sleet to me. He pulled his gaze from the slate-grey sky back to his breakfast companion. As for participating in this treasure hunt, I hadn't... The door opened, and Catherine, Lucy, Lady Seltzer, and a young woman Andrew had never seen before burst into the room, their coats, mittens, and pink cheeks proclaiming that they'd been out in the brisk weather. Ah, there you two are, Shelton, Catherine said. Come along, we are forming teams. Teams, Andrew repeated. For the treasure hunt, Lucy said, bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. Catherine turned to her sister. Leah, your husband is teamed up with Linny and Lord Jevington. Miss Gordon is with Mr. Dennehy and Mr. Dixon. Wait, Lady Crewe interrupted. Dixon and Dennehy are on the same team? They are Needham's secretaries. Surely that gives them an unfair advantage. They have assured me that Needham invented the clues himself, Catherine said, and then turned back to her list. Captain Walker is on a team with Doddy and... Me, Lucy chirped. That's right, Catherine agreed. So, Leah, why don't you... I agreed to partner with Mr. Leland and Chatham last night, Lady Crewe said. Catherine's forehead puckered. Mr. Leland? He is one of Papa's friends, Lucy explained. Good. Then you are sorted. Catherine turned to Andrew. What about you? Andrew frowned. What about me? Are you finished eating? She looked at his plate, which was indeed empty of all but a few scraps. Ah. Good. You can be on my team. She gave him a sweet smile that Andrew did not for a minute believe. I will wait until you finish. She dropped down into the chair across from him, laced her fingers together, set her chin on them, and stared at him. Lady Crewe laughed. Andrew sighed and tossed his napkin onto the table. I guess I am finished, but first I must fetch my coat and hat. Catherine sprang from her chair. Excellent. This will be fun, my lord. Andrew suspected it would be torture. Who else is on our team? It is a surprise. Why did her smile make Andrew feel like a fox with a pack of hounds on its trail? Her ladyship has asked not to be disturbed this morning, Akers said, when Stacia showed up at her employer's chambers after receiving no summons for a third morning in a row. She still suffers from her migraine? Thankfully she is past that, but the pain took a great deal out of her and she is exhausted and sleeping. I see. Stacia chewed her lip, both elated to be free, but worried that she was not doing what she was supposed to be doing. Do you know when she might want me? I have no idea. The older woman cast a worried glance at the Countess's door. What is it? This is a very unhappy family. Did something happen? Akers hesitated and then said, The Countess was sitting up this morning. She even took a little tea and toast, and then her youngest daughter paid her a visit. Stacya's eyebrows rose. It is unusual for her ladyship to invite company so early. Lady Catherine wasn't invited. I see. The Countess did not care for unexpected guests. They argued. It became heated. Stacia was ashamed to be so eager to gossip about her employer, but could not help herself from saying, Oh? Akers inched closer. My lady wants her daughter to return to Bath after the holiday is over. Lady Catherine refused, loudly. She said something to the effect that the last time she'd obeyed her mother she had lived to regret it. Her ladyship wept. Stacia's eyes almost rolled out of her head at the image of the Countess actually crying. It sounded as though something happened to Lady Catherine when she was staying with the Countess's sister this past summer. Something? What do you mean? Akers shrugged. I couldn't hear that part. They stopped shouting at that point. After a moment the maid shook herself. In any case, the Countess has returned to her bed and will not need you today. You should look upon it as an extended holiday. The older woman gave Stacia a conspiratorial smile. I heard talk at breakfast this morning that there is to be a treasure hunt. Evidently Lord Needham has supplied a valuable prize for the winner. Why don't you play? Mr. Dixon had told her about the treasure hunt last night when he'd escorted her home from the village dance. Stacia had taken a liking to the handsome, kindly man. She appreciated that he seemed to be going out of his way to make her feel welcome at Witch House. She suspected that at least part of his kindness had to do with the way the Countess treated her, but there was no denying the fact that he had danced twice with her last night, and only one other time with one of the Lowry twins. Not only that, but he had been attentive during their dance, not flitting off to dance attendance on anyone else, no matter how attractive, like Lord Shelton had done at the skating pond. Why are you thinking about him? Stacia gritted her teeth. Dixon, like Captain Walker, was exceedingly attractive, attentive, and eligible. Why could she never enjoy a man's company without Lord Shelton weaseling his way into her head? Go and play, Miss Martin, Akers said, pulling Stacia from her thoughts. Stacia smiled. I will. When Andrew arrived in the foyer 20 minutes later, it was to find only Catherine and Miss Martin waiting. Andrew gave Catherine a hard look, but she merely smiled. Where is everyone else? He asked, glancing around the cavernous, chilly entry hall. Everyone else has already collected their clues and begun playing. Our team is you, me, and Miss Martin, Catherine said, smiling from Andrew to Miss Martin. Why was he not surprised? Miss Martin, however, was surprised, and it wasn't a pleasant one, if her faint scowl was anything to go by. Andrew had hoped they'd got past her hatred of him yesterday. Now he wondered if they'd really had that conversation on the ice, or if he had merely dreamed it. So, Catherine said, either not noticing the other woman's sour expression, or not caring. Here is our first clue. She unfolded a piece of parchment. Andrew stepped closer to read it, and, after a moment, so did Miss Martin. "We possess 4 legs but no feet. When you are weary, we can offer your body and your soul relief." He looked up. "Chairs? Benches?" "That could be anywhere," Miss Martin said, giving him a scornful look. "And neither of those things do anything for one's soul." Andrew couldn't help grinning at her scathing answer. "Good point." He winked at her, and was amused when her face darkened and her scowl deepened. "I agree with Shelton," Catherine said. Andrew did a double take at this unprecedented event. "Benches in the chapel," Catherine explained, her grin genuine, not the world-weary expression he was accustomed to seeing on her face. She grabbed Miss Martin's hand. "Come, let us hurry. This was an easy clue. The others will already have collected the next one." When they entered the ancient chapel, a footman waited in the narthex, seated at a table with a silver bowl containing folded pieces of paper. "Are we the last ones, Charles?" Catherine demanded. "No, my lady, I've got 2 left." She clucked her tongue and glared at Andrew. "Thanks to your foot-dragging, we are the second-to-last group." "Luckily for you, I am worth the wait, darling," he shot back. She gave a justifiably scornful laugh and unfolded the next clue. "Not bockety, but not steady. Home to many, but not for people." Miss Martin's forehead furrowed. "Bockety?" Andrew chuckled. "It is an Irish term and means unstable." "How did you know that?" she asked, her tone oddly accusatory. "I had Irish soldiers under my command. Why, where did you think I'd heard it?" "I'm sure I don't know," she retorted. "You thought I heard it somewhere naughty, didn't you, Miss Martin? Like a brothel." She pursed her lips. Andrew snorted and then turned to Catherine, who was regarding them with an irritating smirk. Andrew bared his teeth at the interfering minx. She just laughed. "The stables." Andrew and Catherine broke off their staring competition at the sound of Miss Martin's words. "The next clue is in the stables," she explained. "Home to many but not people, so horses. And not a bockety, so stable." He smiled at her. "Well done, Miss Martin." She started to smile, but caught her lower lip just in time. Andrew decided he was beginning to enjoy himself. Stacia decided to enjoy herself regardless of Lord Shelton's presence. She would not be fooled by his attentiveness, not after skating with him. She would remind herself often that he was only flirting with her because there was nobody else other than Lady Catherine available, and he squabbled with her as if she were his younger sibling. She purposefully fell behind Lady Catherine and the handsome lord as they headed toward the stables. He looked as lovely from behind as he did from any other direction. Broad shoulders garbed in a caped great coat, a tall beaver hat, breeches and riding boots. Stacia had dressed for the outdoors as well, but even swathed in heavy wool with mittens and a bonnet, she felt the bite of the icy rain. "Lady Catherine!" All 3 of them stopped and turned. It was the maid Dora who'd called out, and she was squinting against the sleet. "What are you doing out here without a coat or hat, Dora?" Lady Catherine demanded. Dora's gaze flickered from Lady Catherine to Stacia and then back, something about her expression off. "Lady Addiscombe sent me to fetch you." "Her ladyship is up and about?" Stacia asked, before Lady Catherine could answer. "Perhaps I should—" "No, it sounds as if she wants me," Lady Catherine said. "You continue playing," she ordered, shoving the clues into Stacia's hands. "I will see what my mother wants and rejoin you. Come along, Dora. You will catch your death of cold out here." Stacia watched until they disappeared, and then turned to find Lord Shelton waiting for her, a sardonic smirk on his face. "I'm sure—" She broke off and bit her lip. "What are you sure about?" "Nothing." His smirk grew, and it irked her into speaking. "I am sure you have better things to do than play this game. "You needn't stay," she said primly, and then headed toward the stables, not looking to see if he was coming or not. "I am enjoying myself," he said, catching up to her easily with his long strides. When she didn't answer, he said, "How is your little dog faring?" "He is fine." That sounded abrupt and rude, so she relented and added, "He has been up and about. There is no keeping him lying down. But Mr. Higgins keeps him in a stall, so at least he cannot put too much strain on the injury. He looks to be a sturdy little beast. I dare say he will heal quickly." "I, spoke to the postmistress and also the innkeeper about him. Thank you for that suggestion." "I'm pleased to be of use." Stacia pursed her lips as she studied his face for mockery, but he looked innocent, almost suspiciously so. There were several stable lads and grooms hovering about the entrance to the stables, all of them looking amused, no doubt at the foolishness of the treasure hunt, and one of them called out to Lord Shelton when they approached, "Going riding, my lord? Shall I saddle Drake for you?" "Not today, Gerald. Today I am hunting treasure." The men chuckled, their gazes sliding to Stacia in a way that made her face heat. "Here is your next clue, my lord," Gerald said. Lord Shelton took the piece of paper and handed it to Stacia. "Has everyone else already come and gone?" "No, you are the first, my lord." "The first?" Lord Shelton turned to Stacia. "You are a very good partner indeed, Miss Martin." She ignored the joyful leaping in her chest and moved past the clutch of servants, eager to be out from under their curious gaze. Once they'd gone inside the building a few feet, she stopped and unfolded the clue. Lord Shelton leaned closer to read, the action bringing a subtle whiff of cologne, leather and wool with him. Stacia filled her lungs and held the scent inside her. How could a person smell so good? How? "I have many arms but no legs," he read aloud. After a moment he looked up. "What do you think?" Stacia shook her head and repeated the clue. "I have many arms but no legs." Voices drifted in from outside, and Stacia heard the Duke of Chatham say, "Are we the first?" Before anyone could answer, Lord Shelton called out, "Not hardly, Sylvester." The Duke's laughter preceded him inside. He did a double take when he saw Stacia standing beside Lord Shelton, but smiled politely. "Hello, Miss Martin." His smile turned into a grin when he faced his cousin. "Fancy seeing you here, Drew." Drew. What a perfectly lovely nickname. "I wouldn't be here if not for Miss Martin," Lord Shelton said. "She is the brains of our operation." Stacia tried not to preen. "I'm fortunate to have two clever partners." The Duke gestured to Lady Crewe and Mr. Leland. Lady Crewe, who was holding the clue, narrowed her eyes when she saw Stacia and Lord Shelton. "Don't say anything, Mr. Leland. Spies are listening." Everyone chuckled. "Come, Miss Martin. I know when I am not wanted," Lord Shelton said, lightly setting a hand on Stacia's back and guiding her out of the stables just as two more groups arrived. "Don't tell me we are last," Lord Bellamy demanded of the groom with the clues. Lord Shelton leaned close and hissed in her ear, "Let's sneak away while they are all chattering." "Do you know where we are going next?" she asked. "Yes." They hurried off unnoticed as the new arrivals engaged in some good-natured ribbing. "Where is the next clue?" Stacia asked as she took 2 steps to every one of his and still could barely keep pace. He grinned. "You will see." "Tell me, my lord," Miss Martin ordered as she trotted to keep up with Andrew. "The armory." She frowned as if recalling the clue, and then her eyes widened and she gave him a look of grudging respect. "How clever of you!" Andrew raised his eyebrows in mock amazement. "Me? Clever? Why, thank you, Miss Martin." She pursed her lips primly at his teasing. Andrew was amused by her reaction. He suspected Miss Martin had no clue how alluring the expression was, how it drew attention to that full lower lip of hers. "How are you enjoying the house party so far, Miss Martin?" he asked, when it was clear that she would not break the silence. Her eyes narrowed. "Why?" "That was not a trap, Miss Martin, just a question." "The Bellamy family is very welcoming and kind." "Most of them are," he agreed. Miss Martin opened her mouth, but then closed it without asking what he meant. Her expression changed to one that was almost curious. "Go ahead and ask whatever you are thinking," he said, already able to guess her question. "I was just wondering why you've come to the house of a woman you abducted." "You do not pull your punches, do you?" "No. No, I will answer," he added, when she began to make sounds of retracting her question. "My cousin asked me to come, as did his wife. They made the argument that our families are now joined, so there should be no ill feelings. I had apologized to Lady Shaftesbury before, in a letter, as she did not wish to receive me in person at the time, but I felt I owed her a face-to-face apology." She nodded. "What about you?" he asked. "Me? I am here because my employer is here." "Your family must be missing you." "There is nobody else." The way the muscles in her face tightened told him the subject was a sore one, and Andrew decided not to pursue it. Instead, he stopped in a wide panelled corridor and glanced around. "The door is here, somewhere," he murmured, pushing on the scrolling and trying to recall where the catch was hidden. "A hidden door?" He smiled at the excitement in her voice. "Yes, the idea was to keep the armory a secret from any enemies." "How do you know about the door?" "Lord Needham took Chatham and me on a tour, and delighted in showing us which house's many, many secrets." The tip of his tongue poked out, and his brow furrowed in concentration as he continued to feel the panel. "I could swear it was... Ah!" He pushed a carved acorn, and there was a dull click, and the panel swung inward. Miss Martin peered into the gloom. "It looks as if somebody lighted the sconces, but it is still rather dark." "Allow me to go first." He stepped onto the small landing and cast a glance down the wide stone stairs. "Yes, it is lighted all the way down." "Should I shut this panel?" she asked. "You'd better leave it open. There is a mechanism on this side to open it, but it will take some doing to find it. Hold on to this rope railing while you descend." The stairs had a very gentle curve, one that would not impede moving weaponry up and down, and were wide enough for 4 men to walk abreast. When they reached the bottom, the massive iron strap door was already propped open, and there was a table on the far side of the room, complete with a candelabra and a large bowl, although no footman was seated beside it. "We're obviously in the right place." "Look at those." She pointed to the suits of armour that ran along one wall as they crossed the vast, low-ceilinged room. "This is an impressive collection." "They actually belong to Needham, not Addiscombe," Andrew said. "His father collected them. You might have heard of him. Iron Mad Needham." "He was responsible for inventing some sort of gun, wasn't he?" "Something like that, yes. He gave the patent to the Crown." "That is why he received his title, is it not?" Andrew chuckled. "Yes, but it is not done to say it so boldly." "Oh, I didn't mean—"
"I am only teasing you."
She scowled up at him, faint candlelight casting a warm glow over her features.
"Don't you like being teased, Miss Martin?"
Andrew knew he shouldn't, but the way she was staring up at him. He reached down and lightly caressed the gentle curve of her jaw with the back of his fingers. Her lips parted, and she drew in a ragged breath. "What are—" Boisterous voices and the clattering of feet on stairs made them both jolt. "We had better collect the clue," Miss Martin said, hurrying over to the bowl. She took out a piece of paper just as a small crowd of people poured into the room. Andrew sighed. Thank God the others had come along when they did. What on earth could he have been thinking? Chapter 16. Stacia hurried up the stairs, her heart still pounding. Had Shelton been about to kiss her? He had. She just knew he had. "Miss Martin, where are you going?" Lord Shelton called out when they reached the top of the stairs, and Stacia began hurrying down the corridor. She stopped and reluctantly turned back to him. "Where is the clue?" he asked. She opened her fist and wordlessly revealed the crumpled paper. He took it, smoothed it out, and read the words aloud. "The only place where today comes before yesterday." "The only place where today comes before yesterday," she repeated, the intriguing clue pulling her thoughts from what had almost happened. "Any ideas?" he asked after a moment. They looked up at the same time, and Stacia hastily lowered her eyes. "I don't know." Beneath her breath she murmured, "Today comes before yesterday. Today comes before yesterday. Today comes." She broke off and her head whipped up. Again she met his gaze, but this time she gave him a triumphant smile. "I have it." She glanced around at the corridor and frowned. "I am disoriented. Which way is the library?" "Just a moment," he said. "I can hear them all coming up the stairs." He strode over to the secret panel and shut it with a firm click, and then grinned at her. "There, that will buy us a few extra minutes while they bumble and search for the latch." "Isn't that rather dirty?" He set a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You know what they say?" "No, what do they say?" she asked, trying not to think about the feel of his big, warm hand. "All is fair in love and treasure hunting, Miss Martin." "Funny, I've never heard that," she said wryly. The others had obviously reached the small landing and were thumping on the door. Muffled voices barely penetrated the wooden panel. "Hello! Let us out!" "Are you sure about this?" she added, glancing dubiously at the panel, which was now vibrating with the fury of their pounding. Lord Shelton laughed. "Don't worry about them. They will figure it out soon enough." Stacia bit back her disappointment when he removed his hand and strode down the corridor. When they reached the library a few minutes later, it was to find it already occupied. But instead of another team, it was the maid from earlier, Dora. She gave them a startled look. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I was just leaving." "Were you looking for me?" Stacia asked. "Does Lady Addiscombe need me?" "No, no, not at all, I'm sorry. I was looking for somebody else." She dropped a curtsy and hurried toward the door. Lord Shelton lifted an eyebrow. "That was odd," she said. "I wonder if I should go—" "Lady Addiscombe would send for you if she wanted you. Besides, the woman cannot deprive me of both my partners." Stacia warmed at his words. It almost sounded as if he wanted her to stay. He stared at her. "Well?" "Well?" she repeated blankly. "Where is it? The clue?" he gently reminded her. "Oh, in the dictionary." His gaze went vague for a few seconds before sharpening. He grinned. "What a clever clogs you are." "Thank you," Stacia said. He laughed at her lofty tone. "Chatham keeps his volume, which is massive, on a stand. I dare say Needham does the same," Shelton said, turning in a circle to survey the cavernous room. "Ah, that looks like it might be it." They hurried toward where the maid had been standing. Stacia opened it to the word "Today," where a folded piece of paper was tucked. "There is only one clue," she said, looking up at Shelton. "Where are the rest of the other groups?" He shrugged and took the paper from her. "That is not our problem." Stacia snorted. "You are horrible." "I know," he said, sounding unconcerned. "The only safe place for some religious treasures." Stacia puzzled over the clue. The only sound in the room, the ticking of an enormous long-case clock. Treasures are kept in a safe. Surely Lord Needham is not going to leave his safe open. Shelton barked a laugh.
I wouldn't think so.
But where else do you keep treasures? She frowned. Jewellery caskets? But Lord Shelton was staring fixedly at the scrap of paper and didn't seem to hear her. My lord? She urged after a moment.
I know this one. He gave her a fierce, triumphant grin. Come, let's go before the others arrive.
He took her hand and pulled her toward the door. But what about the clue? Shouldn't we leave it?
No.
That is wrong, my lord.
He said, and then opened the door a crack, peeked out. The coast is clear. Make haste, Miss Martin, make haste.
Stacia laughed as he all but dragged her down the corridor. Andrew could not recall when he'd last enjoyed a game so much. Where are we going? Miss Martin asked in a breathless voice as they hurried toward the oldest part of the house.
To the witch house priest hole.
He led her up a narrow flight of stairs and down a gloomy, unadorned servant hallway. Oh, I didn't know there was a priest hole here. Ah, religious treasure. How clever. They are supposed to be impossible to find.
They are indeed, and this one is no different. Come, let's hurry before anyone else gets here.
The door on the landing led to a broad, elegant corridor that was empty except for the maid from earlier, Dora, who was absently flicking a marble bust with her feather duster. How odd that the woman was here when she'd just left the library. He exchanged looks with Miss Martin, and she shrugged. Perhaps she is in charge of distributing the clues, she whispered, her warm breath on his throat, causing a pleasurable tightening in his belly.
If so, she is doing a poor job, he whispered back.
Maybe we should tell her that she didn't leave enough clues in the library. He clucked his tongue.
Oh, Miss Martin, where is your cutthroat impulse? Do you want this treasure or not?
A mischievous smile illuminated her usually serious features. Really, the woman was adorable when she smiled, and should do so more often. All is fair in love and treasure hunting? She asked.
That's the spirit, he said, holding her sparkling gaze for a moment before turning to the wall. Now, where is that catch?
Another secret stairwell? She asked, coming to stand close beside him, the faint smell of soap and lavender teasing his nostrils.
This panel is not a secret, although it is very well hidden, he muttered. Here it is.
He pushed up the upper corner of a panel and exposed a small room. There were shelves filled with bedding, a bucket, a mop, and other housekeeping supplies. It is a linen closet, Miss Martin said, sounding so disappointed that Andrew chuckled. This wouldn't have been difficult for priest hunters to find at all.
Oh, ye of little faith, he teased, and then began shoving aside piles of sheets until he found the lever and pushed it into its slot. How is this for well hidden? He asked, and then pulled the edge of the shelving toward him. It did not move willingly, but like an especially heavy, grudging door. Andrew kept pulling until there was a 2-foot opening. There is nothing but a wall behind it, she said, yet again sounding disappointed. What now? Andrew slid his hand to the far edge of the panel, to where there was a gap where 2 sections of wall met. He tucked the fingers of both hands into the gap. This slides open, but it takes a bit of effort. He pulled until an extremely slim aperture appeared. She peered through the opening, but hung back. It's very dark. I'll go first, he said, amused by her reluctance to enter. The stairs were so narrow that his shoulders almost brushed the walls. It is warm in here, she said, her hushed voice coming from right behind him. The staircase runs alongside a chimney stack, which is how they managed to conceal it. From outside, it looks like there are 6 chimneys. If a person watched long enough, they would notice that smoke only came out of 5. Clever, she murmured. He stopped on the top step, which served as a landing. There was one candle in a plain wall sconce to cast some light. I cannot believe they would put a clue up here, Miss Martin said, as Andrew felt for the lever that would unlatch the door. "I can. Needham is as proud of this priest-hole as if he'd built it with his own hands. Evidently it is the second largest one in Britain, at least as far as people know." He slid his hand over the door again, but slower this time. "Needham is having 3 secret rooms constructed in the house he is having built. They are to be a surprise gift for his wife." Miss Martin gave a delighted laugh. "Would you like that?" he guessed. "Who would not?" Andrew smiled. "There is speculation among the people who study this sort of thing that many hideaways still remain undiscovered. Ah, there you are," he muttered, depressing the metal latch and then grunting as he slid back the thick slab of wood to expose another narrow opening, this one so small that he had to turn sideways and crouch to get through it. Once he was in the attic, he turned, chuckling when he saw that she came through the space with ease. "It is a door made especially for you," he teased. Very droll. She looked around at the vast space. "I thought priest-holes were supposed to be tiny. This is massive." 17 feet by 12, or so Needham boasted. "There is even a fireplace," she said, gazing toward the far end of the room, where all the comforts of a guest suite were arrayed, including a bed, the furnishing simple but elegant. How on earth did they get everything up here through that narrow entry? Much of the original furnishings had rotted away, so Needham had carpenters build new pieces here. He said everything here is an exact replica." "It seems rather ornate for a priest." He laughed. "Indeed, whoever hid here must have enjoyed his creature comforts." He gestured toward the fire. "With that blaze going, they must have been expecting visitors." Andrew had to stay toward the center of the room, as the rest sloped from ceiling to floor, as in most attics. "What is all this?" Miss Martin asked, looking around at the piles of blankets, cushions, food hampers, a case of wine, corked clay jugs, and 2 ancient-looking trunks. "I don't know," Andrew admitted. "Where is the next clue?" "Perhaps on the table?" She pointed to a small console table on the other side of the fireplace. Andrew took a step toward it, but stopped and pivoted when he heard the distinctive sound of the heavy wooden slab sliding shut. He hesitated only for a moment before shouting, "Wait!" and breaking into a run, a sick feeling blossoming in his belly as the gap between the door and thick timber frame disappeared. "We are inside!" he shouted, skidding to a stop and pounding on the door. There was no handle or knob on the inside of the door, nothing but a smooth wooden panel, a thick wooden panel. Miss Martin joined him, and they battered the wood together. "Hello! Hello!" she yelled, hysteria coloring her voice. "You've locked us in! Please, let us out!" Andrew stepped back, but she kept pounding. He stared at the door. No, this could not be happening. Miss Martin stopped and turned, her wide eyes fixed on him, horror spreading across her face. "You!" she shouted. Andrew bristled. "Me what?" She flung her arms out. "You planned all this, didn't you?" Andrew stared at her in disbelief. And then he laughed. Chapter 17. Catherine. "Miss Martin does not feel well and did not want to risk passing her cold on to any of us," Katy said, when Phoebe asked why their mother's companion was not in the drawing-room before dinner. "And Mother is not here because she still suffers from her migraine," she added. Phoebe frowned. "I will go and check on them both." "No, you needn't," Katy said hurriedly, before her sister could heave herself to her feet. "Mamma's maid said she does not want to be disturbed, and Miss Martin looked so ill that I sent Dora to sit with her." "That was very thoughtful of you," Phoebe said, smiling at her. Katy returned her smile with one that was rather forced. If only her sister knew. "Do you think I should send for Dr. Murray?" Phoebe asked. "I already offered. Miss Martin was most emphatic that we do not." "Very well. "So, we are down 3 for dinner, then." "Who is the third?" Katy asked, although she knew that too.
"Shelton left a note saying he was going to see a horse and would probably be away a few days," the Duke of Chatham said, a perplexed frown on his face. "He mentioned nothing about going to see a horse this morning. It is most unusual for him to leave without saying anything."
"He left my aunt's house with my sister and never said anything," Hi observed, with a faint twist of her lips. The Duke smiled, but it looked a bit strained. Before he could speak, Hi said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Chatham. I should not have said that. It was insensitive." Katy's eyebrows shot up. She loved her sister, but Hi was not exactly known for her sensitivity. The Duke said something to his wife that was too quiet for Katy to hear, and her sister chuckled. "I will remind you of that later, Your Grace." That was another new thing about Hi. Her laughter. Katy could count on one hand the number of times she'd heard her older sister laugh before she married the Duke. Of course, there hadn't been much for Hi to laugh about growing up. Their mother wasn't warm toward any of her children, but she loathed Hi and never bothered to hide it. After what had occurred at Aunt Agnes's house this past summer, Katy suspected that she had taken Hi's place as her mother's most loathed child. Regardless of how much the Countess disliked her, she was still insistent that Katy accompany her to Bath after Christmas rather than go to London.
"You will not continue to live in the same house as that cad Shelton. You will just have to wait for your season until next year, when I can offer you proper chaperone. After what occurred at my sister's house, it is clear nobody else can manage you. So I will be forced to do so."
The argument that followed had not been pleasant. Neither had it resolved anything. But Katy was not done fighting for her future, and she had several other weapons remaining in her arsenal. By hook or by crook, she would not be going to Bath. Her mother just didn't know that yet. Without the Countess to dampen the atmosphere at the dinner table, the meal seemed to fly by, and conversation was lively. Afterward, they retired to the drawing-room as usual. Katy had no heart for games, at least not the sort that were played with rules. But she could not absent herself without drawing notice. No, it would be unwise to attract attention after what she had done to Shelton and Miss Martin. Katy's lips curled into a smile as she imagined the scene in the priest hole right about now. It was too bad she could not be a fly on the wall. She had not yet decided whether to release the pair from their prison tomorrow while everyone else was out gathering greenery, which would mean that nobody would find out that Shelton and Miss Martin had gone missing, or if she should keep them sequestered for so long that Shelton's hand would be forced and he would have to propose. But that, she decided, was too cruel, even for Shelton. Besides, there was Miss Martin to consider. Not that it wasn't perfectly clear to her that the other woman burned for Shelton. Katy knew Miss Martin's besotted expression well, because she had felt the exact same emotion briefly last spring. Despite Miss Martin's obvious desire for the Marquis, it was entirely possible that she would refuse Shelton's gentlemanly offer of marriage. She was a proud woman, and Shelton had trampled on her pride in the past. Even so, the woman was doubtless in seventh heaven at the moment, imprisoned with the man of her dreams. As for Shelton, although the ridiculously handsome Marquis had denied it, he was intrigued by Stacia Martin. Katy had been around him for months, and he'd never once noticed a woman the way he'd done with Miss Martin. Poor Shelton was an unhappy, lonely man who'd been clinging to his love for a dead woman for more than a decade. He would vehemently disagree that Katy was doing this for his benefit, but one day he would thank her. Katy should probably let them out after one night. That way the two of them could either take advantage of the opportunity she had offered them, or they could ignore the gift she'd given them, go their own two ways, and live miserable lives. "Katy?" She looked up from her thoughts to find Selina beside her. "Yes?" "I'm going to partner Phoebe against Hi and Chatham." Shaftesbury cannot play cards, as we haven't yet figured out a way to do that yet. But he enjoys chess a great deal, and we've brought his set along, so I would love to play your husband a game." Katy lied. "I've been telling him how clever you are, and he is prepared, so you needn't be kind to him." Katy gave her sister a weak smile. Chess. Was there anything she hated more in the world? Well, yes, two things actually. Plying a needle and Lord Jasper Rain. What use were any of them? She could not earn money with chess as her sister Hi had done with cards, and needlework was either a drudge's job or a pastime for sleeky, contented matrons to occupy their hands in between bearing heirs for their husbands or taking lovers. As for Lord Rain, her mouth twisted into an unpleasant smile. Rain's only purpose was as a walking, talking warning to women about the duplicity of man. 10 minutes later, Katy was seated across from Selina's gorgeous husband, in the middle of a game she could win at any time. But if she did, she would just be forced to play another. So she allowed her mind to wander, and once again it returned to Shelton and Miss Martin. Had she done the wrong thing? No doubt most people would answer an emphatic yes to that. Viewed objectively, she was risking two people's reputations, or at least Miss Martin's, as Shelton's reputation was in such tatters nothing could make it worse. As much as she teased and taunted Andrew, she had come to like him a great deal. If somebody didn't do something, that somebody being her, apparently, then he would likely go to London this season and marry an heiress he didn't love, or even like, to save his estate. Katy could not allow him to sacrifice himself that way, even though he probably deserved it. "I sense you are restless, Lady Catherine," Lord Shaftesbury said, staring at her with eyes that seemed to look into her soul. "You could have had me in checkmate once already." It was actually more like 3 times, but who was counting? Katy shrugged, remembering he could not see the dismissive gesture, and said, "I hate chess." His distractingly pretty lips parted in surprise, and then he barked a laugh, the skin at the corners of his sightless grey eyes crinkling in a way that caused a fluttering in her belly. He really was extremely handsome, not to mention charming, and so happy that it was difficult to feel glum in his presence. Selina said he'd been as cross as a crab when she'd first met him. It was hard to imagine. "We do not need to play," he said, pitching his voice so only the two of them could hear it. "Oh, yes, we do." "Why?" "Because my siblings will want to know why I'm not playing if I don't." "Your sister said you are very good at the game, the best in your family." "I am." "And yet you sound unhappy about your skill. We can always just sit here in silence." He paused and then added with a sly twist of those sensual lips, "Or we could talk." "Talk?" He smiled. "Talk about what?" she said after a moment. He shrugged his powerful shoulders. "Whatever you like." Katy wanted to ask what it had been like to be trapped in a carriage for days with his dying wife, but she doubted that was a subject he would appreciate. Instead, she said, "I will have my first season next year." "Yes, your sister mentioned that." "I dare say you've had many." He laughed. "Why? Because I am old?" He was old, at least compared to Katy's 7 and 10 years. Before she could come up with a polite response, he said, "Are you looking forward to it?" "It will be something to do." His eyebrows arched. "I cannot help thinking that you do not sound very excited." Katy knew he was waiting for an explanation, but she had nothing to offer. She didn't know why she felt such a crushing sense of ennui. "Oh, yes, you do." "I'm not terribly excited," she admitted. "I never would have believed that I'd miss being crowded at Queen's Bower and wearing gowns that had passed through 4 sisters before they became mine. But sometimes I wish—" She bit her lip, horrified by the burning behind her eyes. "What do you wish?" "I wish We had never left, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Where in the world had that come from? Katy swallowed hard, as if that would suppress the emotions suddenly threatening to overwhelm her. It is normal that you would miss such closeness, he said gently. Rather than go away, the urge to cry built so quickly that she had to tilt her head back. Why did she feel such a powerful compulsion to throw herself onto this kind man's broad chest and weep and weep and weep? What was wrong with her? If London is not to your liking, then I hope you will come and stay with Selina and me, he said. We will only remain in town for a month, long enough for Selina to be presented, and then we will go home. It was a nice offer, but the last thing Katy wanted was to bear close witness to yet another joyously happy marriage, or be a burden. Selina and Shaftesbury spent most of their time together, not just because he needed Selina, but because they were so deeply in love. Although High and Chatham were equally in love, they each led busy independent lives, and Katy's presence did not interfere with their lives. "That is very kind of you, my lord, but I suppose I will give London a chance." "I think you might enjoy yourself more than you expect." Katy would be stunned if that were true. Wisely, she kept that bitter prediction to herself. Instead she said, "I dare say you are right. Shall we finish this game? I believe it was your move." Chapter 18. Andrew glared daggers at the door, as if it might slide open if he stared long and hard enough. "I am sorry, my lord." He turned and faced his unwilling companion. Miss Martin's lips were tightly pursed, and her cheeks were stained with dark red splotches. "What are you apologizing for?" he asked. "It was unkind of me to say that you had arranged all this." Andrew opened his mouth to tell her it did not matter, but she was not finished. "And it was also foolish. After all, what could I possibly have to offer that would cause a man to lure me into such an indiscretion?" He barked an unamused laugh at her backhanded apology. "According to my detractors, I don't need a reason." Andrew turned away from her and strode down the length of the room. He flipped open the lids on the hampers. Both were filled to the brim with food, enough to last several days. Beside the fireplace was a coal scuttle with ample fuel for a protracted blaze. In addition to the food, blankets, and furniture, there was off to the side a rather modern-looking three-fold screen with a closed stool tucked behind it. Whoever had staged this had certainly thought of everything. Andrew heard the scuff of a shoe and turned to find Miss Martin staring at the bed, her arms wrapped around her body as if she were cold. He scooped up more coal and tossed it onto the fire. They might as well make themselves comfortable, because he suspected they would be there a while. Stacia felt like a toad. Even an idiot could see that Lord Shelton had been appalled when the door had slid shut, locking them both in. Instead of snapping at her when she'd accused him of masterminding the episode, he'd merely looked resigned and very weary. And then she had compounded her bad behaviour with an insulting apology. Apologize, and be sincere this time. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling chilled to the bone, although not by the weather. Shelton was building up the fire, his back to her. Stacia chewed her lip, unable to look away from the bed. It was simple in construction, almost monastic, the bedding a soft white cloud. And there was only one. She swallowed and briefly closed her eyes, as if that could contain the emotions that were swirling inside her. Fear, joy, excitement, anxiety, and more. The sensations pulling her in a dozen directions, like the tug of conflicting waves striking a beach. The resulting undercurrents created a vortex that threatened to overwhelm her, just like the lethal drag of an undertow. I get to spend time with Lord Shelton. I do not need to share him with anyone else. Mine, mine, mine. Stacia could not help smiling at the thought of having him all to herself. Lady Addiscombe will sack you, and you will be cast so far beyond the pale you will never get another position. The thought was not nearly as frightening as it should be. After all, Lord Needham had given his word to help her, hadn't he? He might feel differently after this. He might, but Stacia did not think a man who brought his illegitimate daughter and her mother to live under the same roof as his new wife cared overly much about social conventions. If her reputation was going to be compromised, ruined, then she might as well enjoy herself in the meantime. Why was that thought so liberating? Because you are trapped in a room with the man of your dreams. Stacia smiled. And he is trapped with you, not exactly a dream woman for any man. Drab little dab of a woman. Her smile faded, as did the delight and giddiness she'd been feeling. This disaster was not his fault, and yet he would pay for it. Of course he could probably weather such a scandal as he had in the past. Stacia blinked, seized by the thought. Lady Catherine's story about Sarah Creighton, now Leary, came back to her. Surely something like this is not what had happened to Shelton and Sarah. No, that would be too strange, wouldn't it? Come, Miss Martin, sit close to the fire. Thank you, she murmured, and perched on the edge of the lovely, if threadbare settee. Apologize, and this time make it genuine. My lord? Yes, Miss Martin, he asked, his expression vague but amused. What did he find amusing? This situation? What does it matter? Apologize. Are you hungry? He asked. No, thank you. Something to drink? He uncorked one jug, sniffed and frowned before turning to the second. This time he sniffed and smiled. What is in them? She asked. Lemonade or ale? Which would you like? She thought for a moment. Neither. There is tea? Stacia shook her head. No, thank you. I will make something for you, he said. What? Something my Batman used to make for me. It is half ale and half lemonade. He called it lemon beer. That sounds... It sounded disgusting, but that was rude. Intriguing. It is refreshing. He poured the mixture and then handed her the glass. Thank you, she said, looking dubiously at the pale brown liquid for a moment before taking a small sip. It was not terrible. Well? He asked. It is interesting. Do you want a glass of just lemonade? No, I will drink a little more of this. He filled a second glass with ale, took a deep pull, and gave a sigh of contentment. At least one of them was content. Apologize. I'm sorry. Even in the dim light of the attic, his eyes were a shockingly bright blue. He smiled. You already apologized. That was for the first thing I said. Now I am apologizing for insulting you again. He laughed, the skin at the corners of his eyes crinkling attractively. You are forgiven for any and all infractions you might have committed. You are not angry with me? I am not. His gaze turned pensive. You know what this means, don't you? Yes, she said grimly. I know what this means. Well, you needn't look so joyous about it. Why should I be joyous about being ruined? She demanded. I was not talking about being ruined. I was talking about being my wife. The muscles in his face tightened until he looked just as gorgeous as ever, but stern and intimidating instead of his usual laughing and teasing self. Wife? She repeated. His jaws flexed, but he didn't speak. Why? She blurted. You mean why would I marry you when I didn't marry Sarah Creighton? That was exactly what Stacia meant, but she hardly wanted to admit it. Still, she was desperate for the truth. Tell him what you know. Shelton gave a mocking laugh. Don't hold back for fear of hurting my feelings, Miss Martin. You haven't done it in the past," he added with a wry smile. There was the invitation Stacia had been hoping for.
"Lady Catherine met Miss Creighton, now Mrs. Leary, and she told me that things are not what they seem."
"Catherine met Sarah?" he repeated after a moment.
"Yes."
"When was this?"
"This past spring. Her aunt lives near Mrs. Leary."
He gave a huff of laughter. "So that is what she has been on about."
"I beg your pardon?"
Stacia asked. "I cannot believe Catherine has not said anything about this until now. Who would have guessed she had such self-restraint? Obviously, I have been underestimating her."
Stacia did not know what to say.
"So, what did she tell you, Miss Martin?"
"That Mrs. Leary seemed very happy, and not like a woman who'd been forced to marry a provincial nobody against her will." She cleared her throat and then forced herself to say, "She said that Mrs. Leary's child looks a great deal like her husband." He inhaled deeply, the action expanding his already impressive chest. He held his breath for a long moment and then exhaled, staring at something she could not see. The past, perhaps. When he did not speak, Stacia said, "Catherine hinted strongly that she knows the truth of what happened between you and Sarah."
"That is not my secret to tell. However, I fear you will never get past this until I speak of it."
He smiled coolly, the expression for once not reaching his eyes.
"I do not wish to commence our lives together with such a misunderstanding between us."
"I have not said I will marry you," Stacia quickly reminded him.
"Duly noted," he said. "I am sure I can depend on your discretion."
"I would keep anything you told me in the strictest confidence." She gave him a reproachful look. "Men are not the only ones who can behave honorably." He smiled faintly.
"No, of course not. Then I will tell you the truth about what really happened with Sarah, and why I never offered her the protection of my name."
He paused and then added with a stern, uncompromising look,
"And then you will understand why you will not have the same lucky escape from marriage that she did."
Chapter 19.
"I will go right to the heart of the matter," Andrew said. "Sarah's father, Sir Jonathan, wanted me to marry his daughter."
Miss Martin nodded, but didn't speak.
"He offered to pay off my sizable debts, but that was not what piqued my interest. Sir Jonathan also possesses a third share in a valuable stud. The stallion in question is magnificent and, quite frankly, beyond price. I was sorely tempted."
He smiled at her thinning lips.
"You are thinking it is mercenary to contemplate marriage for stud rights?"
"Mercenary, not to mention slightly ironic." Andrew's jaw sagged, and he gave a startled laugh.
"What a naughty thing to say. I highly approve of such comments, by the way."
Her cheeks flooded with colour. "It is mercenary, but that isn't unusual among our class, is it?" she asked, evidently choosing to ignore his teasing. "Her father wanted you for your connections, and the possibility that his daughter would be a duchess, so I suppose it would have been a good bargain on both sides."
"For me it would have been, and for Sir Jonathan and his wife and their family."
He gave her a sardonic look.
"It would have been an excellent bargain for everyone but Sarah."
Stacia frowned. "Why wouldn't—"
"Because Sarah was already in love with another man, but he was somebody her father did not approve of. A humble farmer."
"Mr. Leary," she said.
"Just so. In the weeks that I courted her, I was increasingly aware that she was less than enthusiastic about my pursuit."
He smirked at her.
"Other than you, Miss Martin, I've met very few women who have, spurned my attentions. I know it sounds arrogant, but—"
"It might be arrogant, but it is also the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." Her look of irritated disgust told Andrew just how she felt about that. "So," she went on, "that is how you knew she was in love with somebody else? Because she didn't want you?"
"I guessed her interest might lie somewhere else, but I wasn't sure until she told me."
Miss Martin's eyebrows arched.
It is difficult to imagine initiating such a conversation. Andrew chuckled.
Fear is a great motivator.
Fear?
Yes, fear that I might actually propose.
And would you have?
It was Andrew's turn to raise his eyebrows. Stacia bit her lip.
I'm sorry, that was rather... He waved aside her apology.
Honestly, I'm not sure what I would have done. Sarah is a charming, interesting woman, so it would not have been a hardship. It would have made my cousin very happy, which might have convinced him to release my inheritance a few years early. And then there was the added incentive of King's Falcon, the stud, he explained at her querying look. She said her father would not sanction the match with her farmer because of his hope that I would marry her. I confessed that I had no interest marrying a woman who was in love with another man. A pained look flickered briefly across his handsome face, but he shrugged it aside and said, "When I gave her my word that I would not propose, and that I'd find a subtle way to discourage her father's interest, she told me something else, something that made her situation dire indeed."
She was with child? Her stammering irked her, and she cleared her throat and said more firmly, "It was the farmer's child."
Not only that, but she was several months along. Even if her father did find another candidate to replace me, her condition was soon going to become obvious. He gave her a wry smile, and then she asked me for a favor. Can you guess what it was?
She asked you to help her make sure that nobody else would marry her, to destroy her reputation. And so you sacrificed your reputation so she could marry the man she loved. Stacia chewed the inside of her cheek as she remembered the disgust she'd subjected him to. "I'm sorry, my lord." He gave a bark of laughter.
"Oh, don't make me a hero, Miss Martin. I am fairly certain that her father would have relented about her choice of husband when he discovered the truth. I did not save her. I just put an end to her father's plans sooner rather than later."
Stacia shook her head. "It is far more likely that he would have found a man willing to marry her and accept another man's child. How valuable is Sir Jonathan's stud, right?" He blinked.
"Ah."
"I know you said it was priceless, but humour me and put a price on it."
He looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, "A conservative estimate is £5,000, but it might be as high as 100,000.
£100,000? For a horse?"
"Not for the horse, for the stud fees and for any colts. He's a young stallion and has already produced 2 Ascot winners, and he has years ahead of him."
Stacia was flabbergasted by the astronomical sum and had to force herself to return to her point. "And you don't think the promise of even £10,000 would tempt plenty of unscrupulous men with titles and little else other than debts to their name?"
"Perhaps."
"Instead of leaving her future happiness to chance, you, a war hero—" Stacia held up her hand when he shook his head and opened his mouth, likely to demur. "No, do not try and gainsay that. You are a war hero, and you made yourself an object of contempt to decent people, all to help a woman you barely knew." He laughed.
"An object of contempt? You should be a novelist, Miss Martin. You have a way with words."
"Do you deny that you've been treated badly in society?"
"Oh, sometimes by the highest of sticklers." He gave a dismissive wave, as if the calumny of his peers was nothing. "But it did not bother me. Besides, helping Sarah was not my only, or even strongest, motivation."
The amusement bled from his face. "Dare I ask what that was?" His jaw flexed.
"I did it because I knew it would infuriate Chatham."
Stacia had no response to that. What did it even mean? He pushed to his feet and turned to the fire, jabbing at it with the poker. Stacia stared at his broad back and the tense set of his shoulders. She wanted to know more. Who wouldn't? But she had already pushed enough on the subject. And he was right. It had not been his secret to share. And yet Lady Catherine and Stacia had essentially forced his confession. Or at least he'd believed that he needed to tell her the truth as they would soon be married. She wanted to tell him that her reputation among the ton was not important enough to merit a sacrifice on his part like marriage, but that was a lie. As a woman who worked for a living, her reputation was of paramount importance. However, as difficult as such a scandal would make her life, she still had no intention of marrying him. He would press her on the subject. She had grown up with aristocratic men and knew their code of honor. But she would resist him. "Sure you will." Stacia chose to ignore the taunt. Instead, she changed the subject. "How long do you think we will be here?" Once she'd given life to the words, another thought struck her, one that should have been her first question. "And why are we here? It must be an accident." He hung up the poker and slowly turned to her. "An accident?" he repeated, clearly befuddled. Stacia felt like an idiot. "I don't mean that all this," she gestured to the food and blankets, "is an accident. I just wonder if somebody else was setting up a seduction," he suggested, looking amused by her sputtering. "Yes. What if we just bumbled up here and then somebody saw the door open and closed it without thinking?" "Who?" "I don't know. A servant?" He cocked his head at her. I know. That sounds thin." "Very thin. Transparent, in fact." He finished his ale and then lifted the jug in her direction. She shook her head. "No, thank you." He poured another glass, took a drink, and said, "It was Lady Catherine." "Lady Catherine? Why on earth would you think this is her doing?" He turned toward the fire, which was now blazing, and red and gold light danced over his perfect features. "You must have a reason for thinking that," she prodded. "I know it is her. I made a wager with her." "You made a wager that she could lock us in a priest's hole?" she shrieked. He winced. "Of course not." "Then what, pray?" "Evidently, and I only have her word for this, as I do not recall any of it, she once told me she would never marry. I, allegedly laughed at her and told her that she would marry before I did." He shrugged. "To her way of thinking, we made a wager." That's... She shook her head. "What in the world is wrong with the two of you? Are you both 12? His jaw clenched. "As I've already said, I have no recollection of the conversation." "But you believe she did this?" "Yes, although why she has suddenly decided to take action now, I do not know." His blue gaze flickered around the room, as if there might be reasons lurking in the dark corners. "I am joining Chatham at his house in London, and she could have tormented me all season long, which is a pastime she enjoys. So why now? And why—" He broke off as his eyes settled on Stacia and slowly narrowed. He cocked his head, opened his mouth, and then closed it, still staring. Stacia just knew what he'd been about to ask her. Why had Lady Catherine chosen her? Oh, God, what if he guessed the truth? Miss Martin